Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
They've been racing at the Brickyard for more than 100 years, but it's only been in the last couple that endurance racing has made its way to the racing capital of the world. And later this year, in a week's time, they'll battle on the bricks in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Today we do it in the iRacing special events. Welcome along to the Indy 6 Hours and to the iRacing Esports Network and to RaceSpotTV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be joined for the first couple of hours of the 6-hour race by Lorenzo Bonder. And Lorenzo, a new addition to the iRacing special events. We head to a track that you and I were well familiar with. It's going to be interesting how we get on with 3 classes of competition rolling out for qualifying right now.
Yeah, absolutely. As they're going into qualifying, if we're taking the IMSA Esports Global Championship as a perimeter, it was a crazy race. Imagine with 3 cars. Back then we had 2. Now we have the LMP2 right down in the middle. So it's going to be quite interesting. But can we say here, Arjuna, we're back home again in Indiana?
Oh, we can say that, and we can say it many a time today, that is for sure. We were back here, of course, in June for the 500. It was great to have that back in our life, the 13th running of the race. And now, a couple more races this year in the iRacing special events, and of course Petit Le Mans, the Bathurst 1000 in October, the remaining endurance races alongside the Fuji 8 Hour, but a couple of different things to keep your eye on this month. The Bristol 500 and Knoxville National still left to come. Should be plenty of fun for those that go and run out onto the virtual track in those respective situations. But Lorenzo, let's talk about classes and cars for today's event, because, well, BOP is one part of the equation, but let's be honest. Let's look at that GTD class, where we've now got the new McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. I mean, GT3 cars, have your pick. We've got basically all of them now.
Yeah, we got a flavor. That's pretty much it. And to be more specific, we got basically the modern cars now. You cannot say, oh, now we have a outdated car here or an outdated car there. No, pretty much the whole grid that races in IMSA is represented right here. So that's really good to see, and we hope to see this BOP being dished out in the track, and hope the best team can come up with the best strategies to win over here.
The only GT3 car not represented today, the Lamborghini Huracan. Every other GTD car is going to be out on track over the course of the 6 hours. And let's not forget the prototypes. Yes, 2 GTPs, the 4 manufacturers represented there, with Acura being the only car hit by BOP. Single spec, of course, in the P2 class with the Dallara P217. Nothing to talk about in terms of those 3 dreaded letters of the BOP. Well, that's a talk about the cars and the class. Lorenzo, let's talk about this track, of course, because they've been racing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, like I mentioned right off the top, since 1909, but it wasn't until Formula One came here, what was it, 20-odd years ago now, 30 years ago or something, I guess, when we added the road course, the infield section. It's gone through some evolution since then. We watched qualifying underway right now. Let's talk a little bit about this track, and of course the fact that this last sector that we watch right now has been changed in the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the bet came around 2000, around 1999 to 2000. It's crazy. nearly 25 years ago. But it's seen its fair share of modifications. Basically, we don't see that hairpin around turn 5, 6 anymore. Basically, now is a fast chicane. The backstrap, the final corners is not 3 corners split in like in 90-degree corners to hairpins. It is basically, well, as it is now, it was basically the full turn 1 of Indianapolis, the Indy 500 and the Brickyard. So it makes this a more technical track, more suited to the high downforce. So it might make the traffic a little bit more convoluted. I've seen that in the officials, so this is going to be a talking topic. But other than that, it's going to be an interesting race.
That's right on board with Danny Lorenzo, who currently sits on pole with this replay lap that we watch right now in his BMW M Team BS Plus competition car. Again, just a reminder, this is the replay that we're watching with everyone done in the session right now. This is the run out on towards Holman Boulevard. Try and keep your foot planted through the chicane, and then run yourself into what is a heavy braking zone, a 90-degree corner, but one that you're really trying to just set up on the left-hand side on the slingshot down to the S's. A little clip of that curb on the inside, which is one of the few curbs that's raised, unlike what you get through this slingshot through the S's section. And the BMW Pocket Rocket's going to power out of this section, use the hybrid, and then head into this final sector where, again, square the car up on the exit onto the banking. This final corner, or penultimate corner, I should say, I find very difficult knowing when to turn in, but Danny Lorenzo got it sorted. And then watch here through the final corner, always wanting the car to wash up towards the wall, handled it well. But that was a look at the time that's seen the zebra climb to the very top. Will they be celebrating by the pagoda at the end of the 6-hour race? We'll have to find out, but this should be an intriguing one with some new names, some new faces to keep an eye on. Let's head down trackside, take a look at the starting grid with the 12 GTPs, 13 P217s, and 22 GTD cars ready to rumble. It's BMW M Team BS Plus competition and Team Redline alongside. Not in a BMW though. They've decided the Porsche is where Diogo Pinto and Gustavo Ariel should be competing in instead. Owen Carroll has the Clementine Cruiser, a BS competition car inside of Williams Esports Chill Blast and the returning Alexander Spetz. Janin Munoz and Ricardo Rico line up inside of one another on row 3. 2 drivers that will compete on Thursday in the upcoming IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series. Vlad Kimichev for Drago Racing's got Ross Woodford for company in the race clutch car making his debut, I believe. Marcus Hamilton's in the Movano Corsa blue and black entry with Peter Zuber rounding out your top 10. Michelle Rack for Apex One. He's alongside of Joseph Burton Harris in the Nexus Esport number 32. Got about 1 second covering the 12 cars that get ready to rumble, and again, a representation of all of the GTP manufacturers. Down over to the P217s, where it's BS Plus and Nexus Esports. What an interesting combination there. It's Francis McGinn that's got to the front with Luis Nunez in the Nexus Esport entry alongside. Yessi Tekla for gridandgo.com has got Isaac Phelps for company with Malden Nisa, and then Camille Karbowski for Parnell Racing and the Williams Esports Academy sharing row 3. Daniel Ferguson, team manager for World Sim Racing's in the number 23. He's got the young Ciro Zambra for company in Alpha Esports' 207. Aaron Vasquez in what is one of just the few Apex Racing team representatives entered in today's race, lining up inside of Dylan Bittman for German Sim Racing. And then Fiercely Forward and the Maradness M Squad on the penultimate row of the grid, 13th row, it's Team Shej Mats. And again, only 6/10 between these cars. Should be a fun fight throughout the day. Last but not least, it's great to see Coanda make a return to the front of a special event, and Tristan Iglesias, one of their newest signings, has done it once again in the Porsche in qualifying. Bosch Thompson's alongside in the Redline Mercedes, and then Nicolas Mateo for Drago Racing in that BMW alongside of Lewis Woods for Team PGZ. What can they do on the outside of row 2? Apex Racing Academy, they're back in 5th with Alex Gall. Drago Racing's Manuel Troncoso is alongside, and then rolling through the stacked GTD grid, 22 cars cars to talk about Williams Esports Pit Fit and Parker White racing for a championship in a couple of weeks' time for eNASCAR. He's 7th with Falcon Sim Racing alongside in the McLaren. Williams Esports Racing prodigy Marla Racing Team, new livery for them. Rounding out your top 10 with gridandgo.com, World Sim Racing Esports, 11th and 12th positions, and still only 4/10 off the pole. When you go back to find gridandgo.com, Altitude Esports, and then Enzo Benito in the 2nd of the Red Line Mercedes. Apex Racing Academy in the Ford Mustang back in 16th with Coffin Dancers Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford, and then the rest of the grid. Door Esports Academy, Fiercely Forward, Switch It, and Orbit Drop Bear, Venus, and the Soul Corvette representative in the field. Lorenzo 47 strong, running down Holman Boulevard. How excited are you for the 6 hours that lie ahead?
I am very excited. This should be a really good race, and what I'd like to talk about really quick, Arjuna, good distribution between the cars, GT3s as well, but the distribution, there's not a predominant car on qualifying. It's basically well distributed alongside everybody. Like I said, this I think will be a traffic and fuel management race of sorts, so I can't wait to see how this is going to go down for 6 hours total.
Like you say, traffic management's going to be the key. You alluded to IMSA Esports coming here in 2022. One of the first times we had endurance racing at this track in virtual or real competition. That was GT3 and touring car entries. This, though, the first time that, at least in the virtual world, you and I, Lorenzo, will see it at high-level competition. Yep. Last year, the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship had the 2.4-hour race, traditional race length. It's this year for the first time that the Indy 6-hour joins the Michelin Endurance Cup, and they'll battle in towards the darkness as well. Should be very, very exciting for those that are in person at the track next weekend for the penultimate round again of the Michelin Endurance Cup. Ready to go though as the pace car is off and away. 3 classes of competition and all going to go green at the very same time. We rumble our way towards the yard of bricks. 6 hours on the clock and let's go racing. Punching the throttle out front, Danny Lorenzo in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car gets the racing underway, and only 12 of these GTP cars, remember, funneling down to the heavy braking zone, the 90-degree turn 1. GTD still flying through the penultimate corner, but it's been a safe start for the prototypes leading. Also a relatively tidy run down to turn 1 for the LMP2 cars. All things considered, a nice and tiny jump across of the field. Just as I say that, hard into the wall, Altitude Esports and the McLaren. One wrecked race car already.
Yikes. Looking forward to the replay of this one.
Well, I mean, that's lost the rear wing, it's lost part of the front end as well. It's definitely not looking like a McLaren anymore. Tail end of the pack, that's Williams Esports Pit Fit. So Parker White's lost a whole bunch of spots alongside Alexander Thieber in the Falcon Sim Racing car. And that's a big aggressive lunge up the inside from Parker White, not wanting to hang around as they work back on towards the back straightaway. Look at that curb, grid and go, looking a little bit worse for the wear as well. Meanwhile, your leaders in the GTP class already going to come around to start the second lap of this race as the drivers are going 3 wide for the GTD class behind Lorenzo. Crazy chaotic start, and we've only had 1 lap in the books as there's another spin there for the GTD contenders.
Yeah, another McLaren from what it looks like, but this is going crazy on the first lap. It looks like to be probably the Apex one that I probably saw right there, but anyway, first lap is insanely crazy, and I think I saw which GTP that is going around the GT3s that probably not have qualified for the start of this race.
It's Williams Gaming Club. Not sure if Jaden Munoz had some technical issues, but his Cadillac's got some work to do. He's 40 seconds off for the leader. Meanwhile, the rest of the GTP somewhat orderly for the time being, but expect them to recognize that they're not far away from catching traffic, knowing how split the start was. Here's a look at the replay. So Thieber and Parker White come together initially, and Parker White's lost the front end of the Mercedes that magically reappears, so hoping there's no lasting and lingering damage. But this would have been on the run down to the penultimate corner. Keep watching. Altitude Esports and Grid and go bam into the wall.
Ooh. That corner is quite tricky, right, Arjuna? It's insane to think about that. Normally too wide works right there, but they have to funnel themselves out to the outside portion of the track, and that makes a little bit of a chaotic moment. Unfortunate to see that altitude basically just gone in the not even at the first lap of the race, at the 0 lap of the race, not even properly started this race.
It was a pretty attractive livery on that McLaren as well, got to say, for All2DD Sports. A shame we won't see it much back over with GTPs as we run our way through the opening couple of corners. Drago Racing, Dominic Hoffman and Timo Rohde being hunted down by Race Clutch, and that's a pair on either side. And so watch now the defensive move here from Timo Rohde. That's a little bit interesting about how you use that white line in defense. He's going to force Jari Lehtinen the long way around. Losing time here, hand over fist though to those in front. There's no shadow of a doubt about that. Stacking up behind, it's the MSS Movano Azuro entry, Apex 1 and the Nexus Esport car. And like you mentioned, Lorenzo, the fact that Jaden Munoz and Williams Gaming starting from pit lane and having to carve their way through the field, 40+ seconds off of these drivers.
Yikes, and 40+ seconds. Well, let's consider the IMSA Esports had yellow flags and the yellow flag procedure, so it was probably a benefit for some of the drivers to try to catch those seconds back on strategy. Over here, you don't have that kind of thing. You have to basically pull it out on track. Sure, 6-hour race, but this is a 6-hour sprint of sorts, Arjuna. So it's going to be really tough for you to make that ground.
Exactly. It's a 6-hour sprint, and I think that's what we're going to see next week as well in the real world. I was watching some replays of last year's 2.4-hour event, and that was crazy enough. Now we are getting into traffic for the first time of asking, although I think that is just a couple of the drivers that have come down pit lane potentially. Fiercely Forward and Brewster Carvalho in the McLaren going to be passed by a couple of drivers. Does seem as though All2DD Sports, the first confirmed DNF already of the day. I have seen that Alex Gall in the Apex Racing Academy car is also a little bit worse for the wear in the Audi R8 LMS, the only Audi as well in the field. It does seem as though, this is something, Lorenzo, you and I were talking about just before the race started. There's what, 12, 13 prototypes in each class, 22 GTDs. There's going to be a lot more action in the GT cars, I think, over this race than we've had in the past.
Yeah, I think the max we've had was about, what, 17 GTDs or about 15 GTDs. We saw that around Daytona and Sebring earlier this year. So we can say, I think, having this plus number on the GT3 GTD cars makes this racing a little bit more enticing, in my opinion. Might make traffic for the GTPs and the LMP2s much more complicated.
Speaking of, that's a little bit of a send-a-rooney off to where the drivers used to run, to the double switchback hairpins. And oh, poor Alex Gall. I just mentioned that he'd been involved in some issues through the final sector. They continue through the opening sector, and now the LMP2 cars are going to run their way through as well. And look how close it is, too, between BS Plus and Grid and Go at the very front of the field. Seems as though day done for Alex Gall, has damaged too much to maybe run after that. Battle up towards the front of the GTPs, though. Look at how Redline are under pressure here. Alexander Spetz, Diogo Pinto going at it hammer and tongs.
Yeah, and this is only working on the benefit of the leader BS competition car. You can see the second place BS competition up far in front as they have to handle the GT3 GTD traffic. But more specifically, look at the gap the BMW team BS competition 89 already pulled. 2 seconds. And we are barely to lap number 6.
We're into the traffic, though, on lap number 6. And so, as we slice and dice our way through, can drivers stay out of trouble? Falcon Sim Racing pull high and out of the way out of turn 2. Around the outside of the Ford Mustang. That's a brave place to make the pass into the chicane. It just about works there for Dominic Hoffman and Drago Racing, and it will give him a run to try and make the move on Alexander Spetz. Oh, this is the chaos of multi-class racing. And on the run up towards turn number 7, move officially done and dusted. Not just yet, says Alexander Spetz. He tries to make it work, but Grid and Go's Ferrari is now in the way. This is fantastic stuff, costing them some time, yes, but Lorenzo, some great racing. 3 wide, Spetz up the inside once again in the Porsche.
And I think he's going to be able to make the move on the dive, going to turn number 13. Watches out a little bit, makes some contact, but survives in the whole ordeal, still side by side. Good stuff.
That was very close. That's one of the few high curves, but they make it work. They'll go either side. No, Spetz has to lift off the throttle for a second there because they run up the back of that Porsche, and now Dominic Hoffman officially has made his move, and I think potentially move might be coming up from Jaguar Racing's second car in queue. Timo Roorda stays in line for the time being as they make a little bit of contact there with another one of the grid and go entries. Plenty of traffic to work our way through when there are so many of these GT cars. We're only 10 minutes or so into this race. Lorenzo, this is going to be the story of the next 5 hours and 51 minutes.
Oh yeah, already going to the Tony Kanaan mowing lawn for Timo Roorda, and already losing a position as well from what it looks like to the race clutch team. But this is going to be the key topic. I said traffic management. You have to learn how to overtake over here. As you can see, going to the outside, finding lanes, finding openings for you to go around traffic. It is an art over here in Indy that not many can actually master it.
And running away up front, by the way, your leader. It's always easiest in many ways when you approach traffic as the leader. They've got a 3-second advantage of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. Well, that looked a bit aggressive behind as Viras Kowanda, Tristan Iglesias trying to build his own buffer. Some traffic trying to make his move up the inside. There's a look, though, a visual look at the gaps building between the drivers. Are they 3 wide behind with traffic? I think they were. So Drago Racing and Race Clutch once again going at it. And this is a battle between manufacturers. Race Clutch have actually got Cadillac and a Porsche entered in the race. Now it's the Cadillac that's under fire, though. Timo Roorda getting the elbows out, holding on to the spot, but now 2.7 seconds off the back of the top 5.
Yeah, still good battle, and you can see well distributed. BMW versus Porsche versus Cadillac. The Cadillac's not far behind. You can even see the Porsche just lingering around trying to find the opening, and they're washing out of the corner, just helping the case out of that Porsche coming into the into this renovated. What can you call it? Can you call it a pit path? What?
Renovated's okay. I'll let that one slide. By the way, LMP2, top 3 are breaking away, and I think now it's starting to kick off behind them. Miranda's M squad, they've just moved up to 10th, but I do wonder if there's going to be a little bit more chaos that brews there. And yeah, just seen that Nexus Esports involved in an incident with traffic. The grid and go car potentially got mixed up, so Jarno Cox slides off the road. But it's all enabled now. BS Plus Nexus and Grid and Go, the 14 and the 003, to be up front and leading by quite a considerable margin, Lorenzo.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that I think being the leader helps the case. I think you said that. You know, dictating the pace and everybody else, applying the pressure on the others, so it helps for you to get around faster and quicker than everybody else. We're gonna see the replay what happened to the Grid and Go. Wow.
That's a bit ridiculous, if you ask me. I mean, coming out of nowhere, no traffic behind you as well. GT cars got a right to turn in, you know?
Yep, I agree 100%. This is suboptimal. Quoting Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, good point. Lewis McLeod's at Donington Park this weekend, but I'm sure he even felt that one from there. Here we go with that LMP2 chaos, though. Remember, they're all in identical cars. They're passing, I think, lap traffic as Redline make a move. No, excuse me, that's Benito and Rubilar for 8th and 9th position. So we're a little bit further down the GT order right now. World Sim Racing going to go one way. The 207's going to go the other way. So Ciro Zambra tries to go brave. Doesn't quite work for him, though, as he does not get the move made. Ferguson holds on to 6th position. But I've got to say, some more aggressive moves, Lorenzo, than I would have expected, with only 12 minutes being worked off the clock.
I think that's normal around the first passing of the cars, right, of the faster cars. We normally see this high aggression coming in from the LMP2s or GTPs around the GTDs and LMP2s rather, because I think that's the first opportunity you want to break away. Therefore, I think it propels for more mistakes and more incidents. But fortunately, we haven't seen a lot given the passing of all these cars.
The one thing that we also haven't talked about at all is rain. Now, we've enjoyed very much having rain as a factor in a couple of our iRacing special events so far in 2024. Of course, starting with Sebring. Not going to be the case here today. The weather forecast is bone dry, as you could expect. A little bit further back, forecast for some moves as Aaron Vasquez tried to make the move on Nathan Olsen in the Moranis M Squad car, but thought better of it through traffic. But going back to that rain, Lorenzo, I think that's going to be interesting in many ways, because going to what you were saying, it makes it even more of a sprint. You don't have that unpredictable element that might shake up the strategy.
Yeah, the rain brings a whole different dynamic into this race. But let's see if we're gonna have expected to have no rain in this race. But we never know. We can never assume 100% that it's never gonna have rain. And I'll be honest, I really would like to see a race in the rain here in Indianapolis, because I haven't seen where the puddles and everything they're going to be located. And
no, Lorenzo, you don't.
The track is going to be.
You don't. You know why? Because you're just giving me flashbacks to the month of May this year when we had our slight weather delay in the real world. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Still Vasquez trying to make his move on Nathan Olsen. Oh, and he was going to get it done out of turn 2. Very bold place to continue racing side by side. Now you can sweep out and hold on to the spot, as he'll do here. Compromises you, and as we jump on board right from the perspective of Olsen, which way does the 66 go? Windshield wipers going off as well. That's not going to help you in the dry. Tucks back into line and saves just a little bit of fuel. What I will say is this is a spectacular track during the evening time. Now I know in sim we're not racing too close to where I think we'll see much sunset, but I was there in 2022 for the Indy 8 hours, which did run into the sunset for the very first time. And Lorenzo, I've got to say, there aren't many more special things to do than to sit at Indy and watch the sunset come in. There's no lights, remember. So, you know, as the sun drops, the headlights become predominant, and especially when these GT3 cars are rumbling around, you can hear which one's coming as they work their way onto the main straightaway.
I can figure. I've raced already a few practices on Indy during the day. And I mean day as daylight, as early daylight, so you can see the sunrise and it's beautiful. I take as the sunset should be beautiful as well. So it is a unique backdrop to race a legendary track like this with under unique circumstances.
And you get to go and celebrate on that famous podium as well, which is not a bad place to celebrate. I will promise you that one. We're watching GT3s where it is still VRS Kawanda, Team Redline, Drago Racing and Team PGZ. 1, 2, 3, 4 as they run, as they qualify, I should say, with 15 minutes now officially complete in the bottom. Still watching, of course, that Apex Racing car that's trying to charge its way up through the field after a relatively disappointing qualifying effort. But now your top two in the LMP2, they've got a 4-second advantage. Same gap that first and second now have in GTP. What I'm trying to say is your leaders all somewhat comfortable, I would say, for the time being, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get themselves into early trouble as it is. I think the troubles always starts around traffic, and this is that. I think we always say traffic gives and traffic takes, right? And catching traffic over here in a bad spot, especially I would say around this final sector of corners, these 3 final corners, can lose you up to about 1.5 seconds total. So it's quite complicated. You have to commit, and by doing commitment to try to shred off as much time as you can, like I said, can allow you to make mistakes. And this is the track that making the last mistakes as possible is going to be the key to victory, in my opinion.
And let's talk about, you know, the fact that iRacing Esports Network will be back here on Thursday for the start of the 10-week IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series. It's a 37-lap race on the road course to kick off the 10-round championship, 6 rounds on the road courses. I think technically 5 rounds confirmed on the road courses, 4 confirmed on the ovals, and I'm not quite sure if we've got the confirmation on what that final one would be, but you, the fans, may be able to have your say. So come and join us, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Green flag will drop for the start of the newest World Championship Series, but we've got another World Championship Series kicking off today, Lorenzo. Right after the checkered flag comes for this Indy 6 hours, it's the start of the FIA Formula 4 Esports Championship, coverage of course on the iRacing Esports Network.
Yeah, coming right after this broadcast, which is going to be really cool to watch. You know, these low-power cars. I know there's a lot of the F4 specialists going around. So I think we're going to even see some of these drivers included. coming into the championship. It's going to be quite interesting to see those cars going around the track. We've covered the FIA South America, Asia, Pacific, Asia. We covered South Europe, North Europe. So seeing that now as a global scope is going to be really good to watch.
You are right that some of these drivers will be competing. Aaron Vasquez was the one name that I remember. I'm sure there will be a couple more as well pulling double duty. But yeah, exciting championship, especially working, of course, in collaboration with the FIA. It's a 4-event championship, 2 races per event, so 2 races to come later on today. There's been some more trouble in the GTD class, though, as we watch GTPs, and now the battle for second position really starting to heat on up. Oh, there's a move brewing from Dominic Hoffman. Owen Carroll's in the middle. Diogo Pinto's up high. Contact made. Are they going to get sandwiched through the S's? Yes, they will. Hoffman almost goes around. He saves it by some miracle, but contact brewing. We're only 20 minutes into this race, and Danny Lorenzo, big smile on his face, now 6 seconds clear in the race lead.
Jeez Louise. Tell me when 3 wide at a 90-degree corner ever worked, Arjuna. Tell me.
I don't know why. I don't know why they're trying some of these moves. I've said that, haven't I, so far?
Yeah, pretty much.
Just making sure. That car looks fine, doesn't it? I was just taking a look at Dominic Hoffman's car. There doesn't seem to be any damage despite the contact.
Yeah, I think because it is a it's a low speed corner, I think it basically just maneuvered him and put him back into place, which is
well. I don't know if the others have been so lucky. I think we should try and take a look at Pinto and the front splitter on that car, because one side looks a little bit higher than the other. Is it going to stop him? You can see there is a little bit of damage, in my opinion. It's very, very slight, but it is there. Not going to stop him, though, from going around the outside at the end of Holman Boulevard and moving back forward to second spot.
Yeah, I wonder how much aero pressure loss is going to get around on that Porsche. Jeez,
I mean, I don't really know what you can do if you're any of the drivers, to be fair. Who do you expect to back out in that situation?
Good question. I think on top level competition, you would never back out. I think, you know, we've talked about lots of times about F1 and that psychological battle, right? If you lift off, you're basically showing signs of weakness. I think nobody wants to show signs of weakness, even though it's a 6-hour race of sorts.
That is definite damage, by the way. There is no shadow of a doubt that visually we are looking at damage. Now, the question is, how much is that going to cost them in pit lane? Is there going to be a price to pay in terms of the time? Now, again, the contact happens so soon off the exit that you can't really argue that Pinto has got time to lift off, unless you were going to argue he does it before they even get to the apex. You know, Carroll's in the middle. What are you going to do? Hoffman, he's got to try and turn in at some point, I guess. But yeah, that is a situation, as some might describe it. No live race control for these iRacing special events, let's not forget. But new for 2024, Lorenzo, team behind the scenes can take a look post-race and always make their decisions if there are any to be made.
Yeah, which is, I think it is a cool new addition, right, in my point of view. Oh, hey, geez, it's so close.
Some risky moves, that's all we can say.
Yeah. But this is, I think, I was thinking of actually one thing that came off to me. This has so many drawbacks of sorts in terms of traffic management to what we're going to have at Petit Le Mans, right? Because it isn't a very long track. This track only has 3.92 kilometers or 2.43 miles. I think Road Atlanta is a little bit longer, but the way that you have to go around traffic, it is just as dangerous. You have to commit, and it's that thing of you being lucky or not, how to navigate traffic on the right spots or not.
Very correct. The Road Atlanta 2.5 miles, so just marginally longer, but you're going to be packing plenty of cars into the mix still nonetheless. There's whatever you call it, a bumper grid expected for both the battle on the bricks next week and for Petit Le Mans in the real world later this year. The traffic management, a big part of things. Last year in the real world, the 2.4-hour race, they had 3 classes of traffic, let's not forget. We're watching some of the fight inside of the LMP2 fight as Ciro Zambra in that Alpha Esports entries, tucked up behind Daniel Ferguson still, with Aaron Vasquez now sat behind them. Here's the look from the Apex Racing 199, hard onto the brakes, closing up into turn number 7.
Yeah, and and one interesting topic, I was actually taking a little bit of a look. The braking zones for the LMP2s and GTPs are relatively the same of sorts, which is kind of cool to talk about. It's just how the GTPs kind of go around the corners and get out of the corners with much more power and speed, rather than the LMP2s. Of course, they were nerfed down in terms of power to try to be, you know, that middle class. It is still fast, but it's not as fast as the GTPs. So it is now more of a finessing, in my point of view, how to get around the corners and be efficient in it.
The Williams Esports Academy car, Kamil Grabowski's trying to make a move to slide his way forward to 4th. Parnell Racing's there as well, though, and not wanting to give it up too easily. Sat behind Daniel Ferguson, sits and plots. If anything happens, he'll be there to take advantage. And right on board with team manager for World Sim Racing. Through the chicane, traffic in front of them. He's got to lift off. Parnell Racing holding on to the position. And no one going out wide onto the grass, fortunately, this time by, as they scamper past one of the Ford Mustang GT3s. But look how that created a bit more chaos. Ciro Zambra takes advantage, passes Ferguson. Vasquez follows him through. Now the Alpha Esports car still has a little bit of an overlap alongside Grabowski. Not going to try and make that happen through the S's, though. Right from the roof from Ferguson as he sees Vasquez make one more move, making the move on Ciro Zambra.
Yeah, with a little bit of contact from what it looks like, I saw Ciro's car just going sideways out of the S's right there. You can see side by side Ferguson still trying to commit, but not being able to overtake. He's going to have a little bit of an overlap out of the corner, as long as Ciro doesn't want shot, but he doesn't.
Trouble in front with traffic. They've just sorted out amongst themselves, though, and straightened it together. It looks like one of the McLarens and one of the Grid and Go cars. You did say, Lorenzo, there was going to be plenty of traffic madness, and we got a blocker on the main straight. Don't even know how else to describe it. 1, 2, 3 cars in the wall, and Nicholas Rubelar straight back to pit lane.
Yeah, and another car that is already off with the front bonnet. Yikes.
So, about 25 minutes in, cooler heads not prevailing. And Altitude Esports were the first DNF of the race. We might just have had our second confirmed, and I know the team manager for gridandgo.com's watching. Look away when we watch the replay. Miranda's M Squad almost running into the back there of Kamil Grabowski's Williams Esports Academy car. Lots of close contact action, and there's damage on the Williams Esports Academy car for sure. And now look at the block being thrown as well on the run down towards this chicane. I mean, Lorenzo, we're not far away from pit stops. I think there are going to be a few cars that sit there and wait for some damage repairs.
Yeah. Just wondering, because it is right on the front straight, how long does a tow take for you to get around there? On paper, it should be short, but I think it counts as a full lap going around, and then you probably get in. You're going to lose a lap regardless.
Yeah, well, so we'll get a replay up at some point, but I'm guessing that the first incident led to the second one. So Nicholas Rubelar's already slow. Oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. Oh, bam! So the Falcon Sim Racing powered by Door car is the first one to make contact. Then the Door Esports Academy McLaren comes through as well. That's the one that makes the big old contact. And so John Aylen also eventually needing a tow back to pit lane. I mean, Lorenzo, I'm pretty sure if you look at the onboard replay, there's probably not much that John could have done.
No, not at all. I wonder what happened to Nico, though. Because this looks like the technical problem, like your brake is stuck of sorts.
Well, so he was, you remember there was a Porsche that, and I think I said it was a Lamborghini, didn't I? Maybe. It was a Porsche that had a bit of contact with the Grid and Go car through the final corner. Here, watch this. So it's the 15 coffin dancers, Lasse Urinen. And so whatever's happened there has done enough damage that he's not going anywhere. Oh no, this isn't going to be pretty.
No. Ay, caramba.
Oh, the Apex Racing Ford Mustang got very lucky, it would seem, by the way those spinning cars, their trajectory lined up, fortunately stayed out of trouble. Wow, I am a bit lost for words right now, if I'm honest, Lorenzo.
Same. I wish I could look from the cockpit angle of Nico Rubilar. Maybe the suspension was broken with the contact with the confidensers, and he probably wanted to try to find a good way to stop the car. But why would you stop the car on the front straight, though, if that was the case?
It is a rather dangerous place to be stopped. And we did have a car that was sideways last year in the 2.4-hour race in the real world. They go either side of traffic, and now big blocking coming as well. Oh, Timo Roorda's having a bit too much fun, I would say, with the Race Clutch drivers here. He's now sandwiched by them as well. So it's Peter Zuber in the Race Clutch 11 Porsche in front of Drago's BMW, and then the Race Clutch black entry that's got a Cadillac entered, and it is Jari Lehtinen currently behind the wheel there. Oh, some of the blocks being thrown, definitely quite interesting. Back up front, fight for second position. Danny Lorenzo has waved goodbye to those behind. 8 seconds the gap to second. Diogo Pinto still just about holding on.
Yeah, and you see all these GTPs fighting for the top 3, and what is he saying is the gap between top 6 rather is not huge, right? You can see these three GTPs fighting. Not far behind them, these guys fighting for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, which is insane for me to think about. We're barely 30 minutes in, and there's still some like the gap is close between everybody relatively.
I think in all the classes, to be fair, it is relatively close. Top 3 in GTD still locked together, albeit with a slight switch, and Josh Thompson now taking the lead for Team Redline. Tristan Iglesias sits in second, maybe just saving some fuel at the end of the day. And then you got Nicholas Mateo in the Drago racing car, pulled a bit of a gap to Team PGZ and Lewis Woods. I do have to bring it up at least once on this broadcast, legally. It's in my contract. Team PGZ, Soapbox Racing, I saw on social media recently, Lorenzo. It went as most Soapbox races go for Team PGZ, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You could say the second biggest event besides the Red Bull Soapbox race. But let's not talk about Pablo's injuries, though.
Well, okay. I was not aware that he was injured. How badly was he injured?
Real bad. Actually, he was on the Soapbox car that flipped off.
Oh, he was in the car?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, I thought there was someone else from Team PGZ's community, if I'm being honest. But Pablo, I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're recovering. It looks like a pretty nasty wreck, but here's a look at what happened to one of the Redline, or rather in front of one of the Redline Mercedes to see the swap for the lead. Tristan Iglesias gets a shove from behind, and I'm not quite sure who that was. It's an LMP2 car for sure.
I think that's the Alpha Esports that bumped him off on turn 13.
Well, an assisted pass for the lead in GTD then.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts on that, Lorenzo?
Not a fan of it. Then again, it's traffic. I'm not a fan of it, 100%. But it's those things like, if you miss the corner, it's 90 degree, you need to be as accurate as you can coming into a corner like that and then commit. If you fail like that, you're probably going to get one shot of the corner. Unfortunately, there was a GT3 car standing right in front of the Alpha. Unfortunate. I don't like it, though.
And Tristan Iglesias does have a bit of damage to the left front of his car as well. Not quite sure when that was picked up, but much like a couple of the cars up front are showing some battle scars. There you can see. A little bit worse for the wear in the VRS Coanda entry. Out through the chicane, Cadillac makes its move. Stealth black Cadillac as well for Apex 1. Piloted by, I think that's Kelrack. Excuse me, no, that's the No, it is. Nexus Esports, that's who it is. Yeah. My timing screen got all jumbled up, Lorenzo, and it's confused me. It's 6:16 in the morning for me, so fortunately I'm only going to get more awake as the day goes on, so hopefully more intelligent, although that's not happened over my last 30 years, so clearly not going to magically happen today. 7 odd minutes away from pit stops, right?
Roughly, for the GT, for the LMP2s, 100%. If they're not coming in about 7 minutes, they should be coming in maybe a lap extra, 1 minute and 10 plus. So it's right around that margin. For the GTPs, though, for me, that's the question, because they can go a little bit longer because the cutscene closed.
Exactly. So it's going to be curious how the fuel mileage games work out here. Now, it's one of those tracks where if you do save in every corner, you can very much make some headway in the fuel mileage games. How aggressively have been some drivers working on that equation. Marla Racing, by the way, new livery for today. Quite like their American look. In the LMP2s, can tell you that Apex Racing have just got up to 3rd. Aaron Vasquez started down in 9th, 6 positions gained. Most of those in the last 10 minutes as well, as he cycles his way across the yard of bricks. And now into a podium position. Very, very impressive job. Yes, Isaac Phelps is sat behind and thinking about trying to make the move back on him, but 6 seconds up the road to try and close up to the leaders. I think this car, the 199, a real contender at the end of this race.
I agree, and I'm looking at the last from Aaron right here. 16.9 is his last lap. A little bit slower than what BS Nexus and Grid and Go are actually doing, but oddly enough, he's actually the biggest mover of the race, all classes considered.
Technically not true, because the Racing Lab Esports Ford Mustang is +7.
And Team Redline as well.
Ooh, good point. Team Redline +8 now for Enzo Benito in the number 71. So, yeah, that is biggest mover so far. I think Benito has a very, very high likelihood of being the biggest mover at the end of the day, partially because he didn't have the best qualifying effort.
Yeah, which is insane to think about it. He started, right now he's sitting in, he started P15. It's kind of uncommon to see Bonito sitting out at P15 in a GTD race, or a race rather.
But he's not the iRacing specialist as well, right? He's the one that bounces and bandies across the sims. Has been competing with FaZe Clan this year in ESL R1. So good to see him back on iRacing and doing something different to the norm. And back in a special event, Daniel Ferguson dropping down the timing screen. He's back in 9th position. We check in, though, with podium hunt in the fastest class of them all, the GTPs, where Diego Pinto, Alexander Spetz, and Owen Carroll, 10.5 seconds back from Danny Lorenzo, who last lap alone, 0.7 of a second added to his lead. He is really rock and rolling up front.
And not only that, he's the only guy that I can see doing 14s. His, I would say, consistency throughout the laps has been wholeheartedly insane in my opinion. But then again, I think being the leader takes off that pressure for you to, you know, have to move up the grid, and it kind of makes you in a more relaxed position to, you know, kind of like hot lap and have a better performance over your stint.
And I think if you're comfortable as well, which clearly he is, that adds a level to your performance too. Now, it's going to be interesting. He's paired with Phil Dinez for this race, not traditionally known for being in a prototype, right? And he's going to actually be racing a BMW M4 with the BS competition, BS plus Ducato livery in the GT World Challenge Europe race coming up soon. So Phil's been racing an Italian GT this year, both in a Lamborghini and in the BS Ducato BMW M4. I'm very excited to see how he goes out there in the GT World Challenge, and again a BMW M4. Top and bottom, GTP and GTD. On the bottom, it's the fight for 4th position. Team PGZ running in front of Drago Racing and the Marla Racing team. Manuel Troncoso and Ascari Rene may be taking advantage, saving a bit of fuel. And for them, we talked about GTP and LMP2s coming in probably around 2 minutes time or so, as there's a swap around. Alexander Spetz lets Owen Carroll slide his way on through. Maybe a slowdown being served there. Lorenzo, GTD cars, they won't come into pit lane until the top of the hour.
Yeah, I would even argue they're probably going to make over the top of the hour. I would say this might be that situation of not being a really long track might put you into those 1 hour 5, 1 hour and 10 minute situations that you can stretch off the car because you're not flat over the course of your stint.
On board with Troncoso. Let's hear. Well, no fuel saving when you look to the inside and make a move. Now, does Lewis Woods fight? Not really, although still door to door, sliding on through the first part of the S's. This long right-hander, though, the one where you really need to get the move done if you're going to stick it. And now, looking in the rearview mirror, Troncoso watches Rene slot back into line as well, as they were on the entry down towards turn number 12. And the Porsche goes defensive. These drivers are now going on 5.5 seconds off the leading group, Lorenzo. This is not ideal.
No, not at all. Oh, there's contact.
Bit of a bump. Here they go, back towards the line.
And by Aaron as he goes around.
Really, by the way, Aaron Vasquez flying last time by. Traffic lost him some time, but the previous lap gained on the leading group. So keep that in mind as here we go. Drago racing back to the inside. Turn 1, another 90-degree corner. And another one where you can battle wheel to wheel off the exit. This time, Troncoso will have the inside into the next complex of corners. Is it going to happen without any contact this time by? I think the answer is yes. Move made and a change for third position.
Good battle between all these three guys and a lot of respect given. So that's the true gold racing right there that we really want to watch.
And Mahler going to try and follow. Oscar Rene on the brakes. Almost makes contact with Troncoso, but winds it down in the nick of time. So Lewis Woods going to now maybe try and save some fuel saving. Enzo Benito and Beckham Jasir have managed to close their margins as well. So pair of Mercedes joining the party. And in terms of manufacturers, you've got a Mercedes leading, a Porsche sitting second, and a BMW running third. Best of the Mustangs is in 11th. Best of the McLarens, of course, they've had a race of contact for the most part, starting before they even got to the line. Best McLaren's in 14th position. And Alex Gall in the Apex Racing Academy Audi is out there a couple of laps down after the drama early in the race for them. Still have the Orbit Drop Bear Chevy sitting on the tail end of the lead lap and working to try and take advantage of any issues. LMP2 pit stops, though, have had the first taker, so it does mean Lorenzo prototypes starting to think about coming down to pit lane.
Yeah, we're open the window for the LMP2s, still wondering when the GTPs are going to go around. I estimate about 45 to 50. I would say range is about 45 to 55 minutes, I would say tops. And I mean, I'm putting a very high estimate for the GTPs, for them to come into the pit lane and do their service.
Here we go, up on the jacks for the team Shazmat's 137. You can already see the rear wheels spinning and hoping just to be dropped and released as Alexander Spetz carves through a bit of traffic. That was the one of the Drago BMW M4s. And if there was a slowdown penalty that Alexander Spetz had to serve, he's closed back up to the two in front of him. And we'll keep an eye. Does anyone head off to the pit lane entry this time by, which would be on driver's right-hand side? No, all heading around the racing line. Kamil Grabowski, another LMP2 car, is going to run their way into the lane. That's a big look to the inside by one of our Cadillacs, and that's the Apex 101, trying to make the lunge on Timo Roda.
Didn't work, and we're seeing more LMP2s coming into the pit lane from what it looks like. Grabowski is coming in, German Sim Racing, driven by Dylan Bittman, coming in. Nexus Esports, driven by Luis Nunez, also coming in.
And that's going to be an interesting story, of course, for Nexus, having signed up Luis Nunez, left the Wave Italy racing team during the summer. is qualifying for the Indy car butt kicker iRacing Pro Series and has linked up with the team at Nexus, who of course are so predominantly known for the most part for their oval racing program, but slowly building the road side of things as well, and seeing more of them in top split competition and these broadcast split competitions as well. They've got the leading entry in LMP2, BS Plus Nexus. Francis McGinn now is 4 seconds clear of Jesse Tekla, just as Tekla brings the grid and go 003 into the pit lane. So McGinn, not just fast on track, good on fuel as well.
Yeah, wondering what kind of magic he's worked on for his car. I'm astounded. I really am.
McGinn's going to share the entry with Will Murdoch, so that's going to be a very interesting pairing there. Something that we first kind of started talking about in this year's iRacing Roar, which of course was the fastest cast there was the prototypes, the LMP3s, and so it was the first that we saw from BS Competition in their Gran Turismo squad crossing over, and Thomas Laboudelet very, very quick at Daytona when it came to the action. Will Murdoch, Olympics Esports vice champion, technically I think is what they call him, second place finisher in the inaugural running of the Olympics Esports sim racing competition. So he brings that pedigree from Gran Turismo as well. He's paired up with Francis McGinn. That's going to be a lineup to watch for sure. And surely they're into pit lane this time by? Answer is yes. After a sterling 34 laps from Francis McGinn, LMP2 leader trundles down to pit lane.
Yeah, as right now only one LMP2 car remains. He has to come to the pit lane, which is Fiercely Forward, the silver car driven by Byron Pierce. Other than that, everybody's doing their pit stops as it stands over here, Arjuna. I want to see the gap between Francis and Jesse coming out of the pit lane. I think it should remain close.
We'll see how close it is, because I wonder if, you know, there's the question that we're talking about, because they do fuel and tires at the same time, remember, in all classes of competition, so everyone's taking tires every single pit stop. I wonder if there is that battle and balance on the final lap between you're low on fuel, but you've got worn tires in an LMP2 car with no traction control, where you're always trying to get the power down. McGinn, for a couple of moments, blinks out of existence as I think the crew are putting the finishing touches on the service here. It's about 35.9 seconds that we expect, right on the money. 36 seconds exactly for McGinn as he rolls off and away from pit lane. He's put on social media with the release of the McLaren that he was going to main GT3, decided to switch to LMP2, and it's been a decision that's ran relatively well so far. You can see Grid and Go just coming into shot on the left-hand side, but shorter distance to run out of pit lane. Lead held for Francis McGinn, still waiting for the Fiercely Forward 17 to make it to pit lane. 3.5 seconds the gap.
Yeah. By the way, talking about Fiercely Forward in their 35th lap, is this something that we should bring it up as maybe a point of observation for the latter portions of the race, where I think you and Cameron are going to be covering on, because one lap can make a whole difference. Now, I don't think it's going to make a difference for you to be at the top spot, as they were very many places back, but it could propel Fiercely Forward maybe into a top 5 situation with that extra lap if they go 1 stint extra and they remain relatively competitive towards the other cars.
I think, like you say, it's gonna be a question of waiting to the very end, as now in the pit lane and getting the service done and dusted in the number 17, and a driver change as well. Not many driver changes through the rest of the field, but clearly for Morella, good time to jump in and maybe push. Should see them slot in just around the top 10 or so. Still have a ways to exit the pit lane and release themselves from the limiter after the pit stop service comes to an end, and they work their way back onto the racing service. The entirety then of the LMP2 pit stops are done and dusted. GTP, can't believe I am actually saying this. We are about to get into the first pit stop cycle, and your race lead, 13.5 seconds. Danny Lorenzo has been absolutely flying today.
Yeah, wondering what he has eaten for breakfast to make him that quick around Indianapolis.
Oh, I tell you what, it's a good sign for them as well, because while IMSA Esports last year in 2023 dropped the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, moving to the traditional 4 races in the Michelin Endurance Cup, for 2024, our 4-race IMSA Esports Championship drops Watkins Glen to reintroduce the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to the calendar, and so action going to kick off later on this year. First round of the championship to be held once again for the third year running now at the Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Should be plenty of fun when we finally get the action underway. Swap around for third position, by the way. Oscari Rene, Marla Racing Team, battling with Drago Racing. Might not be done just yet, because Manuel Troncoso has made the move and swap around back and established himself once again in third position. You can see, here comes Enzo Benito as well. He's quietly worked his way up into 5th position. Rene has a lunge, bit of contact, RG Bargy as well. Beckham Jasir sits there for the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car as well. 4 cars involved in this fight now for a podium spot, with pit stops for a couple already underway. Drago Racing, not quite sure what happened to the 169, but trouble for them as we see up towards turn 12, a move being made. Benito deep under the brakes, can't get it stopped in time.
And instead of gaining one position, loses another one for Beckham. Beckham just, you know, just waited. He waited like a good sniper for his opportunity, and basically shot down the opportunity for Enzo to cat that position back. But what happened to Troncoso? We saw that he had a little bit of a wiggle coming out of the S's, and I think lost him a little bit of time, and eventually lost Bonito some time as well, and therefore he had to commit into the corner, but eventually couldn't find a way to get around properly and made the position stick.
The other Drago Racing car is the one that I was a bit more worried about. Nicolas Matteo seemingly has had a technical issue, dropped from the server, and so Thibaut Prevot's going to take over, albeit I think now a couple of laps down, so suboptimal to say the least. We watch a very relaxed Beckham Jasir, it would seem. He's got something in the mouth, chewing away rather casually. Has not made his bed for us either, so that's take a couple of points away for that one. Yeah, so GTD was wondering what happened to 169. Now we know. We're about to find out what happens in GTP, because Race Clutch, both of their cars are about to have made their pit stops, Lorenzo. 50-odd minutes, the window it would seem, for the fastest prototypes.
Yeah, I think you put right around that margin I told you, right, Arjun? I mean, 45 to 50 minutes, depending on how flat were you in the pedal. If there's one thing I think it changed from the old layout to this layout, it might have been the amount of time that you're probably going to be with your foot flat on the pedal. I think because now you have these slower sections, you're not going to be fully flat on your feet, rather than the old layout. So maybe the pit lengths might have decreased a little bit in total length for everybody.
Here we go, more GTP cars roll their way in. Alexander Spetz, the first car up front, followed in by Timo Rohde, by Marcus Hamilton. Marcus Hamilton, to give him his full and proper title. Joseph Burton Harris, and that's it. Jaden Munoz is going to stay out there, of course. Remember, he started from the pit lane. He is still 40 seconds off the lead. He's doing what he can to try and claw his way back into contention, but a rather slow trundle into the box in many ways. 10 minutes or so away from the top of the hour. We've got GTPs in pit lane.
Wonder if anybody's gonna short fuel their cars, because from what it looks like, the gap is already so big between P1 and P2 that I think for you to be competitive in a field like this, you're probably going to have to do something different. Like I said, fuel strategy might be the key over here. Not even tires, they're changing every single pit stop, like we said before. I think it's just committing to the fuel range and see if it gets you to the end. That might get you some spots up in the grid.
If you're watching on RaceSpotTV or on the iRacing Esports, welcome along. If you're just joining us to the Indy 6 hours, the latest of the iRacing special events. Plenty of real-world racing as well, so glad you can come and join us for what is going to be a rather interesting race. Already has been. Chaos on the opening lap for GTD cars before they even got to the line to officially start the race. It then brewed from there in terms of traffic management, and your race leader in the GTP class, big gap up front as we head off into this pit stop cycle. Owen Carroll in the Clementine Cruiser, BS competition number 7. And follow Diogo Pinto into pit lane. You'd assume this time by. And this is an important number just to keep an eye on. They've gone about 43 minutes, 53 minutes, excuse me. Commentators maths together. Are they going to be able to do these sort of stints throughout the entirety of the race? Here comes your race leader, though. Seems as though 42 laps as far as the fuel tank can take a car.
Yeah, absolutely, but still, it gives already a good range of how many laps you can do around the track like this. I think the last guy might be Owen. I don't know if Owen's coming into the pit lane.
He's not.
But no, Owen's saying one more lap. Interesting, 43 laps might be the biggest delta you might have around the track. And by the way, Arjuna, now you got me curious. You said Clementine. Oh. That's the first time I've seen someone denominate a color. I normally would say orange.
So, okay.
Don't get me wrong, they say Clementine over here as well.
There's a story behind that, and we'll get to it in a second.
Okay.
But just to be clear, that is not the official nickname for that car just yet. If Robbie Stableford is watching somewhere, he's probably yawing at the screen going, no, that's the stapler or something. There's other nicknames to come, but basically, we asked ChatGPT to come up with some nicknames for the orange BS competition car. And one of the best suggestions, because there weren't many good suggestions, but one of the best suggestions that ChatGPT came up with was Clementine Cruiser or Pumpkin Plow. Which one do you prefer?
Okay, now... Right. I like clementines, so I'm gonna pick clementines. Don't get me wrong. The pumpkin plower?
No. Pumpkin. Yeah, you see, that's where it becomes dangerous because that implies that they're gonna go and crash into everybody. No. That's not what we're trying to do here in the broadcast booth. Okay, just to be clear. So that's why Clementine Cruiser, it just works a little bit better. Off and away from pit lane, Diogo Pinto has lost some track position. Let's see where this ends up feeding him out. There he goes. He's alongside an LMP2 car. He's behind Peter Zuber and a full 6 seconds behind Alexander Spett. So you were talking about LMP2s potentially, or rather some cars short filling. I think, Lorenzo, that's exactly what we've seen from a couple of these teams.
Yeah, I'm seeing Zuber short filling, Spett short filling. I think Rico short filled as well his car, 45 seconds in the lane. So yeah, like I said, you have to do something different. I think at this point, how you handle traffic so many times and maybe the gas widen up a little bit, you want to try to be as close as possible and be competitive towards the other people. This is something that you have to pull out of the bag, and maybe early on. So I'm not even surprised some of the guys did it already on this first pit stop.
And I guess for them as well, they're probably back counting from the end of this race and might be in a window where they can afford to start divvying up what would have been a really short pit stop at the end of the race, but make each other pit stop slightly shorter. That final pit stop becomes a bit longer, but just works in the strategy a little bit better. Owen Carroll's going to leave pit lane. Now, where does he emerge? Because he does do the full service. Already his teammate flies down Holman Boulevard. That's not a surprise. Very close, though, between Carroll and Pinto. Is going to be cold tires versus warm tires here. It's the former champion of the Porsche Esports Super Cup carving his way up the inside. And in a Porsche 963, it's quite fitting that Team Redline slide their way forward back to fourth.
Yeah, but definitely Owen is going to try to get this back once the tires go up to temperature in his BMW M8 hybrid. So this should provide a really good battery. Not far behind him. Sorry, M8. I butchered this one, didn't I?
No, don't worry. This one is where it gets confusing, because if you were going to say the BMW M Hybrid V8 every single time. Yeah, so I see what you're doing, Lorenzo. You've shortened it down. BMW M8 Hybrid. I like it.
Yeah, I hope I don't start a trend, though.
No, hey, if Timo from BMW is listening, that's officially what we're calling it on the broadcast for the rest of the day.
Good. I hope I don't get a letter notification from Florian or anybody else from BMW, though.
No, it's okay. Somewhere Timo's trying to send us some merch. He gave us a hat last year. It was BMW sim racing hat. Quite nice. Kamil Gorowski's fighting, though, in this LMP2 class. Parnell Racing, the 177, trying to make the move around the outside at turn 1. Does not work, though, and so 6th position maintained for the Williams Esports Academy car. Now, these drivers already 10 laps on the other side of their pit stop, Lorenzo. They're only 20 minutes away from coming back into pit lane.
Yeah, something like it, which is really good to know and really good to see how the LMP2 strategies are working on. You can see now Parnell losing a little bit of time, but I'm looking forward to see commitment from these guys to try to go as long as they can on the field and things like that. We know that, for example, this WSR car, historically, they know how to strategize their fuel and tire strategies as we go throughout the run. But it's that thing. LMP2s, I think, make this more interesting because it is just one make and everybody's just competitive. They have to be basically consistent throughout the whole stint in one make car.
Oh, and Carroll got tangled up with Alex Gall, so a bit of contact and a bit of time loss for the BS Plus competition number 7. Here comes the move. They're going to be 3 wide with traffic as Carroll scampers his way on through. Now, who's deep, who's brave under the brakes, knowing that the GTP in front might be a bit earlier onto the anchors, trying to regenerate some of its hybrid. Parnell Racing still alongside, but defending from Zero Zambra. Not thinking it's going to work out this time by. Zambra makes the move happen. Out wide, yes, on the run on towards Holman Boulevard, but I think it's going to be more looking in the rearview mirrors for Parnell Racing because here comes Daniel Ferguson as we weave one way, then the other. 90-degree left-hander to come. Ferguson going the long way around.
Yeah. And there's still some contact. Parnell Racing still trying to be, you know, going side by side, a little bit of a dangerous situation, but good to know this 177 car making a really good first impression. I'm just wondering if Parnell Racing is actually named after one of the Olympus Esports former owners or managers, as Charles Parnell was one of the managers there.
Pretty sure Parnell Racing is from the... You may be right, actually. I might be getting confused. I think we saw them in VCO Infinity earlier this year.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm hesitating is because I felt like they had come over from the F1 games at that point, but maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? VCO Infinity feels like a long time ago now. Drago Racing, Ricardo Rico's in the 9. He's got Jere Lehtinen behind him. So there has been a driver swap there. Timo Roorda handing over after the opening 50 minutes. Always interesting to see how these different teams, different driver lineups build their strategy plan over the course of the day. Back up front, by the way, talking of GTPs, the leading gap partially down to the pit stops and the way the strategy is played out, but I think also just down to raw pace. Alexander Spetz is starting to make some inroads on Danny Lorenzo.
He's surprising, but then again, considering how Spetz is a GTP savant, is also not surprising as well. I just think that Lorenzo is not picking up the traffic at the spot as he probably had in his first outing. So it's that thing: long race, traffic gives, traffic gives, and traffic takes. So it's just how you make the best usage of your time on the track and be competitive towards the other guys that are behind you or in front of you. And this time, I think it's going on the way of Williams for now.
Confirmation, sorry, helps if you unmute yourself. Confirmation in the chat that they did indeed come over from the F1 platform, so their owner Liam Parnell, so sometimes my memory does work, so that's good to know. Can tell you that the battle between Enzo Benito and Manuel Troncoso is getting quite close as well, and Benito around the outside. I mean, this is a true Renaissance performance from one of Sim Racing's Renaissance drivers. He's up now 12 positions into a podium spot. Troncoso down to pit lane. We are officially, though, Lorenzo, beyond the top of the hour.
Yeah, and we expected some of these GT3 cars coming in over the hour, right? 1 hour, 1 hour 2, 1 hour and 5. I think I think max I've seen for an endurance race around Indianapolis was 1 hour and 8 minutes. And I think that was without the clutch and coast that we had back in the old days. So it's possible, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing over here. There's one thing I really need to bring it up. We haven't seen it. Is the track conditions. How cold is this track?
Well, it's been getting progressively cooler. There is more cloud cover coming in as well, and 33 degrees Celsius on the track with some strong gusts of wind as well to probably keep an eye on. Those are the conditions the drivers are dealing with as we hit about 1 p.m. virtual standard time. By the time we finish this race off, as mentioned at the start, probably not going to be in true darkness, but hopefully going to get a bit of that sunset just cresting in from within the grandstands. It's a beautiful sight. Hope that we get to see that towards the end of this race. Lead, by the way, 8.5 seconds for GTP, 6/10 last lap alone. Alexander Spetz is truly flying. I see this race off the pit lane, though, as Oskari Rienig in the Mahler Racing Team car being chased down by Lewis Woods in the Team PGZ entry. Anu Troncoso leaving the pit lane as well, as the rest trundle off and away. It was only Team Redline, both Thompson and Benito, Lorenzo, that were able to go one additional lap beyond the rest of the field.
What is Redline cooking? This is kind of like a drawback of sorts when they were back in Spa. I think the Spa 24, when they had the strategy of going a lap extra than everybody else. And this could prove very spicy as the race goes on. But we'll never know how effective it's going to be, as we have a Porsche on Porsche battle. Which we're going to see next week as well, the Porsche Esports Super Cup, right, Arjuna?
Oh yeah, Contender Series kicks off next Saturday. That's a good point. So that's going to be intriguing with some of the new and returning faces that we've got to the series. If you've not been keeping attention, which to be fair, no coverage this year on RaceSpotTV of the qualifying series, so it would have been hard for you to keep your eyes on it. But Josh Rogers leading a Coanda Esports resurgence into the series alongside a couple of his quite renowned teammates. It should be interesting how they get on trying to make their way back into the Super Cup. Here we go, though, because your Redline cars up front are going to emerge out onto track. Already, Josh Thompson is onto Holman Boulevard, neck and neck between Beckham Jasir and Enzo Benito. Enzo Benito short filling, 34 seconds stationary for him to try and get some track position. He holds on to the podium spot. Remember, 12 positions gained from where he qualified. But that car still got some strategy work to do. And I think Beckham Jasir is in a position where he may be given the charge to lead these two while Benito does some fuel saving. Apparently not this lap, though. Swap not happening.
No, I don't think the swap is going to happen anytime soon, though. I think if it does, it will be on the mainstream. But then again, if you're Beckham Jasir, you know that the guy in front of you short fuel. Do you save it for a few laps? Because I would. You're going to still retain a really good gap to the guys in front. Is around 7 seconds that you have to Tristan and Josh eventually. I think there's a good opportunity for you to save fuel a little bit.
I think there's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, right? Because if Benito is fast, then he's, not going to slow you down, then yeah, you're probably better off actually sitting behind and forcing him to burn fuel while you save a bit more, right? You compromise this strategy more. So you're trying to play the equation. Can you figure out the speed of the car in front of you quick enough? That's something just to keep an eye on. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, there's a story here as well, because in a car that's charged its way up through the field, Parker White actually won this Tuesday in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series in the race they had at Phoenix that locked him into the championship 4. So this car is going to be racing for a championship. But the story that I was thinking of, Ciro Zamora in that Alpha Esports LMP2 car, we've seen plenty of action from the young driver from Switzerland. He was actually drafted in the first round of the Prodigy draft by, guess what, Williams Esports and their Prodigy Racing team. So going to be very cool for Ciro, as every time he passes this livery, he's going, don't hit it. That's the last thing I want to do. Make my new team manager rather unhappy with me.
Yeah. Because we've seen situations before of like don't hit your teammate and the violation of code number 1 and 2 of endurance racing happening, right?
Yep, well, exactly.
We've been covering for a long time, so we've seen a lot.
That was a big send from Team Redline, by the way, through the penultimate corner. Beckham just here lost some ground to Enzo Benito as a result. That's just the to and fro of traffic, how it comes and goes. Lead in GTD through the undercut strategy, and maybe with Tristan Iglesias suffering a little bit from the aforementioned damage to the left front that has now been fully repaired from all visual indications. Josh Thompson, who put it on pole for the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa in a Mercedes as well, is leading by 5.4 seconds. Great job so far from the very long neck driver. I had to say it, sorry. Had to.
Yeah, no, but it's fine. I was going to ask, is this the resurgence of Bosch?
Is this the resurgence of the long neck?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Josh. If he's going to listen to this afterwards and message me going, I hate you, iTuner. I hope so. I certainly hope so, because Josh has not enjoyed the best of times in many ways in the Porsche Super Cup, in his attempts to try and qualify for the IndyCar Pro Series as well. It was a struggle there. So, yeah, I think he will be looking at some of these performances as that reassurance mentally. That's a little bit close for comfort with the VRS Kawanda. The second place GTD car as Drago Racing, their Porsche 963, chops the nose off the Porsche 911.
Yeah, I think made Tristan lose a little bit of time in the process as well. I think he lost about 2-3 tenths of a second because of all this.
It's unfortunate. And I think what's unfortunately happened further down through the field, by the way, is a spin for Joseph Burton Harris in the Nexus Esport GTP car. And I wonder if then he has subsequently had contact made by the Nexus Esport LMP2. That's what happened as he was trying to pass some traffic, and that's how Luis Nunez came in and rammed into the left rear. I think Nunez might not have taken too much damage. I think Joseph Burton Harris not going anywhere after that one, though. Yeah.
I wonder how much he's going to have damage for Nunez, because if he was back in the old days of the P20 217, it was widely known across the community that the P217 was a tank on the front and basically brittle on the back. Now, because the new damage model, everything can be brittle of sorts. It just depends how hard you hit it. So that's the curiosity aspect for me, how Nunez is going to get by.
Last lap, he was a couple of seconds slower than the rest of the LMP2 field, but maybe hard to judge from that. Battle between McLaren and the Porsche. It's the Switch It Obsidian team in 14th. We ride with Lasse Uren in the Coffin Dancers entry, dancing a little bit further down through the field than I'm sure they would have liked, but late addition to the build was the McLaren. Didn't make it in time for the initial season build. It did drop relatively soon after that, though. I've got to say, Lorenzo, I love the look of this new McLaren. It just looks so cool. No livery on this one, of course, for a team that might not have expected to make it into top split, but we had the old McLaren for a long time, the fire-breathing McLaren MP4-12C. It's nice to finally put that aside, to retire it, and to welcome the new McLaren, not just to the special event. It will be part later this year of the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship.
Yeah, I love, of course, fire breathing aside, we still have the fire breaths. Not as extravagant as the MP4-12C had, but still there's some fire breath on the back of that McLaren, but it's beautiful. I love this car. I think it is one of my favorite GT3 cars I ever driven across all sims. It just drives nice, in my opinion.
I think I agree with you on that. I jumped in last night for the first laps out ever in the car at this track. Didn't even load any setup. It was just the baseline, and very quickly found myself feeling the balance and whatnot. Now, I'd done plenty of other laps at this track. I was comparing an Acura GTP with an Indy car. Just, you know, the engine for the Acura GTP is derived from a high revving Indy car engine in many ways. So wanted to try and compare them and figure out how they drove differently as well. But yeah, it was very, very comfortable to get up to speed with. And so now joining, of course, the Ford Mustang and the Chevy Corvette as additions in 2024. Exciting additions as well. Clatter over the curbs in the Mahler Racing Team number 10. Beckham Jassir's lost some time to Enzo Benito. There's no fuel saving now in the fight for 4th and 5th position.
No, not at all. He's gonna have to go basically flat out to try to make up that ground if he wants to make an overtake on Beckham Jassir. But we know Oscary, the Finn guy that he is, cold, calculated, gonna try to employ some of his rally strategies, try to make an overtake if he ever finds the opportunity. But wondering to see how he's gonna negotiate with the BMW with the big M4 compared to the AMG GT3 Evo.
It's not as big as the M8 hybrid, sorry.
No. M8, yeah, no.
Now we need to get some photoshopped memes of the M hybrid V8 made to be even bigger. Just like we had with the M8 for so many years. I can already I can already hear Lorenzo asking ChatGPT to generate him some memes with the M8 hybrid V8.
Would you believe that would be the first time I would ever use ChatGPT?
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Well, me using it as like me as the user on my computer, because I've used it before, but not as a regular user.
I was going to say, have you been with me when we start asking the ChatGPT to do our jobs as broadcasters? But it's typically not very good at that, unfortunately. At least yet.
I have been. Yes, I've been. Like, haven't you drafted like an intro or something like that, or a music with ChatGPT for races like this?
I haven't. I don't think I've ever got it to draft an intro. What I've got is what we have done. That you sparked my memory. What we've done is we've asked it to write our outro during the broadcast, and then read the outro during the race to show everyone how bad the outro that it wrote for us was. But no, I don't think we've ever.
A poem.
We did a haiku. Yeah, we got it to give us a racing haiku. I remember that one too. Yeah, you know, the power of AI. It's not quite ready to replace Lorenzo and I, but when it's there, there will be some people that I'm sure will be very happy, and I don't blame you. I'd hate to be sat there and listen to myself and Lorenzo yammer on constantly. So, tell you what, Lorenzo, it's probably around that time. Should we do a fan immersion, and should we do it with one of the new GTD cars?
I agree wholeheartedly with you. Let's go.
Which one? Now, we've got some time today, right? So, are you okay with me suggesting that let's go to the one Chevy Corvette that made the top split, a team that wasn't even ready for top split? Should we go ride with Orbit Drop Bear Venus?
Let's go. Give them some love.
RaceSpot fan immersion. Let's step aside in the broadcast booth. Let's let you drink in the sights and sounds of a Chevy Corvette here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 4 hours and 45 minutes left to go in the Indy 6 hours. not a bad sound, is it, coming out of the 5.5-liter V8 naturally aspirated engine, putting out anywhere between 500 and 600 horsepower, depending on BOP. Great to ride on board with the Orbit Drop Bear machine. AJ Marston behind the wheel right now. We did see that team competing in the VCO IndyCar Challenge earlier this year. Their official debut technically came in that championship, but great to see them here in Top Split as well. No livery, yes, but we'll get the factory livery instead. Not a bad replacement at the very least. Better than my iRacing default paint scheme. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lorenzo Bonder, and Lorenzo, an hour and 20 minutes done and dusted. LMP2 cars due onto pit lane relatively soon. How do you think the race has gone so far?
Besides the craziness that happened at the very first passing of the cars and the pre-race, can you even call pre-race shenanigans that happened, or the start shenanigans? This has calmed down quite considerably, doesn't it? I think everybody just kind of like found their strides. It sort of became a gap racing of sorts, or like we always say, a high-speed chess game of fuel, gap, and placement of the car. So it's been a very interesting race so far, and I can't wait for what 4 hour 39 minutes reserves for us.
4 hours and 39 minutes, which will only have Lorenzo around for the next 40-odd minutes of. Then Cam Roger, the Gluten Dodger, is going to step into the commentary booth. Should be an interesting time with him running our way, hopefully, towards the sunset. But as we mentioned in the first hour of the race, no rain expected today on the forecasts. The special events so far this year, since Daytona, both Sebring and Watkins Glen that have involved these three classes of cars have been impacted by the heavens opening up. Not going to be the case here today, as that's a look to the inside by the MSS Movano Zero crew. Passing LMP2 traffic, long way around for Marcus Hamilton, who's sat down in 9th position. Does not want to try and impact your race leader. That's the BS Plus Nexus car. Francis McGinn doing a very, very impressive job right now, and I was just having a chat with Hamilton Akabuizi, who was meant to be in the number 32 Nexus Esports car alongside Joseph Burton Harris. Of course, they got involved in some contact just a couple of minutes ago. Lorenzo, they're saying that they've got a really firm and strong grasp and understanding of the setup for today's P2. They were really good in qualifying, 1 and 2, of course, with Luis Nunez in the second Nexus Esports car. So we were saying this earlier, but a team traditionally known a bit more for, the oval side of competition. It's great to see them spreading their wings a little bit more and really performing in road course racing.
Absolutely, it's good to watch, and especially with a guy that I've seen, Francis, being very fast in LMP2s. He races kind of like he used to race regularly, I think, these cars back in when I was more active in iRacing as a racer. Then having also Hamilton, which has that IndyCar, pedigree, and a car that drives kind of like similarly of sorts to the IndyCar, to the IR18 of sorts, in terms of braking, car handling of sorts. It's good to have that pedigree background, working on setups in tandem, and having them and if they know they have the proper understanding of the car, is just a plus for them. Really good to see they're now out in front, 2 seconds in front of everybody else.
See a certain question being thrown into iRacing Esports Network chat. Is Max in the split? Unfortunately, Max is not in the split today. He might be cheering on from afar, but they just finished qualifying for the Grand Prix. I think this is a relatively short race as well. It's not like a 24-hour race where Max can jump in during some of the later hours, either during the night or morning, that he would potentially be able to jump in for. But yeah, definitely something that we would have loved to see, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if he's still, I think he's still forbidden by Red Bull, though, after the Hungaroring incident, though. Technicalities.
Yeah, I think if Max, as much as there was a certain side of the media trying to drive a narrative as Altitude Esports returned to track and unfortunately immediately gets spun around. Dennis Grabowski, let's not forget that car was involved in contact very early on in the race before the green had even flown, and then into the wall. That's Thibaut Prevost, I'm pretty sure, in the second of the Drago Racing cars, the one that's already had technical issues and being dropped off the leading lap. More troubles now for them, just continuing on with everything else. And Altitude Esports not all right in their McLaren. Around the rear end goes.
Altitude's just not having the best day overall, haven't they? And that's an understatement. I think that's the understatement of this race. Issues at the start, issues now. Maybe the McLaren is not fully fixed. I know the in iRacing mechanical upgrades of, you know, repairing the cars usually put them up to 100% functionality, but not all parts can be fixed depending on circumstances. I think it might have been the case over here, fortunately for Altitude.
Absolutely. Going back, by the way, to your point on Max, as we see LMP2s into pit lane, that's going to be probably a driver change, I'd assume, for Kamil Grabowski, off and away from the box for him. But going back to Max, as much as people tried to drive a narrative about how him staying up late to drive in the 24-hour of Spa on iRacing was a contributor to how the weekend went, I think people sometimes forget that Max has always liked a little bit of a late-night gaming session, whether it's FIFA or iRacing. I don't think it necessarily matters which one it is. He won the virtual race, let's not forget, so it's not like things went badly, and he did a great job. And even, let's not forget, didn't he extend his stint because one of the other drivers, I think, had some technical issues, so he made a 2-hour stint, a 3-hour stint, or something like that? Anyway.
Yeah. But then again, is that Alpha that I had a little bit of a moment going to the S's? I think
Nexus.
that it is Nexus. Their livery is quite similar, so I get confused from time to time.
They're two black liveries, so don't blame me. You just have to try and spot the number, and you've only got a couple of seconds to try. 50% chance. So Luis Nunes had just left pit lane as well, so the rest of his class thinking about rolling in. It's Jesse Tekela first in the 003, so he's come in from a second position, although up front, Francis McGinn's going to probably go long. Aaron Vasquez is only 2.7 seconds off the lead. He started down in 9th position. What a drive so far. And in that 199, he's sharing driving responsibilities in a 3-driver lineup. So not sure we're going to see too much more of Aaron Vasquez outside of a triple stint, 2 hours for him. Marcus Solholm, Danny Shivy-Shabo, the other 2 drivers, he's got some pretty good teammates to try and push this car forward as well. Good
prototype specialist in the car as well, so the pace is going to be relatively one of the same, but that makes kind of like sense for Aaron. He has bigger things to worry about today.
Yes, FIA Formula 4 Esports Championship and the Apex Racing team do have a considerable number of drivers entered into the championship as well, so that's going to be one. The name that most caught my eye, trying to phrase it correctly, was Alex Dunn. Great to see, you know, a driver competing in the real-world FIA Formula ladder, jumping over into the virtual side of things. Gordy Much, Hugh Barter, 2 more real-world drivers joining into the mix as well, alongside Vasquez, Alejandro Sanchez, and Luke McEwen. So 6 representatives for the Apex Racing team. Think we'll see a couple of the Stormforce Gaming liveries as well. Very much looking forward to keeping my eye on that coverage, which again, just a reminder, checkered flag for this race around 2:40 Eastern. We go off air. The FIA Formula 4 Esports Championship goes live, and they've got 2 races today as well. Mugello and Okayama, the battle for $25,000, kicks off later today, so should be a lot of fun. Meanwhile, GTPs, we're watching right now the fight for third as Peter Zuba's got Pinto, Hoffman, and even Ricardo Rico starting to close. But your race lead, Lorenzo, it's closing. It's 5 seconds now between Danny Lorenzo and Alexander Spetz.
Yeah, it's cooking. Something is brewing in the lights of Spet's home place. We know that he's fast. Give him the opportunity, give him the opening. He's gonna try to take it, and I'm very impressed with this stint from Spetz. I just wonder if traffic could be the detrimental factor for Lorenzo's lack of pace on this split, or just Spatz going full flat out and basically just doing the groundwork for his Williams team to get that gap against the BS competition car.
Remember, Spets did slightly short fuel, but I don't think that necessarily attributes him to cutting the gap in half as race off of pit lane. Ciro Zambra hands the Alpha Esports car over to Jack Badger. Daniel Ferguson has stayed in. So I do think we're probably seeing the difference between 2 driver lineups and 3 driver lineups, where 3 driver lineups, they do triple stints as much as they can and just do 2 hours per driver and get it sorted that way. Danny Chivisciabo is taking over, though, from Aaron Vasquez, so maybe they're just getting him out a bit early so that he can go and focus on some of his other responsibilities. Are we going to see Will Murdoch in to replace Francis McGinn, though? I think that's the question I've got for your race leaders in the 14, because then we'll get to see a bit of a pace comparison. McGinn's coming into pit lane. We're about to find out. So enters the box, slides his way in at pit lane speed, and it's a rather slow trundle down. That's passing a couple of the other cars that have been involved in drama so far today. Officially now another half hour burned off the clock. We are 90 minutes away from the halfway mark of this Indy 6 hours. McGinn hits the marks up on the jacks while fuel's being thrown in as well. McGinn out. And Will Murdoch is indeed going to jump on in.
Might be, I think, the first time I've seen Murdoch on top split racing. Well, I do commentary, of course.
Now, he did post on social media some of the lap times that he's been doing this week, and he was actually about 2/10 faster than Francis McGinn, who was in turn about half a tenth faster than Aaron Vasquez. Now that's fastest average race lap, so Murdoch's going to come in here with confidence. Danny Chivisciabo is right behind Vasquez, though, so we are seeing some of the very fastest drivers in this car out there in competition right now. 35.8 seconds stationary, fiercely forward, also into pit lane. Where's the Apex Racing Team car, though? Where's the 199? Is the 14? Blends back into the track. There comes the blue and black, the Corby Racing Crew, led now by Chivisciabo. Antiohola has taken over in the 03 from Jesse Tekla, the 003 that is for Grid and Go. 3 cars up front, now separated by 3 seconds.
The gap is basically non-existent, so that's really good. Now, what would you say he has the biggest pressure right now to perform? Murdoch, Chivisciabo, or Ahola?
Depends on what type of pressure you're thinking about, right? Because I think if you're Will Murdoch, there's less pressure because you weren't sure if you were going to make it to top split, and now you're leading, you're in a great position. So there's the pressure of leading, yes, but there's also the release of pressure from, you know, being in a position that maybe you didn't think you'd be in. For Chivisciabo, I think there's pressure because you'd expect in many ways, right, as the more experienced iRacing LMP2 and prototype driver, to be maybe pushing the pace. For Antiohola, let's be real, you and I, Lorenzo, we've commentated on him usually in a Porsche GT3 car in the last couple of years rather than the prototype. So from that perspective, he's in a new class, maybe less pressure for him from that perspective, right? So I think, you know, each of the drivers can probably look at this next double stint that they've each got in slightly different ways.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting for me to see Antti doing LMP2s. I think if I had a bingo card now, it's kind of like I see the motto of my life nowadays is bingo cards.
Is that how you know you're getting old?
Yeah, I was right. Don't get me wrong, I'm older than you by 3 years, which is not much.
I'm only 3 years away from bingo is what I've just learned.
Yeah, basically, you know, I would say bingos is timeless. You can start as, I think, once you're 30, you can start your bingo cards, basically. I would say that Antti going to LMP2 is not on my bingo cards. I would say maybe Grid and Go GT3s, but then again, the GT3 lineup for the Grid and Go is so stacked nowadays that makes sense for him to go try something else.
Yeah, I guess they've got strength in numbers across classes as well. So he's got the chance to try out new cars and classes, right? So you look at Sim RC where Hola used to be, but we saw Kieran Harrison and Karin Tengunes so dominant in touring cars for quite a while, but then break that sort of norm and seen some GT3, some LMP2 from them in the last handful of years. So yeah, as drivers, the sign of a of a great driver, in my opinion, in many ways, is the adaptability, that ability to jump into a new car, a new track, and just be quick. And as we see, a couple of cars down to pit lane, a spinning Jarno Koch in the, well, speak of the devil, grid and go GT3 machine. That doesn't seem to have worked well with the World Sim Racing entry.
Yeah, next.
Never mind.
The mound.
Yeah, that World Sim Racing car was off the pit lane by itself.
Yep, grid and spin, unfortunately.
You've been sitting on that one for a while, haven't you?
I have been.
Oh, grid and spin. You're definitely not getting any grid and go merch, at least this year for Christmas.
No, I'm gonna tell you, my subscription might actually be canceled after this.
They're gonna go in and actively find Lorenzo, ban him from access to all grid and go setups in the future. Dominic Hoffman, let's jump on board in the Porsche 963. Now, no matter what GTP he's in, we know Hoffman can be fast, but he sprung to prominence last year in the BMW. The fact that both Redline and Hoffman are in the Porsche says a lot, Lorenzo, right? The fact that the Acura is no longer the dominant car in 2024, which it was in some of our special events. It's so different, though, to going back a year ago. All four of the manufacturers do seem to have relative strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, that's really good to know, to see. Normally, I would expect the Acura to still overperform over the Season 4, but then again, seeing the Porsche, you can say the renaissance of the BMW. Thank God, because I drive the BMW in GTPs, and normally it was the weakest link on high-speed tracks of sorts. Now seeing everybody still strong, there is a even distribution. The one track can beat the Cadillac, another track can beat the BMW. The Acura can overperform one track. The Porsche now can overperform. Normally could be the strongest car in Indianapolis. So seeing this good distribution among Season 4, and I hope it goes onwards, for me it's a plus. And Hoffman is really good driver in any car that he's given it.
And of course, it comes off this weekend and next weekend's race as well. Comes off the back of the news that there's another manufacturer coming to join the IMSA party in the GTP classes. Hyundai, technically Genesis, are going to be entering IMSA with what will be an LMDH car, but running in IMSA under the Genesis branding. So going to be very, very cool to add yet another manufacturer. Already have seen Lamborghini join the fun this year as well. Spinaroonie for the 23, that's Daniel Ferguson. That's gone around. Team manager, I've mentioned on a couple of occasions. They say lead by example. Don't think that's the example you want to lead by, sorry.
Yep, not at all.
I'm not quite sure if he came in like a wrecking ball and maybe from a little bit too far back, but you usually put the onus on the faster car to make the move responsibly. Speaking of, can Sam Ward make the move on Drago Racing and Manuel Troncoso in front? The sole surviving Drago Racing BMW M4 GT3 car as well in this GTD class. Have lost some time in really a GT class that is very much now trending the way of Redline and their Mercedes, because Enzo Benito's 1.2 seconds off the back of second place Tristan Iglesias. It might be a Redline 1 and 2 by the next time we make our way into pit lane.
Yeah, which is insane how the power has shifted towards a red line. Normally, but then again, it's good to see this old school battle of sorts, Coenda versus Redline once again, doesn't it? It sounds good for the viewers of sorts. But yeah, what the stint that Josh is doing though, it's, I would say, one of the best stints, if not, I would say the best stint alongside Spets in this race so far.
Yeah, the problem is Enzo Benito's stints has maybe been the most spectacular of all the stints. So I agree with you. 4.8 seconds is the gap for the lead. So, you know, Alexander Spets is starting to close up front as well. I mean, this is definitely a race that's brewing. It's not stagnating by any means. It's only in LMP2 where really we've got a dearth of action right now in what has been a bit of the action class to open up this race. Hoffman to the inside. Can he make the move on Pinto? No, backs out of that one. Very, very telling.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting for the right opportunity, and we know Hoffman. I know him, Hoffman personally. He's a fast driver, but he's also very patient. He's going to try to find that opening. He's going to probably work the field a little bit. We know we've talked before about the clutch and coast. This is still a thing that goes around the GTP cars, so it could work for his benefit in comparison to the red line GTP. So it's in their pace is still really good in comparison to Peter Zuba, so they're catching him bit by bit. So they're probably going to have a three-way fight in about, I would say, 2 to 3 laps, and they still have fuel, while Peter is right on the verge of going to the pit stop.
By the way, Grid and Go did respond in our RaceSpotTV YouTube chat. Lorenzo, you're in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Your account's getting cancelled.
Nah, okay. I'm sorry. I'll bump it up to premium. Wait, I'm already premium.
Just to be clear, it's not actually being cancelled. Don't worry too much. Parnell Racing, big send up the inside. They do get it wound down in time. Team Shazmat lose the 9th spot in this class, but they aren't that far off the lead still, all things considered, are they? They are, again, right on the edge of the top 10 and only 30 seconds off the leader, which I know we've had an hour and 20 minutes complete, but knowing that anything can still happen up front, that could be very, very intriguing how the remainder of this race plays out with, again, a smaller prototype field, larger GT field, a bit more reminiscent of real-world racing. Pit lane, by the way, abound with activity for the GTPs. Alexander Spets, Williams Esports Fuel Blast, trundling down towards their box.
39 laps for Spets. I'm gonna mark this number down. Yeah, short fill. That's why I'm marking. That's why I'm marking with an asterisk, because I think he's the one that probably went the least amount of laps. I see Zuba, Ricardo, Rico coming in, but then Zuba did 41 laps, Ricardo did 38. Then again, it's that commitment of, you know, trying to be as competitive towards the other guys. I don't know if they should go for another short stint field, short field stint going on.
Let's see. So again, a 50-second pit stop would be a regular full service. Anything shorter than that, you can see he's already dropped off the air jacks and all 4 Michelin tires have been replaced. It's now just energy being added to that car. Drama, by the way. Drama. Viras Coando just lost second in the GTD class. Oh, Benito, he's lost second as well because it's a Williams Esports Racing Prodigy team that have slid on through. Beckham just here to second, Mahler racing to third, and we were so focused on GTP pit stops. Look at the drama down to turn 7, end of Holman Boulevard, and 2 classic teams, 2 classic rivalries, or rather 1 classic rivalry being reignited here today. Well. The sparkling conversation are gonna reignite on some Discord and things like that. Has the rivalry been reignited once more? Enzo Benito. Ooh. Love you, Enzo. I think that's a bit late.
That's late. That's way too late.
Tries to take advantage of the traffic, but I tell you what, you know how often we talk about sim racing lands and how you would probably be less aggressive if you had a land because you have to go and talk to your competitor afterwards. You know who Tristan's teammate is, right?
Is it Pashala's this race?
No, but that would have been funny. No, it's Einchen Guven.
Oh yeah, it's Guven. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love Einchen.
The conversation is going to be quite lively.
Yeah, the conversation would be quite lively if you had done that. Oh, now, okay. The Benito's car looks all right? There's no damage that you're seeing.
No. I think there was a very tiny contact that would have been just like, if there is any damage, it probably would be cosmetical.
Tristan should maybe have opened the corner up a bit more when he saw the dive coming, but I'm not saying that it's not his fault. I just want to be clear. I'm just saying maybe he could have avoided the incident. I'm not blaming him one bit. Tristan, when he watched this back, you could really not do much more. I'm just trying to come up with a counterpoint. Yeah, I think the Coanda cars got away without any damage either, except just maybe damage and frustration to whatever strategy they had been working on.
Yeah, which is insane how probably Cohen's strategy will be right now to try to make up the ground that they lost.
Put it on pole. Josh Thompson drove a pretty good stint in the initial hour of the race. Yes, there was contact that pushed Coanda wide, but Redline then started to build their speed up. Enzo Benito's got some work to do to try and make it a 1 and 2 once again. But he's right on the tail of the Marla Racing team and the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy crew. Meanwhile, GTP, let's go back over there. Alexander Spets, after coming out of pit lane, relatively clean air for him, so he's got the hammer down. 1:14.606 last time by, fastest car on track. And as Diogo Pinto flashes the lights and tries to get some traffic out of the way, they're staying on track. So still waiting for Lorenzo, Pinto, Hoffman, Carroll, Munoz, 5 cars up front, yet to come down pit lane.
Yeah, I would expect them for to go all the long distance, 41, 42, maybe 43 laps. That's the biggest we've seen for these GTP cars, depending how aggressive they are on the fuel strategy. So I think there's some pressure for Spets to perform on these out laps. But look at the craziness to go around over here, man.
And there was some fuel saving into turn 7, that's for sure. But I'm not sure if that's been the main focus for Dominic Hoffman. We saw some cars go as long as, what, 44-odd laps in the first stint of the race. Are we going to see any of these drivers decide, you know what, let's get out of this traffic, let's bail. Let's try and do something different. Yes, Dominic Hoffman read my mind, or maybe I read his. Diogo Pinto stays out there. Hoffman Drago Racing number 6, though, had to try and find a way to build some track position. I would not be surprised if this ends up being a slightly shorter stop.
Yeah, same. I think this is going to be a short stop. I don't... Who's driving with Dom today on that car? That is going to be the talking point, though, because I will completely see Dom handing out the car to someone else. And then maybe Diogo is going to hand the car off as well to Gustavo Ariel. So we're going to see how they're going to perform if that's the case.
Dominic is paired with Vlad Kimichev, Ricardo Rico paired with Timo Roda. So that's how the two lineups for Drago Racing and GTP go. And again, remember that they are split. Hoffman in the Porsche and Ricardo Rico in the BMW M Hybrid. Now, does not seem as though Hoffman's getting out here, and so maybe the strategy here is triple stint for Hoffman to open the race, triple stint for Kimichev in the middle, and then put Hoffman back in for the final 2 hours and another triple to the very end. Danny Lorenzo's also hit pit lane. So I think we're about to see if the race leader stays in or if Phil Dinez is going to jump in for the very first time into the BMW.
Yeah. But we gotta give him props regardless for the stint that Lorenzo has did. First 2 stints, amazing work, and keeping everybody at bay. Yeah, he hands off the car.
And so
his teammates, so Fidesz, here we go.
California's own, although I'm not sure if he's out in Italy or back home in Monterey. Dinez, it might be close with Alexander Spets on pit lane. Spets did have a slightly shorter stop, 44.9 seconds stationary. Diogo Pinto's coming in as well, so we'll see if he hands over. If the Brazilian Gustavo Ariel's going to take over as up onto the jacks, Michelin tires and fuel going into the car and onto the car. No new driver though, Pinto stays in, and so a triple stint it would seem incoming in that number 20. So Dinez already stationary for longer than 45, so Alexander Spets surely is going to take over what will be the net race lead. There you can see in front of shot, we also see Benito make the move on Oskari Rene and slide, or try to slide his way forward. Does not work though. Confirmation, Alexander Spets 2.5 seconds clear of Phil Dinez. So a swap around for the race lead, and Dinez almost loses it. Cold tires and a wiggle at the back end, and now some more time being lost in the BMW number 89.
Drama, that's how we like it. By the way, there was discussions between already Redline and Coenda to give the position back, but it's not between that 71 car. They want Josh Thompson to slow down.
I'm on board with that one as well. I mean, look at that fast hand reaction from Phil Denez. I mean, I said that he's more familiar with the GT3 and GTD cars, but he's very capable in the prototypes as well. There's no ifs or buts about that one. Now, Benito's going to have another look up to turn 12. Backs out of it. And I'm thinking 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. They're not far away from making their way back down to pit lane as well. So a car that went rather short in terms of pit stop time. Benito was around 7 seconds shorter than the rest of the field. Benito's probably due for a pit stop sooner rather than later here. Is he going to pull out of line and make the move down to turn number 1 with some traffic making its way past as well? I think that BMW's got just enough speed in a straight line. Holds on once more.
Yeah, I think what helped them is the fact that you have a LMP2 car right in front and grabbed some tilt out of it, especially coming into the corner. And that's why he survived for one more lap.
Bounce their way over the curb as Williams Esports Academy, the LMP2 car being driven by Kamil Grabowski, makes the move. Might have opened up a gap a little bit more to Beckham Jasir sitting in second. It's 14 seconds between your race leader and these drivers squabbling over right now the final 2 spots on the podium. Might need that order to come down for Team Redline to let Josh, or tell Josh Thompson to slow down and to give a position back to Kawanda that would end up seeing a battle for the lead emerge. But right now, very, very comfortable up front. And Josh Thompson, let's not forget, we mentioned this slightly earlier in terms of the lineup, paired with Sam Kuijten and Florian Lebigra. So once this stint comes to an end for Josh, that's probably his day done and dusted.
Yeah, he's going to enjoy just another nice day at the Isle of Man. I think he's still staying in the Isle of Man, though.
Yes, no, I think the long-necked driver will probably be sitting and waiting to see if it would be a victory or if there's going to be some more chaos erupting. So Owen Carroll brings in this number 7, the orange BS Plus competition car after going 43 laps. So clearly they are trying in terms of some sort of fuel strategy to do something different from the rest of the field. But they are the only ones. Everyone else at this point has been out on track for a couple of laps at the very least. Alexander Spets is going to re-inherit or inherit the overall lead of this race. And now a good, after Phil Denez made that small error on the cold tires, a good 5 seconds clear for the Williams Esports Chill Blast crew. This is going to be a very important stint of the race because for Alexander Spets, clean air up front, they're committed at this point to the slightly shorter stints on strategy. This is going to be his last chance to make an impact. They've still got to get Matt Farrow and Ate Kauppinen into the car to fulfill their fair share as well.
Yeah, and but Spets has already put the work for the team, which is really good to know. You know, he basically put the pressure on Denez. We see Denez falter a little bit, lost about 1.5 seconds on that mistake coming out on the outlap. But for me, what is interesting as well, I know the gap is very big, and is this team, this BS team that has been driven right now by Nicholas Bö, I think Owen again has done 44 laps on his stint. That's 2 stints of 44 laps. I would take note of that. I don't think this is going to be enough for him to go to the lead, but I would say I would watch that top 3 battle if they pull out every single stint and they are still competitive against Redline, Race Clutch, and other teams. It could make a difference.
Yeah, because remember, again, if it's the top 2 now really fighting for the lead because they are split by 5 seconds and then 25 seconds back to third, it could very much just come down to staying out of trouble. And yeah, like you say, just continue to go long. They're the only team committed to it in the 12 car strong GTP field. And the Williams Gaming Club, Josh Ladd now behind the wheel, doing the best that they can to try and salvage something from this race after starting in pit lane, make their way around the Veras Kawanda car. Veras Kawanda's number 8 now down in 5th position after a second bit of contact with various cars today, this time with the Redline GTD at turn 7. What are they going to be able to do? Ian Changuvin likely to jump in next time by, and pit stops for GTD. The window opens in around the next 5 minutes at the top of the hour. So Nicholas Boyd's come out in front of Ross Woodford and Josh Ladd. Meanwhile, some 3 wide in the midst of some LMP2 fighting. It's Parnell Racing and Nexus Esports wheel to wheel through the chicane. And it's Luis Nunez that just about holds on as Ruben Paulino putting the pressure on.
And a little bit of an aggressive move from Nunez on that fast chicane, right? So to seal the position, but that's how you got to do it sometimes. You just cannot give any room for the opposition to try to get that position back.
And these drivers, they've been having a fun fight, trying to just figure out, are they still only around 30, 40 seconds off the lead? Yeah, seems to be. So yeah, that's not too bad. Orbit Drop Bear have been dropped into the grass. Oh, Race Clutch take the avoiding action. Now, what's their contact? Look on board tells us more. I mean, there looks like a couple of bits of contact. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy there in the mix as well. Traffic's trying to work its way through. And just an unfortunate situation there for AJ Marston.
Yeah, poor AJ getting bullied on his first top split action. I know Jack Styles is going to be happy with the fact that their car is right in it. Can you say they might not be the winners of this race, but they're going to be the winners in everybody's hearts?
Definitely in Peter Mackay's heart, because you know how much he loves a Chevy Corvette. Is Enzo Benito into pit lane. Ole Steinbraten going to take responsibility for the car. So we knew they were going to be in a bit early after a slightly short stop for them last time by to gain a bunch of track position. Are they going to have to pay the price of a bit more fuel saving, given that they have come in before the top of the hour? 4 hours still left to go, though. No one else in this GTD class coming in on this lap. It's just Redline that have committed to this much of an aggressive undercut on the rest of the field. That is still, by the way, Enzo Benito, not Ole Steinbraten in the picture. Don't worry. 42 seconds, though, the stop. It's full service, so packing in as much fuel as they can this time.
Makes sense. You really don't want to commit for short fueling multiple times, especially given the fact that you are pitting before the hour goes. I would say that would be a risk. You can go once, but I would say doing that twice would be a big risk for your whole sequence of the race.
Oh. 003, grid and goes Ferrari. Not the first time that Jan Cox's gone around. And is that the race leader?
Yeah, that's the LMP2 race leader. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Will Murdoch in the BS Plus Nexus car coming to blows with some traffic. The gap is still around 4.8 seconds, though, so still looking relatively comfortable right now in that number 14. Check back in with him as he flies out through turn number 1. Now, Lorenzo, we're about 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from you leaving us, but these opening 2 hours of the race, they've flown on past, haven't they?
They have, and I love covering this race. It's providing us everything: strategies, drama, some good laughs, good emotions. Really looking forward to see what the next 4 hours remain. But now I have to focus because I have to drive soon.
Oh, you're driving?
Yeah, I am driving LMP2 really soon.
Okay, how's your team doing? Are you aware?
Right now we are 6th in LMP2 in my split. I don't know which split it is. Might be mid-split because we're 3K, 3.9K, but I'll take it. We're having fun.
Okay. So, how confident are you feeling right now? What's your level of confidence in traffic?
-0.
There you go. Anyway, Beckham Jasir into pit lane, followed in by Manuel Troncoso. So going to see Alessandro Bico jump into that Williams Esports Racing Prodigy machine. How many stints are you doing, Lorenzo? How long is the stint that you're in for?
40-minute stints for the LMP2, roughly. So I'm probably going to be doing a stint now, maybe a stint towards the end of the race.
So you're not double stinting?
I don't think I am. I might actually cancel an appointment that I have. It's optional that I have to go to the appointment, so I might pull the double stint now.
This is the flexibility that sim racing is all about, isn't it? And trying to make sure that you are able to get everyone's schedule accommodated to. Move being made. Antiohola, interesting. Danny Chivisciabo has lost some time. He's now 6 seconds off the back of your race leader. And so as Ahola grabs second, Danny Chivisciabo drops to third. And we're about to complete 2 hours in this race. One last word from Lorenzo before we let him go. Prediction. Who wins this race?
GTP, I predict Redline. No, not Redline. I predict Williams winning. P217, I'd say Apex will pull something out of the bag. GTD, I would say this is between BS Competition and Redline number 70.
That's not an answer.
Okay, then I would say Team Redline number 70.
There you go. He's given his predictions. We'll find out in 4 hours' time if they're correct. Thanks to Lorenzo Bonda for joining us here to open up the Indy 6 hours, the first time it's been part of the iRacing special events. And now we bring in Cam Roger, the Gluten Dodger. Cam, how are you doing? 4 hours left to go. It's still poised on a relatively interesting playing field, this race, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. There's still plenty to play for, which is what we love. And yeah, of course, only a couple of hours into the race, and I'm sure plenty of more things will happen, but it's always good to see when the racing is still close at this point, as we now come, of course, to second place in your well, just look at the second place in your GT, in your LMP2 country, I should say. 6 seconds there for them, and of course a close battle for that second place. It's getting pretty tense, and of course BS have been leading for a little while now, but I wouldn't be surprised if that comes down in a bit of a three-way fight later in the race.
That's what we're hoping for. Redline, by the way, have just dived onto the pit lane, so in GTD, cycles officially coming to an end. But Cam, you know, one thing that we kind of talked about a bit at the start of the race, it's an interesting track for multi-class racing, isn't it? Given the track was kind of designed for Formula One initially, you had the last sector kind of revamped, opening sector, you cut a bit of it off as well. We haven't seen as much traffic chaos as maybe we would have expected, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, this track has changed 15 times over the years in many different ways. Of course, as you say, it was made for F1 initially. Then it was, of course, changed for MotoGP. They went in the reverse direction as well to what we're doing now. And then, of course, we had the sort of the update to that in 2014, I believe it was, where we then cut through onto the back straight like we have nowadays at Turn 4. So definitely some big changes over the years. But I actually still like coming back to this one. I know it's potentially not the fan favorite track out there compared to the likes of Spa, Nürburgring, etc. But I actually really kind of like this track, and it has an odd flow to it that you wouldn't necessarily expect, but it's pretty tricky as well. It's got some big curbs here, and of course this fast, awkward flowing section towards the back end of Sector 2 as well. So yeah, definitely a tough one for the drivers.
And you talk about flow. I am so glad we removed the switchback hairpins at the start of the lap, because that ruined the flow for me. The chicane that we have with the high curves, it can be quite dangerous in some ways, but I much prefer it to what we used to have. P217, the P2 cars continuing to fight with the race lead, now 5 seconds or so, with Will Murdoch's car taking advantage of the slip up from the Apex Racing team, the 199, to just re-establish a bit more of a margin up front. Virus Kawanda have just brought their car down onto pit lane, so going to be very interesting to see where they come out in relation to those that have already pitted. Both Redline cars doing a full service. Alessandro Bico has come out 11.8 seconds back from Sam Coitus, net class leading number 70. Ole Steinbraten a further 6 seconds behind, and so with Ayn Guven jumping in to take over the VRS Kawanda car that put it on pole position, hoping and expecting that they'll probably come out not far behind the 71 machine. There is the 8 getting its service.
Yeah, and that's what we can hope. Of course, there is going to be that little bit of a gap for the 70, but this car's got a fast driver in it now, so he's going to be chasing them down, and they need to obviously see how that's going to work with the strategy, especially with the 71 you mentioned. But 5-10 minutes ago now, pitting before the hour, that of course will catch up and come back to to their plate at some point later in the race, where they'll have to do some fuel management or an extra pitch up, something like that will be coming in towards towards their vision. But for now, obviously, they're just focusing on trying to get that track position and trying to work their way in that regard.
So already have seen Steinbraten go past about 7-8 seconds it's going to end up being, and Guven's going to be just in front, fortunately, of Drago Racing, and Carlos Fenolosa would otherwise have been battling on pit exit with a couple of cars that had already made their pit stop, so would have been for position. Cold tires washes out just a little bit and allows Kamil Grabowski's Williams Esports Academy car to make its way on through, and now we'll look in the mirrors, figure out where the traffic's flowing either side, and work their way once more, of course, into the racing rhythm. 5.5 seconds right now, the gap up the front of the field, though. So remember, Alexander Spetz came in slightly early relative to Phil Dinez in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car. Dinez had a bit of a wiggle on his outlap, lost him about probably a second, I would say, or so. The gap holds at 5.8 right now. It's crazy to think that after the opening 50 minutes of the race, the number 89 cab had what was a 14-second lead over the rest of the field. That Williams Esports Tour Blast car is flying right now.
Yeah, that just shows the speed that Williams have since we've had this GTP category come out at the beginning of 2023. They, of course, dominated many, if not all of the special events last year, and they've continued on with their speed with it this year. So they are in good form. Of course, it's been quite a few months now, quite a few races, but they are continuing on. And BS competition, not necessarily always the ones who get the results. They're often quite unlucky, unfortunately, when it comes into lots of these races, more so than the speed that they have, where potentially they could have got better results, but hasn't necessarily come their way. This time around, though, 6 seconds is the gap, and that was the extra pit stop time that they had. In fact, this car actually had the longest pit stop last time around compared to all of the other GTPs. So obviously a bit of strategy involved in that one as well, you would expect in terms of the fuel loads, but still, that's potentially something that they need to look at in the future. They're still in with a shot. That is way too deep there. In towards turn number 1, as we see in the traffic, just have a little bit of a battle that they probably wouldn't have wanted.
I mean, these are the moments, though, that help. This is what Lorenzo was speculating. Maybe the 89 got the rub of traffic in the first stint, and then everyone else got the rub of the traffic in the second stint. And one thing that you said, they've had speed, but they've not always had the luck, and the results have BS competition in this GTP class. You are a golfist, as am I. And there's a very famous saying in golf, right? The more I practice, the luckier I get. I almost wonder, though, in motorsport, it's hard to practice every single racing situation that you're going to be in. I know in golf it's difficult as well, but you think about the chaos that traffic can bring. Maybe at this level where everything is a sprint as well, the margins are so fine that in BS competition we talk about them having luck, speed but not luck. Maybe if they, it's a horrifying thing to suggest to a racing driver, if they drove a little less fast, they'd have more luck. Is that a crazy thing to suggest as Williams Esports pit fit that turned around into the gravel?
Yeah, that was a bit of bronk there, in towards turn 4, and unfortunately that's a long trek back to the racing line as well. That wasn't just a spin and get back and going. Unfortunately, lost a bit of time there. Not ideal. Probably have a bit of damage on the rear right of that machine as well. But you're definitely correct in terms of the traffic management actually being the key factor in these multi-class battles, especially when we have the 3 classes, even more to deal with. And also when you're in the top category, you have your speed is sort of governed by the traffic in many ways and how you manage it, because you can't go flat out all the time. Sometimes there will be a GT on the apex of the corner when you want to be there, so you have to balance. Are you going to dive down the inside? Are you going to wait and get past them after the corner? And it's really getting in a bit of a flow with the GTs. And if you're one of those drivers who's always dive bombing a car, you always seem to find yourself in that situation because you're always, sort of losing yourself time. Whereas if you just follow them, go through them nicely, the gaps just seem to work out, work and open up for you.
And GT3 cars, GTD cars, as they're called, put into the class in this race, they're actually pretty good in terms of, braking performance. They've got ABS as well. They enter the corners at lower speed. So when you talk about traffic management, one thing you've got to sometimes remember as the prototype driver is if you come in like a wrecking ball a day late and $1 short, the GT car might actually have better braking performance than you at the very end of the braking zone. GTPs, of course, also trying to, maybe regenerate some of the energy into the batteries as well. But yeah, that traffic management, there's a lot of things that come and factor into that one. I guess we have said that the new layout of Indy is also quite interesting. It was for such a long time, Cam, that we were racing on the older version of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We only got this new scan at the tail end of 2022, so it's a relatively recent addition to iRacing as well. And so one thing that Lorenzo mentioned right from the start is we haven't really had much endurance multi-class racing at a high level here with these combo of cars. IMSA Esports came here in 2022 with GT3 and touring cars, but outside of any official races that drivers would have done, it's not like a Daytona where drivers have come here for so many years and they know the track basically like the back of their hands. They would have actually had to do some practice for this race.
Yeah, that's is a massive factor as well, because it's just that extra bit of thinking that you got to do as well, because maybe some of the drivers not 100% confident as round the outside in towards the new chicane sequence, and that might be just enough for third place or second place even, but actually in the end it was a Holo going into the pit lane that stopped that battle. But that was a bit of a ascent, a bit of a risk for Apex, and in the end it worked out.
You've got to assume that someone is in the ear there of Danny Chivichabo saying they're going to come down to pit lane. Go for it now. Don't worry too much. Or at least you'd hope so. So Ahola's going to probably stay in the car. He only took over in the last sequence of pit stops, so a double stint incoming. 8.5 seconds the margin in LMP2 though. Will Murdoch, PS Plus Nexus, looking very, very strong right now, and not even halfway through the track of the race itself. I was just reading a comment in chat from the Grid and Go team manager who was saying when you know the track, there really isn't much practice to do, which I'm assuming means that his drivers have had to actually do some practice for this race.
Yeah, at least more so than normal. As always, you got to do a bit of practice to get up to speed with the car and how it's feeling, especially if you haven't been to the track for a good few months, although most of these drivers are very, very active on the iRacing platform. But yeah, for this one, it's a big factor, because it's not about knowing the track itself in terms of the layout like you would on a qualifying lap. It's knowing where the cars, where the traffic are going to be. And even if you're in the GT3s, you've got to know where the GTPs and the LMP2s are coming past you and where's a good place to let them go. Especially this one, the exit of 4 into the 5 and 6 chicane. We're seeing a lot of the prototypes go around the outside effectively, and it's just knowing how far back you can be before you need to back out, or if you can go for it. It's little things like that that will just save you those few tenths over the course of every interaction, and that will add up over 6 hours.
Good and Ghost says apparently they need to write sarcasm down on their chat comments, but I think what we're saying is just that the practice is different, and you're learning less of the nuances than you would have already known. I'll take, for example, if iRacing updates Watkins Glen, have you seen the new curbs at Watkins Glen?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're kind of what's the word? Serrations. Yeah.
Yes. But imagine that iRacing updates Watkins Glen to those curbs. When drivers are going to the track, the main thing that they're going to go and be practicing is, how do I get through the bus stop safely now? Which, to be fair, is the main thing they practice nowadays when they go to the bus stop as well. But the rest of the track's not changed. So anyway, 3 hours 45 minutes to go. Lorenzo's given his predictions. Cam, you've come into this race already kind of knowing what has happened. So I don't want to ask you for a prediction. What I'm going to ask is, are you surprised by anything you're seeing right now?
In the nicest way possible to BS, I was pleasantly surprised when I turned on and I saw them. They were P1 in the top 2 categories at that point, so that was very nice to see. I would love to see BS get both victories there. That would be a really nice one, and that's nothing to do with the very limited edition scarf that Florian Harsper gave me out in Saudi a few weeks ago.
Just had to bring it up, didn't you?
I believe it was 1 of 3 in the world, something like that. Maybe.
I know.
You didn't get one.
No. It's okay. What I am going to have to try and get is the BS competition jerseys. I should get one. Need to try and get one in every single color that we had for the Esports World Cup, because it was what? We had the yellow one for Kaiko, we had the orange one for Robbie, red one for Ibra, and then Ferris was in the regular blue.
I mean, you could have nicked it off their backs, but I don't know if that would have gone down very well, to be honest.
Yeah, those were sweaty shirts as well. I wasn't
also that, yeah, after 4 days of competition.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily up for doing that one. When I stole my Williams Esports shirt, I'm pretty sure Javi washed it before he gave it to me. But who knows? Who knows indeed. LMP2 pit stops, by the way, continuing. Alessandro Romanelli brings the World Sim Racing 223 in. It means we are just waiting for a handful who have, of course, gone long. The Apex Racing team and BS Plus Nexus up front, going to be the two holdouts, effectively, still waiting to come down to the pit lane in the cars.
Yes, definitely. So that's a little bit too deep there. Was that the Drago car as they work their way through this battle in the GTDs that we've been focusing on. The number 8 still holding on. This is what's currently 5th place. I should say the strategy's a little bit all over the place so far, so I'm sure there'll be a little bit higher up once things all work itself out. But there hasn't been much of a run just yet for the Drago GT3, and they seem to be just that car length back for now. So Guven is putting the car in all of the right places at this moment.
Fenelosa in the 269 did take over in the most recent cycle of pit stops alongside Guven, so some driver changes, of course, in the GTD class with the double stint now officially complete. Pops out of line for a second before not actually committing to the move, but one of those mental mind games just being played between the pair of drivers. LMP2, Danny Shivishabo, next in towards the pit lane in the Apex Racing 199. And so now it is just our leader, Will Murdoch, left on track, which means, look at the left side of the screen, technically, rest of the class is 1 lap down.
Yeah, it's funny how you kind of see that. I guess it is a bit of a short track, actually, really, compared to some of the other ones. So we do have the lappings and such with the pit stops. You sort of get used to not always seeing that on some of these longer road courses that we do, because of course some of the longer races that we do are some of the longer tracks on the in the world, such as Nürburgring, Spa, Sebring, Daytona, etc. They're all of the longer road courses, whereas this one, a bit over 4 kilometers, is definitely one of the shorter tracks that there are in the world, let alone on the calendar this season. And I don't think that really comes too much into play, as it does look like the final pit stops are coming in. I don't think really there's too much into play though with what the teams would be thinking to do with their strategies.
Yeah, I think if there were safety cars, the length of the track probably makes a bit more of a difference and an impact, right? But when you're just thinking fuel mileage, size of track does influence things, but to a lesser degree, you'd assume. Will Murdoch is down to pit lane, though. Should stay in the car, only jumps into the number 14 in the previous stint, and so hits his marks, going to get fresh tires. Michelin's put on tank of fuel being loaded in as well. And the Olympics Esports Vice Champion going to roll back out onto track in the lead of this race. And this is a thing that, if you're fast in one platform, the reality is you're probably going to be fast on many others. And so Will Murdoch bringing his Gran Turismo ability over to iRacing. He's now at 8,252 iRatings and proving why he's earned every single one of them so far.
Yeah, the ability of driving a car you'd hope doesn't really change, but of course there's always nuances in every single simulation, so you have to get used to that. But at the end of the day, if you're fast, it's generally because you're braking a bit later and you're taking a bit more speed through the corners. So if you're able to do that, you're able to have that mindset. And also in endurance racing, the consistency as well is quite a big thing. Not being able to give up after just 2 laps and actually continuing that on for a couple of hours. That's always a good trait to have as well. But yeah, generally, if you're fast, you're fast, and it's good to see. Obviously, there's quite a few drivers actually now that work their way over the course of sim racing and esports, and they keep themselves up towards the front. Now, as he re-emerges onto the track, he's got 8 and a bit seconds now to the 199. So that's a fairly comfortable lead. Of course, he'll still be wanting to, get down and get in a bit of a rhythm, but that is a nice margin that he doesn't have to keep on looking in his mirrors at all.
And of course, the Olympics esports, it was recently put into the news that potentially iRacing could be a platform of choice moving forward. So might see Will Murdoch making a play to be crowned Olympics esports champion in the future potentially. Here on iRacing could be a very interesting possibility about formats and everything that could come together there. And as has been mentioned already a couple of times today, when the checkered flag drops at the end of this 2024 Indy 6 hours, latest of our iRacing special events, coverage will end on Twitch basically instantly. And basically right after that, coverage begins of the first races in the 2024 FIA Formula 4 Esports Championship here on iRacing. And so you can join Evan Pasoko and Joey Atterbury for races at Mugello and at Okayama. And this was one thing that I mentioned, Cam, but you know, it's not just the esports drivers that are getting into the mix here. The Apex Racing team, they've got a lineup where, I'm going to pull it up on my Twitter again, so just give me a second to go and find it. But it's Alejandro Sanchez, Aaron Vasquez, and Luke McEwen, who are their quote-unquote sim racing drivers in the championship. And then they've got Alex Dunn, Gordy Much, and Hugh Barter, who have also qualified for the championship as well. So real-world drivers in the mix too.
Yeah, that's I do love it, the crossover that we have, and it's not just I mean, for years, like maybe 5 years ago, it was sort of just Redline maybe that you'd think of that had a couple of the pros come in, but now there's so many teams that have got those real life drivers involved, and from what we gather as well, the real life drivers actually like coming to do it as well. If they do have some time off during the week, if they do have a weekend off for racing as well, they love coming in and getting involved, and especially in these special events when they can get in that team atmosphere. It really does show just how, I guess, realistic the race situation is, as much as you're not necessarily driving the car. As such, the general idea is the same, and that adrenaline rush of being in the car as well. So it's good that they come up to that, and that should be great fun this evening as well, those couple of races, because that is still, in my opinion, one of the best cars on the platform.
Guess what happens? You mentioned Gordy Much's name and he pops into chat apparently. Hi Gordy, hope you're doing well. Kamil Grabowski in a bit of a battle with Alessandro Romanelli in the World Sim Racing with butt kicker entry. Here comes the move, or just a look. Oh, Ole Steinbraten thought better of it. For a moment I thought he was going to try and make the move on Ryan Barneveld.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. As always, this is finally a move down the inside in towards turn number one. It looks like it might just be Drago getting past, potentially a little bit of contact, sliding past each other. But unfortunately, Guven is going to have to hold on to second place for now. He is going to try and fight it back a little bit offline. I thought he was going to dive down the inside into turn four, but not enough this time.
Nice little sequence there between the two, costing them a bit of time maybe to those in front, but get the sense that the BMW, a bit of a quick car in a straight line, and at a track like this, that even though you are running a relatively high downforce setup, you still need to be good down Holman Boulevard and running down the pit straight as well. That was one thing that I will say, the old track and the layout at the final sector that we had, the one thing that it did promote was, especially in IndyCar when we raced it here on iRacing, it promoted different setups, right? It wasn't just high downforce, because you used to blast your way basically all the way back without the chicane to the start-finish line and into turn one, so a bit more high speed, right? And so you'd have some people that took downforce off the car, some people kept the downforce on. Now, I think for the most part, everyone piles it on as much as you can get away with and run with that as you can. Grabowski, good run though out of the chicane. Don't think he'll have a look to the inside of turn 7.
Yeah, it might just do late braking down the inside. He's actually a bit too far behind to make the move, but forcing the defensive line there. But yeah, definitely not enough. Needs to be probably half a car length or so further up, but it's difficult to do so. Yeah, you're mentioning we do have a flash of the lights as well, just to let him know that he's there. We do have a decent amount. There's sort of really 3 straights if you count this one around the banking there as well. It's really 3 straights with the chicane in between each of them at this track, but you actually do need quite a bit of downforce. There's some quite longer corners here, some pretty tricky ones where you need the car balanced. So it's definitely not a low downforce track anymore. You are correct. But this straight should just be long enough if you can get the run out of that final corner.
Yes, and with the slipstream as well, even though it's been turned down for many of these cars in the last 12 to 18 months on iRacing, much to the chagrin of some people, it's one of those things where, you know, the lack of slipstream now does make it that you need that exit to try and take advantage into the opening corner. We've seen some moves attempted and some moves made as well. The inside of the Coffin Dancers, number 15 Porsche slides this little battle. About 2.7 seconds clear of Alpha Esports. You can see the 207 just at the back of shot. Not far behind either Daniel Ferguson in the second of the World Sim Racing entries, but it is now still 8 seconds, the gap between BS Plus Nexus and the Apex Racing team. But right around when Cam joined was when Antiola made a quote-unquote move that saw him come down to pit lane alongside of the Apex Racing team car that stayed on track. That gap's opened up a little bit more, so the top three has spread themselves out just a little bit.
Yeah, because sometimes staying out is actually a good thing, as you have less fuel. As all this is a bit awkward there as they work their way through the S's. This could be very tight. You got to go around the outside of the 98. 34 makes it stick, but unfortunately just losing a few car lengths there. So that is not the ideal situation. So Parnell Racing get a little bit of a break there in this battle. As it stands for, it's currently 9th, 10th and 11th position in your LMP2. A bit of a look up the inside of the background as well. But unfortunately, Zerovic can't get that one past.
Just looking at the running order as it sits right now, remember we started with 12 GTPs, 13 LMP2s and 22 GTDs. We've had one retirement in the prototypes, the GTP that is, the Nexus Esport number 32, and then 5 retirements in GTD. Falcon Sim Racing's number 44, World Sim Racing's 123, Drago Racing's 169, the Dory Sports Academy car, and the 001 gridandgo.com machine. No attrition whatsoever, at least so far, in that LMP2 class, and it's been pretty clean in the GTPs. And GTDs, being the slowest class, do tend to get the shortest end of the stick, Cam, but for the most part, about halfway through or getting to that point, still got plenty of people left on the leading lap in each 3 classes.
Oh, definitely. It's still plenty of opportunities for these drivers as they go on. Of course, we're starting to see the gap between sort of maybe 1st and 5th in each category starting to open up. We are really getting a sight of who, which teams will be battling for the victory in the second half of the race. But still, it's actually saying, yeah, fairly close overall, which is rather nice to see. We have seen a couple of battles that have continued on and started to get pretty tight. No one making some crazy moves just yet, as they know the situation, but this is obviously one of the ones that we've been focusing on, although that is just going to be unfortunately hindered a little bit. Whereas Drago Racing, that was a Dominic Hoffman, I believe, just sliding up in between and losing a couple of car lengths for Stein Bratton, so he's going to have to try and work his way back down, use that slipstream and try and get closer once again.
The give and the take of traffic. It's frustrating in many ways, but it's why so many of us love multi-class and endurance racing as well. Only a couple more endurance special events this year. The Bathurst 1000, the first week of October. That should be quite exciting. A bit of a send-off as well for the current generation of V8 supercars that are on the platform, with iRacing announcing alongside the Supercars Championship that new generation cars are coming in the next build. Petit Le Mans, that's in the 3rd week of October, the last chance for drivers in a VCO Grand Slam to earn qualification for the IMSA Esports Global Championship directly. And then last but not least, it's back over to the Fuji 8-hour midway through November. But this month, we've got 2 more special events, Cam. We've got a trip over to Bristol for the Bristol 500. That's next week, so drivers can log in, join the NASCAR iRacing series and have their fun. And then at the very end of the month, let's get the wing sprint cars out and go racing for the Knoxville Nationals, which is wild. Love the Knoxville Nationals every year that we get to cover it.
Oh, absolutely, and it's good that the iRacing special events aren't just, oh, there's going to be big content there, and there is, and unfortunately that is a 34 going around. This is the battle we've been looking for, about 10th place in your LMP2s. It was held up by one of the GTs coming through turn 2, and unfortunately there's going to be some big damage on that car. He's wiggling around a little bit. Hopefully he can get it back to the pit lane at least, but that just shows you how you go for the traffic, a car comes around, you're outside, and you've got to be always looking in your mirrors.
Well, that ends poorly, unfortunately, but it was 2 drivers that were fighting down the running order anyway, and maybe fighting a bit too aggressively. You can see the replay. 34 had already been involved in a bit of contact and maybe then on the curb bounces a little bit too much out wide, pushes into the other car, and uncomfortable. Meanwhile, live pictures, you can see cars heading in through the final sector or so, but your race leader has come on into pit lane. So Williams Esports Chill Blast and Alexander Spetz. It's been a pretty impressive 2 hours and 30 minutes to open up this race. I think that might be his driving time done for the day, though, as he brings the Porsche 963 into the box.
Yeah, you'd hope so, unless they want to send him in for the last stint, if needed at the end, but certainly a solid one, getting himself and his team to the front of the field and doing a good job compared to the number 89, chasing down a big margin that, as you mentioned, that the 89 had a 1 point, but doing well so far. To see who's, of course, going to get in that one. Looks like to be Matt Farrow getting in that machine, and then we'll be taking it over for this next middle part of the race.
And again, they still have to get the third driver in too. So at some point, we'll see Ate Kalpinen into the mix as well. But Alexander Spetz has done his job. Now he hands over to his teammates to continue potentially a rich vein of form for Williams Esports in these GTP cars. Definitely have, no matter the manufacturer, whether it's BMW, Acura, or now Porsche, being the ones to, for the most part, figure it out sooner rather than later amongst everybody else. Off and away. Green cone's a little bit further down the pit exit than some would think, but then you bleed back into the cars out of turn one with a slight shortcut. So, into clean air for the number 2. Matt Farrow is now officially off the lead lap, but it will cycle back around as the rest of the contenders make their way onto pit lane. Phil Denez, remember, he put a full tank of fuel into his car. It was a 51.1 second pit stop for him. Williams Esports 49.9, so they have also topped off the tank for the first time today.
Yes, certainly have, and I do love the little bit of a different strategies going on there to try and get some track position and or try and play the long game. Depends what you want to do as we work our way fairly quickly actually towards halfway in this race. And this is a very interesting onboard camera, seeing all the slight movements in the steering wheel. We've got all the cars around you as well as you work away for this very tricky final sector. Got to go around the outside, of course, easily flat out with enough downforce in these prototype cars, but maybe slightly less so in the GT3s later in the stints, but they still work their way nicely. And we've got cars moving all over the place. We've got the 3 classes all coming down this front straightaway, and there's the BS car getting past those 2 LMP2s we've been watching.
And imagine last year in the first ever battle on the bricks for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, just a 2.4-hour race, of course. And they had not just the GTPs, the LMP2s, and the GTDs. They also had the LMP3s as well, so let's just throw some more chaos into the mix. I can only imagine what that was like for the drivers last year. This year going to be a little bit more interesting, of course. 6 hours for them next weekend when they roll on out with, I think it's a full 56 or so cars entered into the newest addition to the Michelin Endurance Cup. Going to see a couple of the 3 driver lineups as well, making a return, of course, in the fight for some of those Michelin Endurance Cup points next weekend. Hoping it's a little less cloudy and gloomy than what we have here in the virtual world, because if we pull up the track conditions, haven't really seen too much of a temperature swing in terms of the track. Wind's still relatively gusty, but we've been hovering around 30 degrees Celsius or so for the majority of the day, and now working past 2:30 p.m. virtual standard time.
Yeah, it's been very dull out so far. I guess that's good for keeping the tyres in check, but not necessarily for the background and the photographers and stuff for each of the teams that they get. They try and get some nice shots for their social media, and maybe not so much today with how gloomy it is. So we'll have to go in a practice session and try and do some trickery with that one. But I guess from a longer side of things from the drivers, they'll definitely be happy to have a little bit more performance in those tyres, as this is a little bit tight there for the 223, trying to get down the inside. Of course, we have seen the Williams car make that overtake in recent times as well and get past. This is all getting close once again. Steinbratton can't seem to get close enough, because every time he does, a bit of traffic comes and gets in the way.
I think as well, though, right now, remember, he's got to try and get to the top of the hour. They came in, what was it, 4 minutes before the top of the hour in that 71, so first target is just to get back on cycle with the rest of the cars if he can, and then from there I think we'll see some more. Ricardo Rico has just brought in the second Drago Racing GTP car into pit lane, so what that means is we're getting closer and closer for the rest of the GTPs into pit lane as well. Of course, already having seen the Williams Esports Tour Blast car make it stop, it's out on track with a full tank of fuel, 1:15.791 last time by. The race leader did a 1:15.689, so there's not much difference between Phil Denez and Matt Farrow as it sits right now.
Yeah, definitely not. There's some faster guys in behind as well. We've even got the likes of the Race Clutch White car, Marcus Deck doing a 15.0. We've got Hoffman doing a 14.6. So definitely some fast times out there. So we'll have to see if there's any sort of overcuts going on from those drivers who are out at the moment. But there is Roda, of course, in the Drago car and their BMW version of the Drago car. Of course, they got a Porsche as well out there, but he is coming out of the pit lane in that number 9 machine.
So driver swap, right?
Yes, that would have been.
Double stints for them then, interestingly, as compared to maybe some of the other teams that have, for example, Alexander Spetz has just got out of the car for the very first time. Timo Roda started. His teammate's done some driving and he's back on in. So I always like seeing Camo teams break up what is, let's be honest, a short 6-hour race. This is a sprint rather than an endurance race for many of these teams.
Oh yeah, this is easy. This is light work, and I mean, people even do 24 hours with 2 drivers sometimes, but then you get teams coming to 6 hour with 3. So it's quite interesting how that one works. For a lot of these categories, though, you do roughly 3 stints every 2 hours. So it's going to be 9 stints approximately over the race for the prototypes. So yeah, it's pretty easy. You have 3 drivers do 3, 3, and 3, or you sort of mix it up a little bit and a driver does 2 stints in the car. So definitely a few different options that you can go with.
Yeah, I always have wondered how the big teams decide who does how much driving in a race, right? Because at the end of the day, at this level, both teammates may be very quick in a car, but one might have the slight edge. Do you put them in the car for a bit more? You know, the wise heads would argue yes if you're trying to win the race, but you know, if these are just races to build experience for the more important races maybe in the future, then maybe you just want to divvy it up as equally as you can. Pinto into pit lane though, and so he, after 2 hours and 35 minutes, hands over to Gustavo Ariel for the very first time. So we welcome the Brazilian into the cockpit. Ross Woodford's also trundling down pit lane behind in the Race Clutch entry. MSS Movano are doing the same too. It's a busy time for these GTP cars.
Yeah, definitely pit stop time for those guys as they come down the pit road once again. So of course we'll see the cycle of the cars work their way through. We've got quite big disparity actually. So of course Matt Farrow, he's already been out there for 5 laps, yet we've got some cars who are still going to be out on the track for another 5 laps. There's going to be a big disparity already as that is getting very close. Can Steinbraten do anything as we work our way down towards turn 4? Can he get close enough to send it? No, not quite enough. But once again, the traffic almost working its way to helping a GT3 battle, but not enough this time around, and that is going to be very awkward. It's actually his teammate. Yes, it is. It's the red line GTP come through. You have to go way off track to not get involved.
That'd be interesting to jump on board with Steinbraten and just listen, because I'm pretty sure you could see the front end pitch down for a second. I thought he lifted, but he slides his way to the inside, overcommits, but slows it down before he runs off the track. Bit of a block pass there, and it's a change for third. Red line once again with 2 cars on the podium. I think Ryan Barneveld might now have to make a decision. Does he continue the fight, or has Steinbraten saved enough fuel that he's now going to push for the remaining part of the stint, and it will benefit Barneveld to just sit and ride behind.
Yeah, that was a long time, wasn't it? The 71 was sat there for a good 20 minutes or so, possibly more actually, for a long time, just getting that slipstream, as you say, saving fuel. So you can definitely push now, and I wonder if there's going to be a breakaway, because when you see a car sit behind another for so long, generally it means they are actually the faster one. They just can't quite find their way through. So now that the 10 is in behind, can Barneveld find that rhythm again, now that he's actually got to look on the back bumper of that Mercedes ahead of him and try and keep up?
So only 20 minutes or so away from the halfway mark of this race. We have ticked off about 124 laps so far. I think we are going to be shy of about 290 laps at the end of this race, but it has been a relentless tempo that has been set by the majority of the field. We have started to see the separation build through all three classes as well. On board with the Marla racing car, there's only 2 drivers and 2 teams that are within a second of the car in front of them right now. And with 41 cars still left running out of the 47 that started, goes to show how separated out these drivers are right now. So let's turn down the sound of the voices if we can. Let's take another RaceSpotTV fan immersion and turn up the sound of the cars. Now, Cam, last time we listened to the Corvette we rode on board with Orbit Drop there. Is there anyone that you want to ride on board with now?
I mean, it's always got to be a Porsche, to be honest, to get that flat 6 magic. Yeah, can't be anything apart from that. Okay,
so we got Porsches in both categories, but you want a flat 6. So I'm reading into your mind and saying GT3, there's a couple of Porsches running. VRS Kawanda, Team PGZ, they're relatively close to one another. So why don't we jump on? Okay, do you have a preference? Do you want to be the car in front or do you want to be the car behind? I'll let you pick this too.
Oh, it's got to be the car behind in all circumstances.
All right, here we go. Fans of Iron Chinguvans may be disappointed, but fans of Team PGZ will be loving it. Let's ride on board with Sam Ward in the 114 Porsche 911 GT3R here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for a couple of laps in some RaceSpotTV fan immersion. couple of laps on board with Sam Ward in the Team PGZ 114. Here as we make our way closer to the midway point of the Indy 6 hours. Welcome along to the iRacing Esports Network to RaceSpotTV. Our Junior Kangi party alongside of the one and only Cam Roger as we settle into the heart of this race. Still waiting, of course, for the final GTP pit stops to cycle their way on through, but on the other side of a GTP pit window, we've got some changes, and it is a net new leader. BMW M Team BS Plus competition rocket themselves back to the net race lead, mainly courtesy of a very rapid pit stop. They had a 40-second time in the box, which means they've short-filled slightly. They have some compromise to give up later on in this race.
Yeah, it's funny out there trying these sort of under-fueling strategies, and it was by a decent amount, to be honest. I mean, it's really 10 seconds, so it's got them back that track position that they would have wanted. And of course, their sister car up ahead is going to pit very soon in the number 7 machine. Then they'll have the track position with that one as well. But yeah, this is quite stunning. All there was contact. The 233 got tagged around there in their battle that we were following for many laps there at the end of the back straight. Unfortunately, they've gone around.
And, well, unfortunately there as well, they're really, at this point, kind of locked in a fight, I would say, just on the edge of the top 5 now. So Sam Ward's going to try and make his move, just as Gustavo Ariel also works his way through into turn 1. And so Ayn Guven holds on just momentarily. But this is the give and take of traffic. When we were riding on board with Sam Ward, it was a second and a bit the advantage up the road to Guven. Now suddenly blink and it's compressed itself back on in. And so, especially in these GTD cars where you're kind of at the whims of the faster class, you've got to be very much looking in your mirrors. And the benefit that we have in the world of sim racing, Cam, for those that are maybe new, is the relative box. Something that will tell you exactly how far behind cars are who aren't necessarily directly in your mirrors.
Yeah, that's golden, both for the GT3s, looking at the cars coming up behind them, but also for the GTPs, knowing how far ahead the GTDs are. So it's definitely a very important factor. That relative box, as you say, is literally just the relative time gap to any car around you on the track, no matter of lap or position or anything like that. Literally just the cars closest to you on the track, and it's very useful for the drivers to be keeping an eye on that as they work their way around the lap. And this is a lot closer for Sam Ward. As you say, there was a time where he was getting a bit further away, but he's starting to close back in once more.
Now Guven, who half is shaping up to try and cover the inside, but in the slingshot, is Sam Ward going to be able to make the switch happen? Yes. Slows it down in time on the brakes. You can go a bit deep out through turn 1 and run out wide through the little bit of access road that is still there. And so, as GTP car goes around the outside, Guven trying to now just set up a better run onto Holman Boulevard. Sam Ward in that Team PGZ 114, 30 laps into the stint. Only 3 seconds off the back of Carlos Fenolosa as well. So these two maybe saving fuel back and forth, much like we were talking about with Steinbratton and with Ryan Barneveld in that battle for third, slightly further up the road. There goes... Well, big move up the inside from the second of the BS competition cars. Does still lead, which this is one thing that we do have to keep an eye on. The fact that the number 7 is going so long into this race, there's a chance they're trying to cut out a pit stop here. To put it in context, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, they're almost 15 laps into their stint as finally Nicholas Boy brings the 7 into pit lane.
Yes, a third of a stint they've already made up in basically half of the race, so that is a lot longer that they are going. And yeah, I mean, even if they aren't able to save a stop completely, they're going to have a much shorter stop at the end, and they'll gain seconds upon seconds on that. They are going to be quite a way back though of their sister car once they do come out, so that's not ideal necessarily for the track position. But if they can save that stop, I mean, obviously you're going to see them cycling to the front of this field is the 34. It's also down, that's the Nexus car, and then also the 137 LMP2 is also in the pit lane.
Busy time for some of these teams, and not far away again from GTDs making their way down to pit lane. Sam Coytert, your race leader, by only 10.5 seconds. It's held relatively constant to the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car ever since Alessandro Bico took over the driving responsibilities there. Of course, sharing the load with, just trying to pull up on my timing screen, Beckham Jasir, who has already done a couple of stints at the start of this race. It's a long pit stop, of course, for Nicholas Boy. They have to pack every little bit of fuel that they can into that car, and so expect it to be upwards of 50 seconds, maybe even a bit longer than that. But this is what the strategy does. At some point, like Cam mentions, though, if they don't think they're going to cut an entire pit stop out, maybe they'll start to shave some time off like their teammates have done, back out onto track. We'll see where it blends them.
Yeah, it's a funny old game, that, because they can go as long as they can, and then either they can, if they don't make it, either they can just take the whole saving at that final stop and, only do maybe, 5-10 laps, whatever it needs to be at the end, or they can then save those laps and take them off some other stints, maybe to get some further track position. They're currently in the 6th position as it stands, but they do have, of course, some close fights, and this is going to be a very interesting one already, with Race Clutch in the background in that Porsche, with the number 11 machine, which Marcus Deck is in at this moment in time, and that is going to be a tough one to come out into, because if you're saving fuel, you can't go as fast as you can, and battling's even harder.
And remember, cold tires as well on this lap, so for Nicholas Boy, still trying to get the Michelin tires into the operating window. Should be pretty much, though, up to temperature by the end of this lap, and starting to get the best speed out of them. Behind, Marcus Deck's about to close the 10th lap of his stint as they navigate their way through traffic. But this is the thing with the LMP2 cars at times, even though they've been slowed down, sometimes they feel like they have more performance in certain ways than the GTPs. Remember, in what we've seen in some of the rain periods in the Sebring 12 hours, the Watkins Glen 6 hours, 2 of our VCO Grand Slams, Cam, the GTPs were having such a struggle putting the power down. Some of the LMP2s, rather, were faster than the GTPs.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their best laps of the race, they're only 2 seconds slower, which really is not that much at all. I mean, sometimes you see 10 seconds per lap slower, but here's only 2. It's pretty crazy. Actually, they're only really faster down the straights as well in the corners. It really isn't too bad, as we're going to have to see a potential lunge there from the 7. No, decides to stay in behind, as now the 3 classes are going to be clogged up on each other, working their way through the S's. Bit of contact as well with the 71 machine. That's not the ideal situation. 2 or 3 wide they go, even coming out to the X of the S's, and unfortunately Deck got completely just blocked off there on the outside. He probably thought he was going to make the pass, but unfortunately he has to sit behind.
Got to make the right choice, right? And so when Nicholas Boy went to the inside, as much as you can understand why Marcus Deck wanted to go the long way around, especially with a GT3 car that tends to understeer out wide, it was always putting yourself in a rather precarious place. But sometimes you, in these GTP cars, have got to do something just based on the performance. At this level of competition, you can't afford to give up too much, as we often talk about. Miranda's M squad, by the way, into pit lane. Nathan Olsen hands over to Alec Bergstrom in what has been a monster first stint of the race, with Olsen doing 2 hours and 53 minutes, and my assumption is Alec Bergstrom getting ready to do 3 hours and 7 minutes. But I guess you make your schedules work around your teammate, and maybe just one driver change incoming for the number 66 crew.
Yes, that's what, 4 stints that they've got, so they'll have 4 and a bit left, 4.5 left to the end of this race. So yeah, potentially just splitting the race in half, or at least as best in half that they can. And that, I mean, that's a lot. I mean, even I know sometimes we do see drivers do 5 stints in a row in some of the 24-hour races, but 3 hours is still quite a lot. And also with the prototypes, because you pit a bit more often and you end up doing sort of 4 stints in those 3 hours, in some ways that can actually feel a bit more draining, because you've sort of done the same thing 4 times rather than just 3.
We're going to get a replay of some contact. I'm guessing it's one of the Ford Mustangs that's gone around. Racing Lab Esports, powered by Ford, and Glen Key. A little quick 360, gets it back pointed in the right direction. Just loses a couple of seconds, all things considered. Sorry, I got distracted from what I was going to talk about. I've just been doing some investigation, some sending some messages into the paddock, and BS Competition, that number 7 machine, Owen Carroll is being very, very hesitant to confirm, but they are definitely trying, I think, at this point to cut out a pit stop. So when did they come in? They've been out on track now for 3 laps, so they probably came in, what, 8 minutes shy of the top of the hour?
Yeah.
Does that mean they've got to find 8 more minutes, basically, of fuel saving to cut out and add to each one of the stints they've got left? I don't know how to do the math from here. I'm not a strategist, if you can't tell.
Yeah, I was trying to do the maths quickly as you were saying it as well. But yes, I do believe, well, yeah, because ideally they would have pitted at the halfway mark, so potentially they are short of that. But then even then, as I say, if they have such a short final pit stop, if we see 50 seconds for some guys, if they can make that 15 seconds, then that is a huge saving, over 30 seconds of saving.
No, absolutely, and it's a long pit lane as well. That's another thing, right? And it's a slow pit limiter, so the pit stop time is a good 40-50 seconds across all 3 of our classes, but you still, the GTP cars take 90 seconds from cone to cone. 40 seconds of that or so, 40 plus seconds, is the transit time. So, like you say, whatever you can do could be very, very valuable. I saw a question in chat, Ian Chinguven. That was the question. That was the entire question. Yes, he is in this race. Currently down in 7th position for VRS Coanda. He's behind Sam Ward, of course. That's already made his move. There's a look. Now, that car, the number 8, was put on pole position. So the one thing that we do know, they've got speed, and that's the one thing that you get when you sign Tristan Iglesias, is a guaranteed Porsche up towards the front in qualifying. It's going to be interesting, though, moving forward, with Coanda doing more iRacing moving forward. Of course, Rogers, Warren, De Jong, and a handful of others going to be racing next Saturday in the first round of the Porsche Tag Core Esports Super Cup Contender Series. So future special events, are we going to see some more Coanda cars? Because I think one thing that we have kind of learned over the last 18 months, Cam, especially from Redline, is strength in numbers. The more cars you have, the more drivers you have, the better you tend to do.
Oh, definitely. You can't really win consistently when you have just one car fighting up towards the front. We saw this with Redline in Daytona, especially, of course, the aero games of that track help, but they basically just pushed themselves to a victory on that day, and just in general blocking out the first 1, 2, 3 positions, potentially in qualifying or even in the first few stints of the race. You just get yourself in some good positions, and then the other teams are battling extra cars that aren't even going to win the race. So it's definitely a good thing to have multiple teams, and we see that already with Redline in that GTD category. They got 2 cars up inside the top 3, and they have done for the last couple of hours.
So 3 and a bit hours left to go. We're closing in again on that halfway mark. We're going to hit probably lap 140 by that 3-hour mark. So I think we'll get 280 laps or so, something like that. That would be a good number. Josh Ladd has taken 140 laps to work his way up into 4th position. They started down on pit lane, and in the Cadillac, first Jaden Munoz and now Ladd. They've made their way now past Drago Racing. It's been an impressive drive through the field. They're still 46 seconds behind the leader. They, in that first stint of the race, were around 40 seconds behind the leader. It just goes to show what could have been. Also, just got a note on my timing screen. Something's happened to Matt Farrow.
That is not ideal. We're going to have to see a replay of that. There's contact, the 2 getting spun the wrong way at the penultimate corner, and that is it has cost them a little bit of time. Not crazy, but also potentially, hopefully, not some damage on the rear ride to that car. But just showing you how you got to take that risk, but sometimes it doesn't pay off.
That's unfortunate, and suddenly the gap up front's opened up even more, so keep that in mind. But we'll get back to GTP in a second. LMP2 pit stops back underway with World Sim Racing and Alpha Esports both in pit lane at the same time, and so I think we are going to see driver changes here. Daniel Ferguson, off the top of my head, has been in since the start of the race, so yoink him out, you get Lucas Prada in to do the next part of the race and maybe to the very end. And Ciro Zambra, who started the car, handed over to Jack Badger an hour or so ago, gets back in. Always interesting to see how these drivers are divvying up this race.
Yeah, that was, I believe that was a double stint there from Jack Badger, as he has got out of the car, as you say, Prada getting in as well. So definitely the teams switching it up a little bit. Some sort of doing 2 and 2, 2 and 2, 2 and 2. Some trying to do half and half in the race. And they basically get the identical pit stops there as the 23 comes. Actually, was Alpha not slightly ahead? When they came in there, I think they were the other way around. So they did swap around. It's only by maybe a second or so. Yeah, it was literally just a second on pit road, in the pit stops, I should say. But that was enough for WSR to take the lead of that battle.
And so. Important as well, given how much they've been fighting. If you think you're faster, you very much want track position as you blend back into traffic. Mahler Racing and Ryan Barneveld giving just enough room so the cars slipping their way on through. It is now a red line 1 and 2, by the way. The running order has changed around at the front. We have started to see drivers down into pit lane as well, right on cue, because 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 3 hours done, 3 hours left to go in the Indy 6 hours. The latest of our iRacing special events and the first here in this month of September. A busy period to come after this. It is BMW M Team BS Plus competition that leads. BS Plus Nexus, the leaders in LMP2. And Team Redline, yes, 1 and 2 in GTD, but we'll give you a bit of a rundown once the pit stop cycles have worked their way on through. And ooh, more contact at that final corner as a prototype tries to go up the inside of a GTD car.
Yeah, I think that might be in the 71. Arne Steinbraten currently second place. That is, yeah, really just showing you the difficulties of this final corner. It's so wide, and he is kind of making the corner, but it's such a late apex because it was actually, that corner was actually kind of designed to be the other way around. It's such a weird shape, and a bumper went flying as well. So Steinbraten has actually come down pit road. So this could be a big factor in that top 3 battle if there is extra time, although the pit stop is pretty much on cue.
Yeah, I think the pit stop itself on fuel numbers is right when we expected it. Remember, we said he had to try and get to the top of the hour this time around. We're just not so sure as, oh, that was a interesting little look there from Ciro Zambra up the inside of Lucas Prada, stacked up behind the Williams Gaming Club GTP car. But yeah, off and away, I can tell you, red line 41.4 seconds for Steinbraten. So a normal pit stop time for them. I think their 1 and 2 charge is still very much on.
Oh, definitely. That is fortunate, though, for them that they didn't have an extended pit stop, more so than they would have needed, so they can continue on with that one. But yeah, that final, the penultimate corner, just causing a few issues in the last 5 minutes or so. 2 bits of major contact for cars at the top end of each category, just showing you it's not the guys down the bottom getting involved. It is the better teams and drivers as well. Very tricky part of the track there, as we're going to see Draga get past the car there of Zero Jamba, who's just unfortunately puts another car length or so in between his battle as he tries to get back past the World of Sim Racing car.
I've sent a couple of messages off to try and get some interviews with some drivers, so we'll see if we can get that lined up in a few moments time with some of the respective competitors. Have just seen the 199 to focus on LMP2. Still wait for BS Plus Nexus to come into pit lane. They've been going long on strategy and long on fuel every single stint. Well, Marcus Solholm getting in to replace Danny Shivishabo in the 199. Now, because Jesse Tekela had that bit of contact through the final corner with the red line Mercedes, I'm pretty sure the gap between second and third going to be quite comfortable, and so Solholm's going to have plenty of time to get himself up to speed here. But Apex Racing have 3 hours to try and make a charge to close the margin to BS Plus Nexus. Will Murdoch has just brought his car into pit lane.
Yes, indeed. So the gap is about 11 seconds or so between the 199 and the 003 machine. So Apex to Grid and Go, and that is that's a nice comfortable margin to come into. If it was maybe half of that or even less, down to sort of 3-4 seconds, then you have to start worrying and looking in your mirror. But the car isn't even on the back straight away there. So very nice position here for the 199 machine for him just to come out to the pit lane and work his way in towards the race as we work our way on. So this is the car that we've seen around a couple of times in the last half hour as well. The 223 as they work their way onto the back straight, trying to regain some positions as they're currently down in 9th place.
Nice. Tidy pit stop, by the way, for BS Plus Nexus in the race lead of the LMP2 as we continue to watch these squabbling cars who have been through the wars in the first part of the race. Francis McGinn takes back over from Will Murdoch, so they're going to flip-flop back around at the end of the race, you would assume, and the margin up front is going to hold at about 9 seconds as your race leader re-emerges from pit lane. So 9 seconds or so that Marcus Solholm has got to first try and make some inroads into. There is the chance that they might try to get Danny Chivi-Chabo to jump back in at the end of the race. The one thing that we know for sure, Aaron Vasquez, who started the car and was running pretty quickly, definitely won't be back in, I would assume, at any point, because we mentioned it. He's racing in the FIA Formula 4 Esports Championship. That starts right after this. I'd want to start turning my attention over to that and the battle for $25,000.
Yeah, it makes sense why he would have started the car as well, to give himself enough chance to help his teammates in this race, and then also some time to cool down and then warm up again for a completely different car and style of racing. So double duty, which is always difficult, as we saw a little bit of slide up the inside that time in towards turn 5 and 6 for Isaac Phelps. And there is the red line car coming in the background. That is Sam Koiter leading the way in your GTD category by some 22 seconds from Ryan Barneveld. Of course, we are expecting the next round of stops in the next couple of hours. The red line car should stop earlier actually than Ryan Barneveld, but with the 22-second gap, I don't think undercut, overcut, things like that are really going to make too much difference.
And I wonder if we have just started to see first signs that there is some life to this leading battle, because I just got a message from Josh Thompson that they've got some damage in the red line leading car. This, though, you want to know how committed some of these drivers are? Entry to pit lane. Danny Chivi-Chabo saying, absolutely not. I'm not waiting behind the Grid and Go car. I'm making my move before I'm slowing down to the pit lane limiter.
Yeah, that was nice. I mean, that's a corner as well. That's a proper 90-degree right-handed corner in towards the cone, and he managed to get it stopped nicely. No contact made, and probably a good second or two that he saved. And in how close the battles are, of course, the 003 that he was battling with did have a couple of issues himself, but those extra couple of seconds could make all the difference. You never know. As red line come in, go up onto the jacks, and that's number 70, your race leader.
So the contact to the left rear, apparently. So we'll see if there is going to be some damage repairs done. Now, because you can do tires and fuel at the same time, now that the car's dropped off the jacks, they can actually start to take any optional repairs that they may have. And so maybe get the hammers out. Jeremy Clarkson's School of Engineering maybe deployed to try and get the rear bodywork back into shape and all aligned. There you go, right on cue. They leave pit lane only 38.9 seconds, so it's not a full service either. Hoping that's not too much drama.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be too bad. As in the background, Barneveld just coming to the end of his stop as well. Is there going to be any time gain, time loss between the two? Looks like it is going to be about half a second quicker for Marla Racing for what it's worth, but close enough the same as they work their way out back onto the racetrack to get up to speed with another set of tyres as they both stay in the car for another stint.
18 seconds of optional repairs, I think, is the word. And you can also follow along with the Team Redline stream, let's not forget. Believe, in celebration of reaching 300,000 followers, they are giving away a Max Verstappen helmet, a signed helmet or something. So we definitely encourage you to go and check that out. It's a signed 1/2 scale model of his helmet, just to be clear. It's not like his full. You're not going to put it on and go racing in the sim, unfortunately, but it's a very nice thing that they're doing. Their Twitch streams are always full of life and entertainment as well. They might even did they manage to drag Kevin Siggy? Yes. Okay. they managed to get Kevin Siggy, but Cam, one very important thing. I don't see Kevin Siggy with... No, he does. He's got the pink hair.
He does. Good. He committed. I saw he did do it the day after, on the Monday after in Saudi, but it's good that he's kept it and hasn't just shaved it off completely, and he is rocking with it, because that's good. I mean, that's commitment to the cause. I like that.
For those that are unaware, Kevin Siggy in the Esports World Cup very boldly made a statement to somebody that if he wins the Drivers' Championship or Redline wins the Team Championship, he'll dye his hair pink. Now, that's a silly thing to say because Redline were the presumptive favorites for the Team Championship, so he was going to end up dyeing his hair pink, but he ends up dyeing his hair pink anyway because he won the Drivers' Championship. But it turns out that the way to win a championship is to get so angry with yourself that you put your head very gently against the steering wheel to the point where it draws blood, and that gets you angry enough to go and win a championship. Who knew?
And don't forget, he did it twice as well.
It's
it was
even better.
two headbutts on the wheel, and I never thought I'd really see someone get injured during esports. I guess with the way that we have the more modern force feedback wheel, there could be the opportunity for a broken thumb here and there. But in general, I didn't think facial bleeding was going to be the one, but he did that to himself. Although, having said that, he still went out on one, so it didn't exactly slow him down.
No, exactly. That's the thing. Apparently the pain or whatever, it helped drive him through. It was quite hilarious. I was sitting in the venue behind him when we heard the commotion and we saw people running over, and you just saw him touching his forehead and looking a little bit bemused with himself. I am so glad that cameras were rolling and they caught it on the broadcast as well, because that would have been a big old disappointment if they hadn't. Anyway, focusing on this race once again, still waiting for a handful to cycle their way into pit lane in GTD, but the gap between first and net second on the track is starting to trend downward. So it's almost 9 seconds between Sam Coiter and Alessandro Bico for Redline and Williams Esports in GTD. Is there a chance in these next 3 or so hours that the gap comes down between the two Mercedes running up front?
We will have to see, because they're best laps of the race are within 1/10 of a second of each other, and their last laps of the race are within 1/10 of a second of each other. So they are very close on pace. It just depends on a little bit here and there in the pit stops, in the traffic, and then hopefully they can potentially get closer for the number 5 Williams. We'll have to see how the one works out. But this 70 car has had control of the race for a long time, and I guess they're feeling pretty good. Unfortunately, they don't have the 71 car up behind them to really help them, such as the way the battling has gone out. Stein Bratton's now down into 4th place. He's only a second behind the number 10 of the Marla Racing, Ryan Barneveld, as it stands, but still, it's not like Redline are leading this and trouncing away with it. They still have some work to do.
So I think because we do now have all the pit stop cycled through, let's do a rundown with 150 laps about to be complete here in the Indy 6 hours, and start with the GTP class, where BMW M Team BS Plus competition, they put it on pole. Yes, they haven't always been running up front, and right now Phil Denez has got an 18-second advantage over Williams Esports Chilblas and Matt Farrow. A slight slip up through traffic for the chasing Williams Esports car has cost them some time, but not cost them any speed. Still very much pushing the tempo. Team Redline and Gustavo Ariel sitting in 3rd position, rounding out the podium spots. And then the first of the Cadillacs. They started in pit lane, but the Williams Gaming Club have fought their way back on forward into 4th position. Drago Racing 5th, BS Plus, the second car, down in 6th, trying to potentially cut a pit stop out of this race. They are 67 seconds back from the lead, though. Is the attempt to try and save fuel going to cost them more time than it will gain? We'll find out by the end of this race. One more car scored on the lead lap, the Race Clutch Porsche. The Race Clutch Cadillac, though, the number 12, the first car, scored 1 lap down, alongside MSS Movano, Drago Racing, and Apex One. They all still are running. Nexus Esports, the only retirement in this GTP class. And unfortunately, if we go and flip the page over to LMP2, while BS Plus Nexus are leading, being the Nexus Esports 34 has just become the most recent retiree in LMP2. So it is Francis McGinn that leads by 11.3 seconds in LMP2. Apex Racing and Marcus Solholm lost about 3 seconds over the last 15 minutes or so since they came down onto pit lane. Grid and Go, the 003, sits in third, only 4 seconds clear of Miranda's M Squad and the Williams Esports Academy, who are in a little bit of a battle amongst themselves. We're watching, though, the fight between World Sim Racing Esports and the Alpha Esports team, two teams that have been locked in battle basically for 3 hours and 15 minutes and counting. Behind them, and now officially starting to lose time to those in front, a second World Sim Racing car, Parnell Racing and Team Shazmat. German simracing.de fiercely forward, and then, as mentioned, Nexus Esports down the tail end of the running order. And last but not least, let's talk about GTD, where we've had the vast majority of retirements, but also because it's the most numerous of the classes in terms of size. It is Redline that lead, maybe as expected to many. Sam Coyton has a bit of damage, yes, but they're managing the situation well, and with a 10-second margin back to Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, and then the Marla Racing team trailing as well. It is quite comfortable as it sits right now up inside of your podium spots. Still have the 71 Redline car on the charge to try and bounce back after a poor qualifying and a couple of bits of contact here and there. But they sit in front of Drago Racing, Team PGZ, VRS Coando, Williams Esports Pitfit, Apex Racing Academy, and Switch It Obsidian. That's your top 10 in class. And then just one more car on the lead lap. It's gridandgo.com in the 002. We've been watching some good racing. Williams Esports Academy officially making their move on the Miranda's M Squad crew. But all through that, one driver has been sitting and waiting for a bit of a chat. Cam Rogers ready to catch up with the long-necked man himself, Josh Thompson, in the broadcast booth.
Absolutely, and Josh, welcome aboard in towards the commentary booth. Hopefully you are obviously enjoying this Indy 6 hours. How is it going for you at the front? Of course, we've spoken about the situation with the damage. Just what is that really causing and affecting your stints in the car?
Yeah, the race itself has been probably the most chaotic race of the year so far with traffic. I think it's been a bit of an eye-opener for everyone doing it. So, yeah, it's been a bit of chaos. Damage-wise, lucky enough it was only a small tap. Most of it's repaired in the first stop. We should get rid of the last little bit of, I think it's like 5 or 6 seconds left. So, we should be able to clean it up before the last 2 stints of the race. So, all good here.
Absolutely, and with those 5-6 seconds, that gap is going to be a little bit squeaky bum time coming towards the final couple of stints of the race. So I guess you're feeling good to hold on to that. Is there going to be any major dramas, do you think, later on in the race, or are you just really sort of under control with everything?
We should be under control. I think lucky enough the damage serves while you're doing the service. So we managed to serve like 10 or 11 seconds of it last time. So we should be clear. So we shouldn't lose any time in the stop anyways, which is pretty good. Fuel level on teams pretty similar. So yeah, hopefully this gap just stays the same. It's just more or less now just avoiding and not being caught up in anything. As you've seen, it's so easy to get collected.
Oh yeah, definitely, and that's actually my next question. How are you finding this track? Of course, really the first time we've had a proper special event at this venue. It's not your normal endurance racing circuit, but how are you finding it, especially being in the bottom class? I'm sure the prototypes have been a bit leery.
Larry's a nice word to put to some of them. But overall, it's actually been quite good. It's a good track. We've done quite a lot around here anyway due to the IndyCar Pro Series this year and some other events. So to us, it was quite a familiar track to drive. So, but also at the same time, for a lot of people, we don't drive this at all. Like you said, it's a brand new event. Traffic-wise, being the GT3, we are the class what gets bullied the most. So we have to be pretty much on our toes the entire race. Like, my first 2 stints were chaos, but I felt like I managed traffic quite well and could build the gap with it. A lot of the gaps happened because of the traffic management, so have to see how it goes going forward, because we can lose 6-7 seconds with bad traffic in a stint, so have to see.
Yeah, certainly. Well, good luck, and hopefully you can bring home the dub in a good couple of hours' time. So yes, speak to you soon.
Thank you, guys.
And Josh Thompson, who did put it on pole in a Ford Mustang, not a Mercedes, is what I meant to say earlier on today, against a lot of Mercedes cars in the Spa 24, and a bit of a marker that his form has turned around. He did mention as well that, you know, the Redline have done a decent amount of driving here. Of course, VCO IndyCar Challenge, iRacing IndyCar, the Butt Kicker Pro Qualifying Series, which, you know, only completed a couple of weeks ago. So, you know, they do have a decent amount of experience with the track and probably has held them in pretty good stead as well. Quite crazy, though, to think, Cam, that 3 hours and 20 minutes are about to be complete, and we've got 2 hours and 40 minutes left to go, which is the length of the race that they held last year in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship.
Yeah, it's always funny when you get to that. I don't know if that really can be too, I don't think the experience can really be used as such, because the race situation is completely different. Of course, that by the time it gets that time, it's not like it's going to be completely lined up with some of the stops as well. But certainly that is the length of the race that we have got left, and some battles are closing in. And one that we saw swap around and get a bit dicey into the pit stops, of course, is continuing on with the WSR car and the Alpha Esports as well, though actually they have been swapping around a couple of times in this race, but as it stands, WSR car is leading and actually getting through nicely there on the traffic, getting another car length.
And this is one of just a few close battles right now on track. These two are within a second. Team PGZ are within a second of Drago Racing as well in the fight for 5th and 6th in GTD. But yeah, everyone else has very much stretched their way on out. And one thing that I wasn't sure if it was going to be a factor, but Drago Racing's number 9, Timo Rohde in the BMW, he's had to come and serve a drive-through penalty, I'm pretty sure, at some point. So they're racking up the incidents, clearly. It's not like this is necessarily a track where I think track limits are to be disputed, right? There's grass basically on the edges of most of the track, so it's not like you can go wide at some corners at other tracks and pick up off tracks willy-nilly. So clearly, if you're picking up incident points, you're driving off the track somewhat regularly and maybe running into people more regularly than you'd want to be.
Yeah, I think most of it here is really the chicane 5 and 6. I haven't driven the track myself, so I don't know exactly where the limit is. We have seen cars going all the way on the sort of concrete on that left-hand side. That's going to be very close over the big chicane, but it looks like they all got through there well. Yes, this sort of lighter grey stuff on the left-hand side. Not exactly sure where the limit is, but I would assume that's mostly where it is, because you can really abuse that. Of course, in NASCAR, that's basically a free-for-all when they come and do the road course here. But not quite so much in this style of racing, so you do have to be a bit careful with that one. And also cutting through these corners here, so these curbs are all very flat through those S's section, even down towards turn 4 as well. You can really just drive completely over the curb, so you do have to be a little bit careful with that. But I think really the contact, as you were mentioning, Arjuna, that is where it's adding up, because in the last hour or so we have start to see a few little argy-bargy moments.
Yes, have to be very mindful and demure over the track limits and curbs around this track is what you need to do. 20 seconds the gap up front, though. I've got to say, as much as I was saying Phil Denez is not necessarily a prototype driver, the strategy from BS Competition to give him a lighter car is definitely helping them out and giving them a bit of a boost in speed right now. And so we saw just how fast Danny Lorenzo was in the opening stint of the race. I get the sense that when they put him back in for the final part of this race as well, expect him to be equally rapid and equally quick up towards the front. And so it's going to be very interesting how the tail end of this race ends up working out. And something that we mentioned earlier, and if you're just joining us, Phil Denez has spent vast part of the last year or so racing in the Italian GT series. Last year in a Lamborghini. This year, not just in a Lamborghini, but also doing some of the endurance rounds in a BMW as well. And in a BMW that's got the BS Competition livery on one side of it. BS Ceccato is what they've dubbed it. That car is going racing in the GT World Challenge Series later this year as well. Really exciting news. And so, really excited that Phil's getting this opportunity. And we've seen over the last couple of years just how quick he is in the sim. We know how quick he is in the real world. Great to see him getting some more opportunities.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact, as you're mentioning, that car has the BS livery as well over it. It's so cool to see that going from the virtual world into the real world. And yeah, hopefully that just continues when more teams get the opportunity to do that. It's quite something to see that. It really makes it recognizable, and also the fact that it can be successful over there as well. It's not like these sim races are going into the real world and just finishing at the back of the time. Often they are very competitive in the real world. So awesome stuff there, and I can't wait to see how that just evolves in the future. Maybe there'll be some even more crossover events, with some LAN. Imagine it sort of a LAN final at a racetrack somewhere, and then the actual final goes onto a real track. That'll be quite cool.
Yeah, I believe that Phil is racing at Monza as well for GT World Challenge. That's of all the tracks to go racing at, you know, we've seen our turn 1 lap 1 memes. Usually in the GT World Challenge, right, with GT3 cars. So yeah, that will be quite fun. Excited to cheer him on. So pit stops underway, and that's kind of why as well I was bringing up the 2-hour 40-minute part. This is a regular IMSA length race from now on, and so strategies kind of from this point could be quite simple for many of the teams. Matt Farrow, Williams Esports Chill Blast into pit lane, but we do know it will be at least 10 more laps or so before we see Phil Denez make his way in from the race lead.
Yeah, and what a position that car is in as it stands. They're really, really looking good at this middle point in the race. Will the shorter pit stops, though, come back to bite them? That is what we are yet to find out, as the 89 does come into the pit lane this time around. As you're saying, Williams into the pit lane as well. But Phil Denez from the lead with that shorter stint this time around is coming in, just 33 laps done this time.
Oh yeah, I forgot that Phil had done the short pit stop last time. Yes, never trust a commentator. Always have to verify that what they're saying is correct, especially when it comes to math. Ole Steinbratten's lost some more time. Francis McGinn's lost a bit of time as well. Have they come to blows at some point? Steinbratten's had an issue down at turn 3 and slipped off the track. So, ooh, we are at that point of the race where we've had 7 cars or so already retire. So we're still left with 40. Traffic has not gotten any easier, I would say.
Now, 4 cars involved there. We just caught the end of that one. So the 71 has been tagged, it looks like, from the back. Got to be careful coming on as well. Yeah, and there was one of the Porsche GTP cars going through. Was that the Drago one, potentially? Just catching the back of them. Very awkward point. Of course, you've got the different acceleration speeds of all the different classes. Basically, just kind of drove through the back of him.
Exactly. So, as we wait to see where Denez rumbles off and away, because he is staying in the car, it's a 45.5 second stop for him. For the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, it was a 51.1 second pit stop. So they go and pack the car full of fuel. Phil Denez comes out just in front of the grid and go LMP2 car. That was pretty close for comfort in terms of margin of emerging in some clean air. They've got that red line GT3 in front of them that scampers over the curves, but they'll spool up the hybrid, run out wide, and just head down to turn 7, now trying to get those temperature into the tires and getting themselves into the window once again. But I think that one slip up from the Williams Esports Chill Blast team through traffic only cost them, what, 5 to 10 seconds, but it's a crucial 5 to 10 seconds. It's given Denez a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, it is crucial. It really is crucial, these few seconds. And we heard Josh Thompson there in the interview room about 10 minutes ago saying you can easily lose, 5-6 seconds over a stint just in traffic. But if you lose that in one situation with a little bit of a spin, then that is not ideal and definitely can change the positions by the time we get towards the end of this race. 2.5 hours almost remaining in this race. So it's pretty much 4 stints for the prototypes, 2.5 in the GTDs as they work their way towards the end of this race. But this 89 car is still looking good. We'll have to see, of course, what their competitors do when it comes to the fuel numbers later in the race.
Yeah, I'm curious where Redline emerge in this mix as well, because they were a good 20 seconds off of the lead battle. Are they going to be able to do a bit of a strategy call here to put themselves in a better position? Find out. I've seen the obligatory question on the iRacing Esports Network chat. Is Max in this race? No, he is not, but he might be cheering on his teammates and watching on from afar at the end of what's been I presume from some of the messages popped into chat, somewhat difficult day in qualifying for him out there in the real world. His teammate, though, Gustavo Errol, into pit lane in the number 20. And so Redline from the race lead in the GTP class. Are they going to be able to do a slightly shorter stop now? We'll find out. It's the first time, I'm pretty sure, by the way, we've ever seen Team Redline in this Porsche 963.
Yes, doesn't potentially ring a bell with how it is, but if they think that's the fastest chassis, then of course that is what they're going to do to try and win the races. It's I mean, you mentioned this earlier actually with Lorenzo. We actually do we see basically all the manufacturers here in this top split. Sometimes we do see just one car coming to the forefront, but it does seem like it's fairly open with some of the cars that we got here today, which is rather nice. But maybe earlier this year or a year ago, it was just the Acura being used by loads of the teams.
The new iRacing splitting algorithm that was tested during the recent week 13. Be intriguing to see how that continues to evolve moving forward across the special events, and how that influences the choice of car as well. Off and away for Gustavo. Now, it was a 48.5 second stop, so it was basically a full service, not really taking out too much fuel, and so his margin still to Faro is a 17.5 second deficit. So 2 hours, 30 minutes to go. Might just be now very much a battle between the top two. A battle between a BMW M Hybrid V8 and the Porsche 963. There is the red line car getting itself up to temperature down at turn 7. Meanwhile, in LMP2, you know how we were watching that fight between WSR Esports and Alpha Esports? It was all as the leader continues just to pull away. We mentioned that there was that one moment for McGinn where he ran wide when Steinbraten went into the gravel. He would have had a slowdown to serve there, but all things considered, 12.7 seconds, the margin up front, lap on lap. I'm pretty sure they're building the advantage.
Yeah, they're looking strong. They really are looking strong, and sometimes when you don't talk about a car for half an hour or so, it's actually because they're doing good work and they are just pulling away and pulling up the gaps behind them, and that is certainly working out very nicely indeed for that BS Plus Nexus car. 12.5 seconds as it stands, and they are looking very nice as we see the race clutch black car, the number 12 Cadillac, come down pit road, the only car there as it stands, as we go back on board with Zero Jamba as he works his way towards the back of the WSR car that he's been in battle with. We're alongside his teammate Jack Badger for a long time.
Pass in GTD up towards the front of the field, where top 5 sees Drago Racing and Team PGZ squabbling. Now they are not due for a pit stop again for another 30 minutes at this point, and so as we continue to see the sun setting as well, are we going to get to that point of the race where maybe different cars, setups, show their different strengths? Not expecting the temperature to fall off, and of course, as we've talked about, there's no rain expected today. Whether you are happy about that or not, I think depends as to whether you are viewing or driving in this race. If you're viewing, you'd love the chaos. If you're driving, I'm not sure you'd necessarily want to add that extra element into the mix. Around the outside with Marla Racing just holding their line in the GTD class, Zero Zambra does the right thing and avoids causing any more chaos, but now as GTPs make their move on him as well, this is when 3 classes overlapping with one another becomes very, very fun for the drivers behind the wheel, trying to make the right decision at the right time.
Yeah, tough battles here in all classes, and that was just a great example, as you're mentioning, coming through that chicane. He could have easily tried to send it around the outside there, firstly in turn 4, but then he would have been chopped off. So then he tried to do it instead in turn 5, but in the end just decided to lose that extra second, but keep both cars in the race, because some drivers may have just tried to risk around the outside, clobbered over the curb, and then who knows what would have happened. But it was getting a little bit close up ahead as well to get the 3 classes go side by side once more around that final corner. Just showing you the acceleration difference between those classes. It looks like all the GTPs have got past rather comfortably in the end. And
the run through turn 1 does see them slingshot their way through. Yeah, for the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, the car behind is not for position, so that actually somewhat helps the both of them when they're working through traffic. They're not expecting either one to try and take advantage of anything, right? So they're probably just trying to lose as little time as possible. We still have 3 cars at the front of the GTP class yet to pit. I think we're about to see 2 of them make their way on in. Vlad Kimichev for Drago Racing, but also Race Clutch and Marcus Deck. It just leaves, guess what? The one car that's trying to do something that no one else is thinking is possible. Cut a pit stop out from this race. Nicholas Boy back to the lead in the BS competition, orange number 7.
Yeah, so they still need to get, I believe, trying to do a bit of mental maths here, to about 2 hours 15 remaining. So they're about 12 minutes short of that. So I don't think they're going to be able to do that by looking at the lap count. They've already done 34 on this stint, so they might just be a bit short of that. It might be getting quite close actually, but it might just be a bit short of that. So it's one of those things they're going to have to stretch it.
Have done some 44 lap stints. That brings them right up to the cusp of that, you know? That's, you know, if the fact that they are still committed to it tells us that it must be close and it must be somewhat possible. It's not saying that it's easy, because the other thing to remember is as the temperatures drop off on track, you spend more time on throttle, which means you consume more fuel. So hitting your fuel numbers becomes more difficult as you work through the race. It could just be like you were saying though, Cam, even if they can't cut the entire pit stop off, if they turn a 50-second pit stop into a 10-second splash and dash, don't even need to come in and change tires, that could very much propel them back up into a podium shout.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about the tyre point of it as well, and that is a very important one. Actually, they're going to be able to have such a shorter stop by the time we get to the end of this race. And actually, yeah, you're right, I forgot, because obviously they were going longer. If it is 44 laps that they can do, then that'll put them right on that bubble. So it's close. It is close, and I like that someone's trying it. And we don't know if it's going to work though, because their sister car is already 6 seconds behind, and effectively this car kind of owes us a pit stop, so they are almost a pit stop behind.
Yeah, again, I think at this point it's clear that it's not a strategy that can give them a win, right? It is just about what can it give them that they couldn't have got otherwise. It's interesting. Now, they will go a lap down when they come down onto pit lane. That is something to keep in mind, because with the 50-second service, 40-something second transit time, we've seen drivers take about 90 seconds to go from cone to cone in that GTP class. Lap times for them closer to 1 minute 14, 1 minute 15. So that's something else that they will factor in. But again, at least they're trying. At least they're doing something different. Three-way fight now, by the way, as Alpha Esports and now 2 World Sim Racing cars going to try and work together with one another. Oh, although Isaac Phelps has got to try and join the party, squeezes his way past one of the red line Mercedes.
Yeah, this is it's quite crazy. So, Zambert has, of course, then therefore worked his way through. But this is all getting very tight indeed in this mid part of the LMP2 battle. In many ways, the LMP2 is still one of the more popular cars as such. Still very much populated, even though it's not used in WEC anymore. Still in IMSA, but we're still going at it on iRacing as well, and people do still come back for it. So it's great to see, and 3 cars bunching up and getting closer and closer as we are at this midpoint in the race. They are, of course, battling for what is currently 5th position, and that's still very respectable. But with the fact that they've swapped and then swapped and then swapped again, I think we're going to see it happen multiple times in the last 2.5 hours.
I do think, by the way, there is definitely a place for the LMP2 inside of these top-level multi-class races in real and virtual racing, because you need a pathway to get people up to the top level of prototype. And also LMP2, let's be honest, one thing that has made it so cool and successful in the last couple of decades has been the fact that it's open to the amateur drivers as well. I mean, you look at some of the great drives that we've seen in the LMP2 cars from amateur drivers against some of the pros. So love seeing it, and definitely hope to continue seeing it find a place amongst the ranks of, for the most part, manufacturer-dominated sports car championships for the most part nowadays, which is great to see in the manufacturer involvement. But it's also cool just having race teams racing as hard as they can, and that's what we've, let's be honest, been seeing in this battle for going on 3 and a bit odd hours. That was not the best exit for young Ciro Zambra onto the back straightaway. Lucas Prada closes. They go down almost below the white line to the grass. I mean, there is blocking and then there's blocking. Lucas Prada Redhead makes a mistake, uncalculated there on the run into the braking zone, just avoids running into the back of the all-yellow McLaren, but loses a couple of spots as a result of that chaos.
How is that car still going? They were getting very, very aggressive. Both Phelps and Zambra down the back straight there, going far left of the track, off onto that apron section, but they kept their foot in. Then the 23 came all the way back to the right-hand side to try and open up the corner, but then completely missed the braking zone compared to that GT3, and somehow was able to slow it down as well and get the turn to not go smashing off into the wall. That would have been very awkward indeed and thrown away a very good result.
Now, I think we're all probably on the same page that what Lucas did was all of his own accord. I think the question also, to some degree, is how much weaving back and forth is okay, and was it proactive rather than reactive from Sierra? At the end of the day, they both were off the racing surface for quite a considerable amount of time. Because once you go below the white line, you're no longer on the racing track, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was definitely Zambra saying, yeah, I'm definitely not losing this position, but I guess it worked out for him, but maybe, yes. But also in that case, he was so far to the left, the 23 would have had to then also go off the track to pass him, so yeah, neither were quite in the right in that situation.
No, I think if you look at that replay from up above, you don't even need to probably slow it down, just look at it from up above. You'll see if they had continued on the left-hand side, they literally are physically incapable in making the corner. So yeah, I guess at least that's what we can look forward to in the remaining 2 hours and 20 minutes of action. Here's a look at something else that's happened to some GTD cars as they fly their way through. The Corvette gets turned around, and Jewel just keeps it out of the wall.
Yes, the Orbit Drop Bear 85, I believe, just got tagged by the back of one of the GTPs, which I don't know, did you recognize who that was? Because that kind of looked like the 89 to me from that distance, but I couldn't quite work it out. And if that was, it's not ideal from your net race leader.
Give me a sec. Dialing up the numbers. It was the 89. Your eyes did not deceive you, Cam. That was quite very impressed. Eagle-eyed Cam Roger.
Yeah, I've just got a little bit of sun on my screen at the moment, so I wasn't quite able to fully pick it up, but I'm glad I got that one. And that just shows you, even if you're leading the race, sometimes traffic can, you know, get in the way a little bit and get a little bit awkward. Obviously, he wouldn't have been trying to do anything too crazy, but you just slightly tag the rear of them because, as I mentioned earlier, your acceleration is quicker. So you just tag them when you're...
Of Isaac Phelps around the outside. Now, Phelps got blocked by Ian Chan Guven into the penultimate corner. Guven saying, no, do not try and pass me here. It was probably the right thing to do. It led to a bit more chaos on the exit of the corner than anyone would have wanted. Guven, fortunately, still survives through all of that. No damage to his car. And again, the way that the three different classes overlap with one another, they all generate speed and brake and you know, shed off the speed in such different ways. You got to be careful on occasion about how aggressive you go, and running out wide past that Corvette, making sure to keep a wide berth, goes the 23.
Yeah, that was almost like, I wasn't quite actually expecting the red line car to make that 3 wide, but let's have a look. I mean, yeah, they were already, Zambra was already completely on the left of the track. And then Prado goes all the way to the right-hand side and almost A, smashes into the back of the McLaren, and then B, goes off into the wall. So that was a very, very lucky moment. But, I mean, the track is pretty wide. He's probably gone a full 15 meters to the right there.
We didn't quite see the start of it, so we weren't sure, can't quite say if it was reactive or proactive blocking from Zero to go all the way down. But yeah, that's one thing that in most, you know, racing leagues, you know, they often talk about track limits, and that would be one thing that would probably be talked about as, no, please don't do that for sanity of everybody. So these drivers, the pair of World Sim Racing drivers have got to close. Here we go. This will tell us a little bit more.
Certainly will. So, all the way to the left, and then, so Zambra's already basically gone off the track, but the second little jink there, that is reactive, but he was already going to the left-hand side first. But, I mean, it is very aggressive already. So he's gone hard right off the apex of 6, then he's gone hard left, then he's done a second defensive line as well. So definitely a lot of movement there.
Well, I guess the thing about the bit that was probably a bit reactive, at that point, Lucas can't make the move on the inside anyway. Like, it's just, they are too close to the corner for them both to then bring themselves back onto the right and brake and blah, 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 blah. So I'm willing to, you know, say that one is not the issue. And so if everything else before that was proactive and done before, because I think that move over to the left-hand side was done before Lucas even tried anything, probably not something to worry too much more about. Just shows how aggressive they're being with one another, and they follow each other into the pit lane as well. Now, are they going to do driver changes? My suspicion would be you probably want to leave the driver in for one more stint. Zero, I think, has done a single stint. Lucas as well. Leave them in for one more, and then driver change next time by for the final time today.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah, that idea of how they're going to play the race. We did see a change of the order between these two in the pit lane last time around. They came in this order, but the 23 left ahead off pit road. So is that going to be the same again? But Zambra did have a bit more of a gap this time around. It looks like they are staying in the cars. As you were saying, it was a 34-lap stint for the pair of them. And as they work their way back out onto the track, hopefully we'll see if Zambra can keep that lead, or if there's going to be any sort of gains with the pit stops. No, there's not, and he does keep his lead.
Remember, it was a longer pit stop last time by for the Alpha Esports machine, identical this time around, so they'll leave as they were back out onto track. And once again, let's stay locked in this battle that's been keeping us entertained for quite a while. We're coming back up towards, though, another pit stop sequence for the GTD. So as these two head back out onto track and re-emerge, just quick update on where they all sit right now. It is still Redline and Coit that lead. Remember, they still probably have around 8 seconds of optional repairs that will get finished in their next pit stop just naturally. Margin to Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, though, is here comes your race leader. 2 hours and 15 minutes. We'll focus on GTD in a sec. My word, Cam.
That was perfect, almost to the second that he's going to be in his pit box, because that is, if my maths is not correct, 45 minutes a stint. But of course, that final stint does depend exactly when the checkered flag drops and where you are compared to the leader. But still, I think it's at a point now where we can say the 7 can make it to the end, but of course, it's a stretch for 3 more stints.
And we did see some cars go 50 minutes in the first stint, if I remember correctly. So I think they're set up quite nicely. Yes, 45 minutes might still be a tough ask in cooler conditions, but as Owen Carroll jumps back in, sounds like he's going, or seems like he's going to be the one that gets the responsibility of trying to do the fuel saving all the way to the very end. There goes Isaac Phelps, by the way, front of the shot, back out onto track. He's going to put himself right back into the mix with his teammate and Ciro Zambra in that 3-way battle with the LMP2 cars. There we go. There you can see them once again, locking horns, and ooh, here we go. Right out of pit lane, and instantly Isaac Phelps goes on the offense. Now, with traffic in front of them, Ciro Zambra, will he get compromised through the chicane? Back on to Holman Boulevard, the run into turn 7. Zambra's going to tuck back into the draft of the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car, sitting, of course, second on the track, and hold on to his position into the braking zone.
Yeah, he should have that one nicely. The 23 gets in between the GTDs as well, so the 3-car battle in LMP2 continues on, and somehow the 207 is still leading the way, but they've been in every single order possible. But it looks like the 223, Isaac Phelps, is coming and chasing him down very quickly, trying to get up to speed, diving it down the inside, at least looking, trying to get in the mirrors. But Zambra should hold on to that one pretty nicely for now.
That was not the fastest entry into the penultimate corner, though. That seemed a little bit like it almost caught his teammate off guard following in behind. So Lucas Prada will try and re-establish a bit of momentum now as look at the big Ford Mustang in front. It's great to see, like Cam was mentioning, we've got representation from basically every manufacturer available. The only one that we don't have in the field is a GTD Lamborghini. The rest of the cars that are available to be raced have made their way into this top split, so a slightly different viewing than what we've seen over the prior years, and maybe something to keep an eye on moving forward, especially thinking about what car some of these drivers will be thinking about picking. Let's go back to GTD then, now that we've got a second. Never mind.
Well, just seeing, I mean, maybe just got out the corner of my eye, but the 223, I think, always ran into the back of the Cadillac there. But I think it was all good in the end, but just showing that they are definitely still pushing quite a lot.
Yeah, no. And this is where we talked about LMP2 GTP. One might actually be better in the braking zone, and it might not be the one that you think, given that GTP is doing its regen and stuff. So yeah, that could have been, there have been a couple of close calls, I'm sure. Plenty that we haven't seen as well. Before we get to GTD, apparently we've got LMP2 pit stops to talk about. Second place has come on in the Apex Racing team, making their way to the box.
Absolutely. So that is the 199 machine. Of course, you saw Solholm gets in that car, and it looks like he's going to be staying in it. So that's not too bad. And yes, from here it should be 3 stints. And actually, on that, I was doing the maths. Actually, and I was forgetting, of course, the GTPs go a bit longer than that. So actually, if they do 44 lap stints, it's about 55 minutes. So they are going to be fine on the fuel for the 7 there. So much so they might not even need a full tank for the final stint. So it's going to work. Just depend. Well, it's going to work in terms of them getting to the end physically, but is it going to work in terms of their track position compared to where they would have been otherwise?
Well, so let's say it's probably hard to quantify how much time this is going to save them at the end of the day. But let's say, so they sit 70 seconds off the leader right now. They were able to stay on the lead lap as Apex Racing's 199 off and away. If they gain even 30 seconds here, they're on the podium. They're in third. If they gain 40 seconds, they have a chance of making it a BS 1 and 2. So that's quite cool. Also very cool that you see the Apex Racing team directly off of pit lane, and you'll see up the road in front of them, gridandgo.com. Marcus Solholm is emerged in third position. Grid and Go have leapfrogged them on the strategy window here. So we've got a battle brewing. Second place, very much up for grabs.
Oh, we certainly do. And not too far in the background as well is the red Miranda 66 car as well, and then also the 4 Williams car also. So really 4 cars still in with a shout for this second place in LMP2 as it stands. So this is looking really good, as also the leader, the 14, is in pit lane as well, as we're seeing once more this huge defense to the inside for Zambra. He was way onto the grey stuff once more, and he goes deep.
At this point, it almost seems like a battle of the egos. Neither side wants to back down. Zambra got compromised on corner exit, and guess what? Phelps took advantage of that. Might have been a bit of contact, but the move made, and now we'll see if they can put the fighting aside for just a little bit and try and make some inroads into the 16-second advantage that they've got to try, and now battle up towards the top 5. You mentioned it though, Francis McGinn, your race leader, came into pit lane. Every one of these LMP2 cars inside of the top 8 has made their most recent trip down to pit lane. It's 14 seconds the lead up front, and then the fight for second well and truly on.
This is good stuff. Really loving this LMP2 battle as this worked out over the course of the race. We're getting very close to 2 hours left remaining, so not too many stints, maybe just one final driver change coming in these cars, and it's really at that point where these drivers who are racing right now, they know they've only got a few laps left to show what they can do, and at the moment actually Phelps is really starting to pull away. So Zambra's dropped off. Of course, the 23 was off. Prada, he's dropped off a bit. So the 223, which was at the back of this 3-way battle, is now at the front and now trying to chase down the cars ahead.
And I think there's going to be a swap around for 4th. Williams Esports Academy. Robin Galerum up the inside of Alec Bergstrom gets us stopped. And you mentioned that these two not far behind either. They could make themselves known in the fight for the podium. They're on a very different strategy to BS Plus Nexus and Apex Racing. More on a similar strategy to gridandgo.com. So when we get to the end of the race, BS Plus Nexus and Apex do have a bit of an advantage. Expect them to potentially be sat stationary for that little bit less time. Could prove very much crucial in terms of how things will end up playing out. Morada's M Squad, though, and give them some credit as well. Not just good race pace, but there's a good fight back after qualifying down in 12th position. I'm not even sure if they set a qualifying time, if I remember correctly, but, you know, they've been consistently up here in the top 5, and still a long way to go in this race at the end of the day. We've still got 1/3 or so left to go.
Yeah, they can still do some things from here and try and find their way forward. Sort of forward is fiercely forward. Seems they're coming down pit road in the 17 machine. As it stands, they are a lap down off the leads. This is getting very close for 66, dives up the inside of the 71 car, following the 4 through as well, being ultra aggressive to try and keep up in that battle. And they'll be looking at, which is currently for 4th and 5th place in your LMP2s.
And with the gap behind, again, relatively large to the battle pack of Phelps, Zambra, and Prada that we've been tracking throughout the majority of the mid part of the race. These cars can afford to fight a bit more than maybe they would have expected. Maybe not thinking about your race lead too much at this stage, given that, again, 13 seconds. Francis McGinn, Will Murdoch looking very, very comfortable. Gustavo Ariel slices his way through the LMP2 cars as we jump on board with Alec Bergstrom. Watch the hands here as well, because the one thing that you always want to try and do in any race car with downforce, be smooth. Don't try and overload it at any time, and that's what the best drivers and the prototypes are able to do.
Yeah, you kind of have to, well, not really let it do its own thing, because you are still driving the car, but you just got to ease the car in certain situations. Of course, be aggressive to get the car in, but then especially through these longer corners here, you want one nice sweep in and then sweep out of each of the apexes, and that is some rather calm driving. But then, of course, as soon as you get on the power, you can feel the rear sort of starting to step out, trying to get around on you, but you just have to keep that car in control, especially the later you get into the stint with the more worn tyres. And now we have a bit of traffic up ahead, and this could slow things down in towards the final corner. Around the outside is going to have to be for the 4. Of course, the marble is way offline now, so that's absolutely fine, but that was a bit wide there as the 66 tried to come through as well, just losing a little bit of momentum.
Wonder if that was almost recognizing that to go around the outside, you always know a GT3 car wants to try and wash up the track. Just naturally has got less performance than the prototypes, and so maybe gives a little bit more room to make sure that the GT car is aware. But that's probably smart. You'd rather give a bit more margin than run it too close and end with both cars in the wall. We've already seen a major incident on the pit straight once today. We don't really have any desire to see another one, if we're being honest. That one took out 2 or 3 cars when the Grid and Go GT3 machine got stationary after contact through the penultimate corner. Stationary basically just before the yard of bricks, and nowhere to go for the Dory Esports Academy car, as it was blindsided and ran directly into the back of the Ferrari 296. 4 minutes away from the top of the hour, though, and very much into the final 2 hours of this sprint. 40 cars are still running, temperatures are dropping. It's ideal conditions for multi-class madness as we start to really get drivers recognizing if they want a result from this race, it's time to start pushing.
Yes, and they are starting to do that. We're seeing some of the battles in the last hour or so get a little bit more feisty. We've seen some cars taking potentially some extra risks and trying to find something up ahead of them. So as we come back to this LMP2 battle, this is your 3rd place car. This is the 199 Apex Racing team. They're chasing down the Grid and Go, which is that black and green car just up ahead of them, but they are 15 seconds off the lead. The BS Plus Nexus have been leading for a long time now, and they've held that gap very nicely up towards the front. So it's this battle in behind that we're really focusing on, because it's also not just this car, it is that battle in behind that we've been watching, the 4 and the 6, 4 and 66 I should say, who is only about 4 seconds behind this.
The great thing about these special events, as much as we're focused here just on the top split of one particular time slot, there are multiple time slots and multiple splits per time slot. So multiple races happening right now all at the same time. And so thousands around the world are able to jump in and experience whatever class of competition they want here with this Indy 6 hour. And I was just scrolling through social media. Very, very cool to see that some real world drivers here, I wouldn't say necessarily trying to prepare for next weekend's battle on the bricks, but maybe just getting a bit more experience. Some of the Lexus drivers, Jack Hawksworth, Parker Thompson, they're in a car that they're sharing with Jaden Conwright, who races in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. We've also seen him race with BS Competition in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship as well. Do you want to guess what their team name is? Because I'll tell you what, it's a creative one. I'll give them that.
I couldn't guess. Some of the team names get quite crazy down in the lower splits past top split.
So Parker Thompson, Jack Hawksworth combined to Tomahawk Racing.
Tomahawk. Okay, I like that.
It's really quite good, actually.
Okay, that's actually good. I thought it was going to be some actual like some meme,
right.
But that's actually quite good.
You thought
about that?
Yeah, you thought it was good. Okay, so we did get a paint submitted for a team with the name. Did you know team names have a 64-character limit, which is long?
That is quite long, yeah.
Yeah, well, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on which way you look at it, they're not in top split. But yes, now you know, if you didn't know. 64-character limit.
What was it, or is it not repeatable?
No, that was the actual team name.
Oh.
Right.
That's terrible.
Yes, no, it wasn't creative. It was just, did you know team names have a 64-character limit, which is long? That is the team name.
Wow. So you got to put quotation marks around that. That is pretty terrible. But I guess at some point, when you have so many entries into it, you got to get, a little bit creative. I know we do see some of them, like Race Clutch. They're like Race Clutch White, Race Clutch Black. But yeah, I prefer that one actually.
Are you forgetting that you and I are part of the greatest teams who have ever existed, with one of the longest team names ever to be broadcast on RaceSpotTV, the Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF powered by RaceSpot team.
Yeah, that was good. We didn't finish the race though, did we?
Well, technically Dan Kell went back out there just to murder Florian, so we weren't going to finish the race anyway, and then we made sure that we didn't by going and killing the boss of BS Competition. So yes. No, we didn't finish.
Yeah, I remember I woke up at like 6 o'clock in the morning and Lewis was like, yeah, don't bother. Like he sent me a message 3 hours previous to that. And I woke up to like, yeah, don't bother waking up, Cam.
Yeah, it was not a smooth race, for which I could probably take my fair share of the blame. Although I used a couple of our fast repairs. I didn't use them all.
I used one, I think.
Lewis loves to tell us that he didn't use a fast repair, but that's just because all of his crashes were too small. So he did damage, but like he was the mean person that didn't do enough damage to like wreck the car enough that we could warrant getting a new car. So he had to suffer with a damaged car. Don't actually know if that's true, but I'm just throwing him under the bus because I can.
Yeah, absolutely can. As we've just hit 2 hours to go in this race, so 2/3 done, 1/3 to go, and we are still seeing some close battles. So I'm loving that. But of course, talking of fast repairs, we don't quite have that here. But it seems like most of the drivers, at least up the front, are keeping it clean.
Yep, no, that is a good point. No fast repairs for these drivers, and probably for the best, given that it really does encourage a bit more cleanliness in some of the multi-class traffic encounters. Do have some GTDs, though, right as that 2-hour window has been brought into the forefront, coming down to pit lane. And so Beckham Jasir, Williams Esports Racing prodigy, 41 seconds stationary for him. Off and away they go, and getting ready to go back out onto track after taking the car back over from Alessandro Bico. So as Drago Racing sits behind, let's see what the gap's going to be to some of the cars that Williams Esports Racing Prodigy will be hoping to try and avoid encountering on pit exit here. It was about 12 seconds their margin to the race leader just before they came into pit lane.
Yeah, this is going to be I actually think by the time we have the pits, the damage repairs, I should say, for the 70 in the pit stop, I think it's actually going to be a fairly close battle in the last stint or so. So this could be still up for grabs, but you never know.
The damage repairs will get served as part of the regular service, so it actually won't even be a... Yeah, it's one of those great things if you are redline, because the tires are done so quickly, you can get the hammers out early, and I still don't know what Beckham Jasir has between his teeth, but it's very much helping him keep relaxed.
Yeah, what? I mean, it's so small on my screen, it's not quite big enough. Is that a zip tie or something? Or is that actually a piece of straw?
It could be a zip tie. I thought it might be a straw or one of those coffee stirrers that you get, which could also explain, you know, energy levels for most drivers. I'm assuming most drivers have some sort of caffeine before they get into the car.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a caffeine drinker, so I don't know what the schedule is of that.
Oh, that's right. You are not a caffeine drinker.
No, don't have coffee, don't have energy drinks.
Yeah, you're like me.
So I've got no idea. Coffee goes on, you know, over my head is beyond me.
Zip tie. That's what the chat's saying. So the chat's probably right.
I don't think that's overly healthy if he's doing that for a full 6 hours, but, you know, it keeps him concentrated, I guess.
Kira Lifelender said it's a Capri-Sun straw.
No, they're a bit too like papery nowadays, aren't they? They
Are they
fold.
really?
Yeah, because if you don't get it like through the little plasticky bit, it like folds in half because it's so thin now.
See, this is the thing.
It's not like back in our day, Arjuna.
In the US, we don't have paper straws everywhere. It's still a lot of plastic straws. So I know in the UK you've got that problem. We don't have it in the US just yet.
Yeah, when it was plastic, you know, 15 years ago when I was at school, that was cool when you had one of them in your lunchbox.
And it
would just pierce through that little bit.
Exactly.
Whereas nowadays, when it's like the cardboard one, if you slightly miss the angle, it just bends. So disappointing.
That sounds disappointing as well. Like literally sounds disappointing.
I just wanted a Capri Sun, and now I'm having to unfold a straw.
Anyway, we've got the couple more takers down to pit lane that I want to figure out how long it's going to cost them. One thing also just to point out, Ole Steinbratton, poor guy, when it rains it falls for the 71. They've been involved in yet another incident, this time out of turn 8 with the Williams Esports Chill Blast car putting a lap on them as well. Lost a bit more time there. Josh Ladd and the Williams Gaming Club car, we lost some time at turns 1 and 2, so it's still all going on. We've got a big grid out there still, and there's the look at the replay for Steinbratton.
Just getting turned again with unfortunately the Williams car catching the rear. How many times have we seen that? Even just in the time I've been in the commentary booth, it's just the acceleration difference between the two classes. The prototype just ever so slightly tags and just pushes them around. Yeah, easy to do in some ways with how tight it actually gets to some of these apexes, but of course it's still firmly on the prototype's responsibility to not do that and to get past cleanly.
I will say, veteran viewers of the broadcasts, and maybe those that have raced in SCO and 24-hour/Neo, you may remember a race. It was the SCO, I think it was 8 Hours of Silverstone a couple of years ago, where we just had lots of really dumb stuff. There's no other way to say it. Like, we had crashes in qualifying because they were slowing down to try and cool off their tires, and there was a driver coming that was on a hot lap and no one got out of his way. We had 3 wide with drivers going off the track at Stowe to pass a GTD car. Like, we had silliness. For the most part, I feel like this year, Cam, and you can tell me I'm full of nonsense if you think I am. I feel like multi-class traffic and traffic in general, it's been better in the sim racing world.
Yes, potentially. No, you might be right with that. I did miss a couple of special events this year, but for the ones that I've done, the ones I've seen, maybe you're right. Hopefully that means everyone is learning, of course, because if you go out and you start crashing, it's no fun for anyone involved, unfortunately.
Right.
So general driving standards improving is always a good thing. But yeah, maybe you're right, actually. Because even from this race here, of course, we've had a couple of little incidents like that, but we've had no one doing anything really silly as such in terms of, the big lunges down the inside and things like that, that just take too much risk.
Yeah, and the fact that we still got 40 cars running was the main thing that kind of prompted it. And I was thinking back to Sebring and Watkins Glen, where we did have rain, and most of the attrition that we had in those races wasn't with traffic. It was genuinely just with the rain, because it was a lot of really heavy rain, lots of aquaplaning, and when you have drivers like Josh Rogers, you know, losing it with relatively little notice, I think that tells you a lot about how difficult those conditions were. So it's been nice to see, and I'm hoping that with still an hour and 50 minutes to go, yes, that we'll finish this race with 40 drivers as well, and 40 teams that have all put in a good effort to the end of this race. In some cases, laps down. Apex Racing Academy, they're 7-8 laps down from the leaders. Altitude Esports, they're going on 20 laps off the leading car in class. So yeah, some drivers that are showing some good endurance racing spirit. Down on pit lane, by the way, red line, driver change. Florian Lebigra gets into the race leading number 70 with an hour and 52 minutes to take the car to victory.
As Benito gets in the 71 as well, so both cars there. And of course, once again, the 71 sort of has a spin, like he did in the previous stint, I think it was, had a spin basically on the in-lap as such of the car as well. So not the racer 71 would have wanted, but the sister car is looking very nice indeed. And as we were mentioning, some optional repairs probably been taken as well, just inside that fuel number. So hopefully they should be okay to still hold on, but it's getting very close. VRS Coanda come in with Guven as well, as the back straight is a swarm of all the different categories.
It is a very, very busy place to be. The curbs, by the way, was something that we've touched on a little bit here, but there are some curbs like there which are totally flat, and there are some curbs which are quite high and raised, and you've got to know which ones you can use and which ones to avoid. I haven't seen curbs be a problem so much today. Remember when NASCAR came here initially, they had some problems with the curb at the chicane and actually digging it up in effect. So, you know, it's again one of those things, learning and understanding the racetrack. Teams have done a decent job for the most part in figuring that out. Back over, by the way, to Benito, who has already charged through the field once so far today. He'll have to do it again. Now down in 9th position, Carlos Fenalosa behind. And by the way, VRS Coanda, they've just finished their pit stop as well. They'll be bleeding back out onto track, potentially right behind these two.
This is going to be a fun battle inside the final couple of hours of this race. Potentially the final drivers in the car now, unless they want to just do a single and then give it to someone else. And yeah, I think that was just Coanda exiting the pit road. So they are going to be a few seconds behind, but still somewhat within reach if these two are going to have a few issues here and there. Looks like it's going to be about 7 seconds or so by the time they get back up to speed, as they chunk it over those curbs coming onto the back straight.
Yes, curbs that no GT3 car is going to move, but a NASCAR stock car can very much move with the weight and mass that it shifts through the corner. So, like you say, I think for the most part, driver changes have been done and dusted for the GTDs. LMP2s might have another round of change to come in the next cycle of pit stops. Same to be said for the GTPs. Now, remember that they can go around 40 laps or so in the top class. They're going on to the 36th or so lap of the stint for many of the teams, so only 4 or 5 laps away from getting the swaps done and dusted probably. Expect Danny Lorenzo to get back into the number 89 to the number 2, given that Matt Farrow and Alexander Spetz have both done their respective drive time. Ate Kalpanen will be jumping in to take the car to the end of the race. So that's the story for the top 2. I'm sure there's still plenty more to talk about as a pair of Porsches battling. It's Coffin Dancers versus Team PGZ. PGZ have already pitted. Coffin Dancers yet to pit for what would be the penultimate time.
Yeah, and in the background, not too far behind, is that Red Line and Drago battle as well for the 71 and the 269. The 269 BMW was potentially having a look down in towards turn 1, but I think some traffic got in the way and stopped that in the background. And yeah, that is the battle between Zambra and Prada, as well as down the inside. It's going to be for the 114, and as all contact is made, he spun the wrong way, and the PGZ car goes off the track, having that inside line and actually making it towards the apex. Unfortunately, was turned in on and unfortunately went off the track.
Don't know how smart that was, knowing that the Coffin Dancers due down to pit lane sooner rather than later. Here's another look at it. Maybe a look from above would show, you know, if the Coffin Dancers turns in early, does Team PGZ and Lewis Wood slightly over. I mean, he does go deep, but he's made the corner, you'd have to argue. At the same time, Coffin Dancers are well turned into the corner by that point. Contact very much happening on exit, and it's the car that's already pitted that loses out in that situation.
We've seen that a few too many times today. It's just this contact on the rear of a car, spinning them, more so than just some door banging. So they need to be very careful with those front to rear contacts, it seems. But of course, we continue on. Some time lost brings back into the battle the 71 and the 269 in the background as well. So that might be, well, it was already one free position for Redline and Drago, and maybe it's going to be another one if they can't get up to speed in that 15 car again.
The track here, by the way, is starting to cool off a little bit more. It's popped back up to 29 degrees Celsius with just the way the cloud cover is working, but I think by the time we close this race out, track temperatures could be a couple more degrees cooler than it is right now. So balance of the car is going to continue to shift. Is the balance of the race about to shift? Because Phil Denez has just brought the number 89 BMW M Team BS Plus competition M Hybrid V8 to pit lane, and the expectation is Danny Lorenzo is on the wall and ready to go. It's a big move there from Team Redline and Enzo Benita to make the move on the coffin dancers, but there you go, Porsche down to pit lane as well, right as our race leaders hit their marks too.
Yeah, pit stop time once more. Now 46 minutes remaining in the race. Does Phil get out of the car? Because he has been in there for a little while now. Yes, he is. Looks like he's going to get out. And who is going to jump in? It looks like it's going to be Lorenzo, who of course started the car. He's going to get back in for the final couple of stints in this race. So of course that means the number 2, Matt Farrow, has taken the lead for now, but they will owe us a stop.
And so, given that we know that these cars can go as long as, 55 minutes. It should still end up being the penultimate stop, I believe. Might just take, though, a bit of fuel mileage gains on the run to the end of the race, knowing the conditions are still cooling off as it stands right now. You can see the run down the main straight, the pit straight, looks rather busy. Now, where is the number 89 going to feed? Is it going to be right into traffic? Yes, it is the answer to that. Does emerge in front of the Mercedes Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car, but has to then cut underneath Lorenzo Manfredotti in the Ford Mustang for the Apex Racing Academy. And now a little bit more clean air to visualize up front, get himself up to speed. He's got a charge to the end, 1 hour and 45 minutes to go. And after putting the car on pole position, assumption would be he is probably the fastest driver in that lineup and ready to take them to the checkered flag.
So I'm just trying to do the quick mental maths in my head, because they're only 12 seconds behind the number 7 car. But for the 7 car to really make that work, they would also need to have 1 stop left, but I believe they have 2. So they are going to be, therefore, net behind, unfortunately, with how that's working out for the number 7. Owen Carroll is in that car as it stands, but I think they should still be able to gain some decent time from where they were and might get a half-decent result today. And this is that car that we are talking about, the number 7 machine, who are obviously continuing on and will probably, yeah, they will cycle to the front because the 4 cars ahead of them, of course, all need to stop in the next 5 to 10 laps, but we're still going to wait another 20 laps until this car comes in.
They're 13 seconds in front of their teammates, so again goes to show it's not a strategy necessarily that's going to get them a win, but a strategy that's put them in contention at the very least. Definitely something that they have been working towards since the very start of this race. You can't fuel save at the very end. No, you've got to fuel save from the start and hope the strategy was the right one. Battle for third here in the LMP2 class. It's been a slow couple of stints in some ways from Marcus Solholm, dropping back from the lead of the race. He's got Robin Glerham right on his case in the Williams Esports Academy car. Now, Glerham has, just looking at the drive times here, been in that car for quite a bit. But Kamil Grabowski did do about 3 hours straight, so I wouldn't be surprised if Glerham's going to be going to the end here. And he's fired up, he's charged up, but gets a great run out of the final corner. And is he going to have to try a lunge to the inside at turn 1? What does Solholm do with his rear view mirrors being filled?
Yeah, this is probably going to be the move from the 4. He goes to that inside line. He had that momentum off the final corner. He's already ahead pretty much because there's no defense from the 199. Lifts off and lets the Williams car go through and up into 3rd place. The number 4 has been sat back off these top few places for a little while now, the last hour or so. They haven't been featuring so much, but they are back onto the podium, 7 seconds behind Grid and Go. So that is their next target to chase down. Looking at the 199, letting them through, I wouldn't be surprised if they're now just going to try and follow and not lose time as they try and chase down the Grid and Go machine as the current race leader, the number 2 Williams car, comes into the pit lane.
I do wonder if there's some damage maybe for the 199 that we can't see, maybe to the floor or something, because this middle stint has not been, the middle part of the race, I should say, has not been moving them forward, and it's really establishing BS Plus Nexus up front and in control. So as not 1 but 2 Williams cars hit their marks, Williams Esports Chill Blast in from the lead of the race, and followed in by the Cadillac, Josh Ladd behind the wheel of the Williams Gaming Club entry. And so as Ate Kalpanen takes over for the number 2, that was as expected. Remember, he still got to get his drive time complete to the end of the race. Behind them, you can see Josh Ladd trundling into picture, just trying to hit and find his respective marks. But not be surprised if there is a driver change here as well to maybe put Jaden Munoz back into the number 3.
Yeah, I think it's a final driver swap time, double stint to the end. Makes sense for these guys, as we're seeing Zuba there, for Race Clutch as it stands. Currently in that 7th place. They've already made up 3 positions from their qualifying in that number 11 machine, but they are in a little bit of no man's land with 12 ahead, 21 behind, as we're seeing the Williams car now jump back out onto the track, and let's see exactly where they're going to come out.
No traffic, it would seem, with the exception of the Ferrari that they'll be able to make the move on before they get to the next braking zone. Robin Glera makes the move on the Racing Lab 4, trying to put a bit more breathing room between him and Marcus Solholm. But as they come back onto the banking, Team Redline into pit lane in the number 20 from the lead of the race. A busy time for GTPs. Now, Robin Glaram's 30 laps into his stint, so he's probably not too far away from his own pit stop as well. Maybe that's where we're seeing a bit more of the aggression and the intent from some of these drivers. Gustavo hits the mark. Should see him stay into the end of this race based on how he and his teammate Diogo Pinto have broken this race up. Behind, might see driver changes for Drago Racing and for Race Clutch, and indeed Ross Woodford going to get out. Jeri Lehtinen in for Race Clutch. For Drago Racing, Timo Roda out. Ricardo Rico in. Final driver changes of the day.
Yeah, Pinto getting in for the number 20 machine as well. Absolutely stacked lineup as ever for Redline as they continue their race in this number 20 machine. But they do have some chasing down to do if they want to get a race victory. Realistically, on pace, they are going to need have some issues. They are going to need some issues for the cars ahead, which of course is currently the number 89 machine. Realistically, that is going to be leading the way. Yeah, full stop. As you would expect for Pinto, 49 seconds as they continue their way on now. They are going to come out in around 6th position or so with a decent gap, about 20 odd seconds up ahead to the number 2 of Kalpanen that we've just seen in the pit lane.
Yep, no change in the last stint between 2nd and 3rd on track on strategy. It is still very much now just down to whether BMW M Team BS Competition can avoid any slip-ups because they've got Williams Esports Shield Blast at arm's reach. Pit stop though for Robin Glaram, as mentioned. Maybe part of the reason for the aggression was knowing that he was due down to the box sometime soon. Now this though does mean that he'll come back into pit lane with around 60 minutes left in this race. He'll have a splash and dash still left to serve with 20 minutes left to go. Replay, by the way, something's happened to that Race Clutch Cadillac.
Yeah, let's see. We'll just lock in the rears. Coming into turn 4, maybe just ever so slightly touching the grass on the entry, but it seemed just like a sudden lock of the rears, maybe not helping with some of the regen, and going around for the 12 machine. A very aggressive snap there on the back of who's driving that, Lehtinen driving that car at the moment.
Maybe as well just struggling to get back up to speed with the car, and maybe change of the conditions since the last time they had driven. It's gotten potentially a little bit cooler, and maybe the sight lines changing just a little bit, and the references that drivers are using. There is your LMP2 leader, by the way, as Jesse Tekela brings the Grid and Go 003 back down to pit lane for yet another service. BS plus Nexus, they could still be as many as 8 laps away from coming back down to pit lane. Will Murdoch expected to jump back into the car as Marla Racing Team jumping all over the curbs directly behind them. It's been a sterling day for BS plus Nexus. They weren't even sure if they would make it into top split, Cam, but make it they did, and what a performance so far.
Yeah, it's always funny when you see stories like that. You know, may not make it into top split and then potentially winning the race, and also not, you know, in a lucky way, just pure performance. They've been leading for the last, well, really since I've been watching, it's the last like 3 hours or so, since they've been in that position, and they've had hold of it very, very strongly. So good job from those guys so far, but they just got to keep going at this point in the race. Don't let this opportunity, I did mention before how, especially from the BS plus side of things, not always getting the results that they would have wanted, but they're looking good still, actually, in both prototype categories.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, BS have had their success at certain events, 24 Hours of the Nürburgring in particular. They've won that twice in the GT3 class, but yeah, they're still waiting, I think, for some of these big breakout prototype wins. Owen Carroll passes the McLaren there, as he just continues to work his way through traffic. You can see, in fact, that's a Cadillac in front, so he's slowly working his way through cars that are already, at this point, a lap or so down on the rest of the field. So always interesting how traffic management plays itself out. Jaden Munoz, of course, is back into that Williams Gaming Club machine. See what they can do in this final stint of the race.
Yes, and that's the first car that is a lap down. So, of course, we got Kivichev leading the way as it stands in the 6th machine, and then that is that he'll be a little bit further up in that Porsche, just at the front of the shot. And then now we're seeing around the outside the McLaren. That's going to get close on exit. Oh, God, that McLaren could have easily just slid. So in that one lap, Owen Carroll had the car in turn 1, and then the other one through the S's, and then in the final corner as well. So 3 little close contacts with GTD, and that's just how you go endurance racing, it seems.
Sometimes you can't afford to give up any ground, right? That's what we've talked about at this level, where, you know, every lap is basically a sprint. There's no safety cars to reset the playing field. Once the green flag drops, you are left to your own speed until the end of the race arrives. And so as the end slowly gets closer and closer for us, why don't, for the final time today, we turn down the volume of the commentators, turn up the sound of the engines, and enjoy the sights and sounds with some RaceSpot fan immersion. We've done 2 in the GTD class, so I'm going to say let's go LMP2 this time, and we do have some fights potentially that we could take a look at. So Robin Glerum was aggressive. Why don't we ride on board with him, Cam? Any objection to that?
I was going to say this exact battle as well. This is one of the closest ones on track, and it's getting pretty feisty.
So let's jump on board and let's enjoy sights and sounds of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with just over 90 minutes left to go in the Indy 6 Hours, the latest iRacing special event. The gridandgo.com fans in our chat enjoying a couple of laps on board with Jesse Checkered there in the gridandgo.com 003 as we wind our way into the final 90 minutes here in the Indy 6 Hours, the latest iRacing special event, the Battle on the Bricks. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Cam Roger getting ready to see the checkered flag in a race where I think we're not expecting much to change for the lead, but Cam, there are still some battles that we're looking forward to, as much as, yeah, like I mentioned, leads and leaders potentially looking very comfortable right now.
Oh, definitely. There's plenty of positions in behind, but the leaders are looking fairly solid, actually. Sometimes you don't necessarily see this, but they have got themselves a decent lead between 10 and 20 seconds for each of the three classes, as we see some pit stops happening. So Parnell, so that was part of the battle that we were just watching, part of their onboard lap. So both Grid and Go and Williams were able to get past. Now Parnell are into the pit lane, the 177, then also the 223, the WSR car that had Phelps in. Romanelli has got in that one for the final couple of stints as well. So there is Paulino, who's got into Parnell and is continuing on the race.
They're going to have to try and do some fuel saving, though, because if a pit stop is needed every about 40 minutes on the norm, then about 5 more minutes of fuel saving in each stint should get them to the end. Not sure if that's too much to ask for, though. Out of pit lane and going to be dropped back into some fights in some cases. Alpha Esports and World Sim Racing just continuing to go at it with one another at this point in time. There you can see them running down into the opening corner. But let's talk about the leaders very quickly then, because in GTP starting there, if you're just joining us for the very first time, you might see Owen Carroll on the 7 leading and think they're the ones that surely they're talking about as being the ones in contention for the win. No, they're the ones going long on strategy. Owe us a pit stop, at least at this point of the race. Instead, it's a second place, number 89, Danny Lorenzo, BMW MTBS competition car that is the presumptive favorite to take the victory, as right on cue, Carroll into pit lane.
So this is only after 35 laps. So they are going for the shorter stops rather than going for the saving the extra stop in that case, if I am not mistaken. So or they're sort of using up some laps. So here they're going a little bit early, but then they will need an extra stop like everyone else. So they are going to save quite a bit of time by doing this, having gone longer in plenty of the other stints previously. And of course they had the track position of effectively leading the race. So let's see how much time they can save. We are.
I think this is what you had figured out, though, in that last pit stop sequence, right? Where when we were talking about them needing to come in with about 2 hours and 15 to go. From there, they just needed to go 45 minutes on the stint. So that's basically actually right according to the plan, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems like, yeah, they were going obviously longer to save. So let's see how that one works out. Of course, some of the other teams actually went shorter at various points in the middle of the race, but it seems like that car's going to do them all at the end, and they should save a decent amount of time. Yeah, they saved 10 seconds that time around. If they do that next time, that's going to be 20 seconds saved, so they're going to be jumping up the order quite nicely.
This is intriguing. At least add some extra element. Could be a BS competition 1 and 2 if things go according to the plan, but that is asking for quite a lot as well at this stage. Owen Carroll has been deposited straight into a fight with Dominic Hoffman, and so for the first time in quite a while, we got a fight brewing in GTP, and these are two feisty drivers as well. We mentioned that, you know, Hoffman had his breakout to prominence in many ways last year and in the preceding 18 months in this prototype, but mainly in a BMW. Now it's Carroll in the BMW hunting him down, and only about 0.5 of a second splitting them. We continue, though, to just watch the Alpha Esports 207.
And if BS save another 10 seconds, they'll go up into 4th place at the next pit stop, and they're going to be a bit faster potentially because they're on lighter fuel now. So this might actually work out fairly nicely. I don't know if they're going to be able to jump the extra 10 seconds they would need to get onto the podium to get up to Team Redline, who are currently in that place, as Ulrico's gone around for Drago. Was that involved with the Redline Mercedes? Just caught the end of that, but the number 9 went around.
It was involved instead with Robin Glerum in the Williams Esports Academy car, but this is of course the Drago Racing car that's already 2 laps down, so they've lost a position actually through this to Apex 1, but fighting now basically who is going to finish 10th and who is going to finish 11th between the two of them. Dominic Hoffman has built up a bit more of a gap to Owen Carroll. It's about 1.2 odd seconds between the two of them as they run their way onto Holman Boulevard. You can see the margin between them. So this is where we'll get a bit of a sense for how the strategy will play out, because 10 seconds is not the only margin to think about, because 16 seconds, so a bit more than 10, gets BS Competition directly into third. So that is where I think the focus is going to come from. So you can't afford to lose too much time behind a slower car here if you are Owen Carroll, which is going to mean, I think, aggression in traffic gets ratcheted up.
Yeah, they had their savings since earlier. It's now full push to the end. Can you get yourself a podium in the Indy 6 hour? Then this is where we have to see how much risk they're willing to take. And this is the first overtaking opportunity for position that they really need to focus on. Of course, not quite close enough to make that move just yet, but needs to put that pressure on Hoffman, who is on 5-lap older tyres in this stint as it stands. We've just seen the 199 Apex car come in from second place in the LMP2s, and now we're seeing the leaders come in the BS Plus Nexus car.
So as the Apex car leaves the pit lane, the leader comes on in. Technically, they have established a lead of a lap, but it's not for very long because they'll be the one sitting stationary. And again, expected that Francis McGinn going to hand on over to his teammate Will Murdoch for the final couple of stints of the race. There goes the 199. Now, Danny Chivisciabo is back into the car, so he's still trying to now close up to, at the very least, third, hoping to maybe try and get back up to second. That would be the ultimate target, you would assume. Jesse Tekela is, what, 3 seconds in front of Robin Glerum's Williams Esports Academy car. Chivisciabo's got to make up 7 seconds to close up to the Williams car first. So there is quite a bit of work still left to be done. But we'll keep an eye on that. By the way, there's been a rash of incidents out on track and a rash of cars headed back to pit lane. 3 in the space of a couple of moments' time. So not quite sure what's happened to Drago's not surviving, one of the GT3 cars. That's it. And it's again on the main straightaway where chaos ensues and they arca brake their way on in. 1, 2, and 3. Lucas Prada in that World Sim Racing car, the one that we see losing a bit of bodywork and it magically reappearing.
Big contact there. Multiple cars involved. Big contact as well. So that is a huge shame. So that was the 207 and the 23 getting involved. That LMP2 battle that we are looking at as the 7 goes down the inside. Bit clumsy over the curbs. Can he make this stick?
And he's got to try and get it done now. I think he realizes that Hoffman can frustrate him and lose him some time as he tries to get himself into podium contention. Can he get the run off the corner here? He tried. Hoffman closes the door and slams it shut. Can tell you that Jesse Tekela has been involved in something as well. So I've got to say, we thought that things were settled for the lead. And while that's true, things behind, definitely not settled. Contact between Carroll and Hoffman. Hoffman holds on for the time being. And maybe now some damage as well.
We're into that last 90 minutes. Everyone is starting to go. They can see the positions. They're flashing of the headlights as well from the 7 machine all the way down the main straight as he tries to have this fierce battle with this car up ahead of him. That is quite an important move for their finishing position in this race, actually, because if he gets past the 6 here, he's actually only has another 5 seconds to Jaden Munoz in the number 3 Williams Gaming Club car. So this is important to try and get past. He's trying now to slide it up the inside in 4. They're going to get hindered slightly by the Mustang coming out onto the back straight, and he's got to get this move done.
And this all, again, with an hour and 20 minutes to go. So we're starting to wind the time off the clock, and drivers have recognized that situation. Carroll can't get alongside on the entry into turn 7. Hoffman continues to hold his advantage. They've lost through all of this some time to those in front, and that's important as well, because now it's 20 seconds that Carroll's got to try to gain to get in front of Redline for 3rd position. So I think at this stage, 2nd probably too far for the orange BS competition car. 3rd still potentially on the cards, but it's asking for quite a lot. Dominic Hoffman back out of the final corner. Let's see if the draft's going to help the BS competition car just close the advantage. We know the BMW's fast in GTD. Is it fast in the GTPs as well? Closing, closing, closing. Not close enough. Hoffman shows himself to Coanda to let them know they're there.
Oh, Owen Carroll with a great move to the inside there to make Hoffman half think about diving it down the inside of the Coanda car, but not this time around. So the outside instead, it's going to be through turn 4. That's getting very close. Was there contact there? Because the Coanda car seemed to slow up quite a lot. Maybe Carroll's got to be careful not to get involved in any incident like that. He continues on though, but definitely he's starting to make the risks and try and make this move.
Lights flash from Coanda, so I'm willing to say that yes, there was definitely, if not contact, Coanda lost some time. Not very happy about that was Tristan Iglesias. They've got the PGZ car now in front of them. That's Lewis Wood. Jesse Tekkel is down to 5th. So we do now have Williams Esports Academy 2nd, Apex Racing Team in 3rd. And again, 8 seconds between them in the battle for 2nd position. Keep an eye on that margin to the end of the race. Danny Shibishabo is going to be pushing and pushing hard. Meanwhile, Owen Carroll loses some time through all of the traffic. Dominic Hoffman, about a second now clear, back across the yard of bricks.
So funny how one lap can be so different in terms of your position in endurance racing. He was having a bit of a send, half send at least, down the inside of turn 1 last time. This time, not even close enough to do that, as we did end up with a few cars in the pit lane, as you would expect after that incident on the front straight. The 137, the 23, and the 207 all in the pit lane for LMP2, unfortunately, down to the back of the field, and they're not going to be able to get any sort of top positions as we work our way to the 66. This is the Maradness number 66 car, currently in that 4th position. He's got the Grid and Go coming up very quickly behind, and they're only 2 seconds behind Apex up ahead.
I think the Grid and Go car does have some damage. We'll see. Yeah, look at the right side of the front, whatever you want to call it, splitter. It's definitely crumpled on in. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to make significant headway with that damage. It was caused at turn 3. They got together with this Switch It Obsidian McLaren and lost a considerable amount of time, and so just have to now watch Jesse Tekela and what he can do. A Grid and Go car had been sitting in 2nd for so long, and so one moment with traffic, that's all it takes, and that's what the leaders will be thinking as well. It's now 9.5 between the GTD leaders. We're 20 minutes away from our final pit stops for the class.
We certainly are. This is getting pretty tense between some of these drivers as there's some very, very close battles out there on the track, and they know that every couple of seconds is going to matter at this point in the race. So that's why they're absolutely pushing like mad, and especially these drivers who know they're going to the end as well. It kind of just changes the mindset a little bit. When you're in the middle of the race, you still know there's more drivers, more pit stops to come, whereas now it is all just thinking about how you're going to get to the end of the race in the fastest way possible. And as it stands, the Grid and Go car not quite close enough to make a move just yet, and of course that damage is probably hindering them a little bit, so we have to take that into account, that there might be a couple of tenths of a second lost in that car.
I mentioned we head up to the yard of bricks every single lap. At the start-finish line, they still have a sliver of the original bricks that are used to pave the entire racing surface. One thing that I've been told, now I was hoping to go and see the Indy 500 qualifying weekend this past year, but didn't get the chance to. But what I've been told is that when there is just one car running around the track in qualifying, you can tell when they're on the bricks, because it sounds audibly different than when they're driving around the rest of the track. It's just one of those things that you don't necessarily think about, right? It's just cool. I love that we've got the yard of bricks still there, even if we're going in across it in the wrong direction in this layout.
Yeah, still big, significant moment, or monument I should say, in the world of racing, because we don't really have anything like this at other circuits as such, and it just shows the history and the heritage of the race. And I think it's cool actually that we've still got that there. And as you say, I guess I haven't heard it myself in real life obviously, but I guess it kind of sounds like when you hear a car go over the rumble strip, and it's almost like the slapping of the tire against the very uneven surface. And imagine if we still had the bricks there. That was quite an interesting way to think about paving it.
Can you imagine trying to go 220 miles an hour just to cross brick? You're braver than I. Now, that was some smoke.
Yeah.
Where there's smoke, there's usually fire. Anders Myers, I've been told, is off the track. Oh, that's not pretty. That's a very much crabbing Ford Mustang. Oh, Williams Esports Chill Blast! Oh my goodness! Ate Kalpanen gets tangled up with traffic. And that Porsche's going nowhere. Back to pit lane. And if you're BS Competition, sigh of relief. Podium very much up for grabs for the second car. Victory all but theirs if Danny Lorenzo stays out of trouble.
Yeah, way too late. Just way too late. Was not in any way far enough ahead to make that move. Of course, you got to take the risk, and the Mustang was quite far to his left, probably in his blind spot a little bit as he went in there, but just too far behind. And that is the risk versus reward. If he stayed behind, would have lost a second, but he would have still been in the race.
Wow, we saw some aggressive moves in the first part. I mean, if you're the GT3 car, you always get told run your line. What else are you meant to do through that corner? I don't know.
And especially there, through that chicane, you can't go anywhere. You literally cannot go anywhere. It's so narrow, it's one line, and there's no space to the left anyway. The tarmac opens up on the right. On the left, it's still the grass, so he couldn't exactly get, do anything going to the left there. So yeah, just unfortunately way too much risk, and Kalpanen putting that second place opportunity down the drain with 1 hour and 15 minutes to go. And as you were mentioning earlier, that leaves the 89 with a very nice advantage, 45 seconds to Team Redline. And in just 1 hour and 14 minutes, they could be taking victory. I mean, they could cruise from here, but I wouldn't recommend doing that.
No, definitely don't cruise. Don't take your eye off the ball as well. That's when the mistakes tend to start. Now, I've just looked at it one more time, and from Ate Kalpanen's perspective, and from his perspective, I kind of think the same thing that I did when I watched it from the Mustang's perspective, which is what else are you meant to do? It wasn't like he was barely alongside the Mustang at the time of turning. He was well alongside at that point and going considerably faster. So, like, I'm glad I'm not a steward trying to figure out who's to blame for that one. The only thing that I know for sure is I think both their races are done. Here's the look from the Williams Esports onboard.
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, yeah, to be fair, I'm not being funny.
Right.
If I was driving that car, I would have done the same.
Like, you could actually, from that was a great camera as well, because you could see through the door that you had pulled alongside. Like, at that point, yeah, I don't really know what I think about that. I really do. Racing incident, probably. Like, that's what I would lean towards.
I guess you do always fall back on the fact, excuse me, that it's always the responsibility of the faster class, though, to get past. And there was a lot of risk knowing the type of corner that 5 and 6 is. But he's probably done that move 50 times already this race. So
exactly.
It's a bit of a difficult one, and it just wasn't quite the right timing, that one.
And this was just the one time that with the way the GT3 car maybe had taken the corner, it was a lot shallower of a line, right? So it couldn't really, because it was on the left on the entry into the chicane. It can't be on the left of the track exiting the chicane unless it does like 2 90-degree turns, right? And like completely stops. So, it's more likely to end up on the right side of the track on the other side of that corner. Yeah, that's just heartbreaking though. But again, stay out of trouble now. If you're BMW M Team BS Plus competition, Phil Denez, Danny Lorenzo, I might be chatting with them in about 72 minutes time as they cross the line, end of lap 224. How many more laps do they have left to stay out of trouble? Same thing kind of to be said for BS Plus Nexus. So I don't think we're technically going to count this as a double victory for BS competition, because I think this is more Nexus Esports than it is BS, but still a very, very cool day for them.
Oh, strong day. Absolutely. And we're seeing them there. The 14 machine, the red car coming down towards turn number 1. And they are looking very nice. 11-second lead. It's not quite as comfortable as their sister car in the GTPs, but I don't think anyone, if you told them before the race that they'd have a 11-second lead coming into the final hour, I think they would definitely take that opportunity. So it's working out very nicely. We've got Murdoch in that car as it stands, and he's working his way along nicely. And of course, the Williams car in that number 4 machine making themselves up into second place over the course of the race. They're actually not doing too bad of a job either, because they've pulled away by some 8 seconds to the 199 in behind.
And I tell you what, I'm looking at these lap times. Over the last 3 laps, 8 tenths on lap 216 gained by Glerham, did lose 3 tenths on the next lap, but then 1.5 seconds gained last time by. There's some headway being made into eating into that lead. It could still be very much up for grabs at this point. And we mentioned earlier, Will Murdoch, maybe iRacing not his normal platform of competition. It's definitely one that he's still strong at with 8,252 iRating coming into this race, but Olympics Esports Vice Champion, usually more known for competing in Gran Turismo. There's always little nuances between the platforms that sometimes end up being a bit of a factor. The BS number 7, though, by the way, just going back to that, I think any chance of a podium is slowly starting to slip away for them, because they still have not found a way past Dominic Hoffman.
And not only that, they're about 4 seconds back now. So Owen Carroll, who was always that's off the road, that is not the way the 6 of actually Hoffman that we're talking about would have wanted to go through the final sector, but he continues on, and that gap has come down by a second. So it's now 3 seconds for Owen Carroll. So he got gifted a second there, but he wasn't close enough to really take advantage of that. And this was the important battle that we were talking about. But even though with the lighter fuel, the fresher tyres, he hasn't been able to get past. And now, not only that, the main issue is that Hoffman is now 10 seconds behind Munoz up ahead. That was about 5 seconds, so that gap is increasing as well. So realistically, that opportunity to get on the podium is slowly going away. But remember, the BS car will save time at the next pit stop, so they should be able to jump Drago, but they're not close enough to jump Williams as well.
And I've just realized fuel. Williams Esports Academy are very close to needing to come down to pit lane. 22 laps into the stint, 11 laps into the stint for first and third as it stands right now. So, in fact, it might be more of a case of Williams Esports Academy trying to hold on to second here from those behind. Maybe something that we'll just be thinking about heading into these final stages of the race. I guess one thing as well that we mentioned for a couple, right? The 199, Aaron Vasquez did the opening couple of stints, but you know, he's going to be in action in about an hour's time for the FIA Formula 4 Esports Championship. So, you know, switching gears to 2 different tracks into a very different car. Same thing that some of these other drivers are going through as well. I look at, you know, Jaden Munoz, the pair in the Redline GTP car, Diogo Pinto, Gustavo Ariel, all going to be competing on Thursday in the opening round of the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series. And then there's some of these drivers that on Saturday next week will be competing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup Contender Series. So we're getting back into that busy period, you know, Cam, where the summer sometimes people, you know, step outside, go touch some grass, as you will. But then in the winter, that's when the serious sim racing starts to roll back around. And so there's some really big things that these drivers have got circles on their calendars coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's different for you because you're over in a completely different time zone to a lot of the European stuff. But here, there's something about some cold nights in the winter and just doing some sim racing. It is very fun indeed, and hopefully we have some. Oh, it's in the background, the Acura go off up into the wall. That is not the way that they would have wanted. That is the Movano car, I believe. Marcus Hamilton. That was, yeah, more than a little scrape trying to go around the outside of some traffic.
Yeah, and I think he was just so committed that it wasn't even necessarily anything with the traffic itself. He was just pushing and pushed himself up into the wall. And again, just a reminder, these drivers will push all the way to the very end of this race. That's definitely something just to keep in mind. And again, I mean, Robin Glerham's down to within 9 seconds of the lead. Will Murdoch's, I don't know if he's just being careful with traffic, maybe just trying to ensure that he doesn't get involved in anything, but the lights flash from the 199. The gap is starting to shrink slightly between the 14 and the 199 from what I can see.
Yes, it is, but it's still Yeah, still a decent margin. That's the issue. So 19 seconds it is between Zivijavo and Murdoch. So realistically, in an hour and a bit, that is going to be difficult to chase down. But you never know. We've seen some little spins just creep into the racecraft of everyone out on the track at the moment. So just keep it clean if you're up towards the front. But as the race, I don't know if you've noticed, Arjuna, but the rate, in the background, is that the 207 and the 23 going at it once again? Of course, they're laps down after being involved in that incident on the front straight, but I think they're still going at it despite, and actually they're laps apart from each other as well, but they found each other on track. I believe it's Badger and Prada.
Maybe a bit of a agreement to battle to the end and have some fun at least, even if they're not fighting for position. I guess the thing when it comes to these gaps is you want to push to put the pressure on to the leader, because then you know, look at that incident Ate Kauppinen with the Ford Mustang, the racing lab powered by Ford number 42. That was just caused because both drivers were pushing all the way, right? So you want to try and get the drivers you're battling to make those mistakes, and that's where, when you're 10 seconds away, it's easier to do than, for example, when you're 50 seconds away, which is the story of the GTP race lead heading into the final hour. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy getting pushed out wide slightly there for a second by the squabbling cars that are a lap down. And speaking of, Beckham Jasir, 10.5 seconds off the race lead, 13.9 seconds clear of the car behind. There's really not much fighting happening in GTD right now.
No, especially not. That is probably the most spread out category, which is quite interesting because we did have some nice battles earlier on, but there's definitely been some awkward moments for some of these drivers. So it is the 70 leading the way by that 10-second margin very nicely indeed. And I think Red Line will be ruin the fact that the 71 has had a bit of an unlucky day and hasn't been able to really get involved in a 1-2 finish, which I'm sure that they would have wanted, although they were 1-3 for quite a while earlier, so it wasn't exactly like they already had that 1-2, but still a few spins for that car. But this is the number 70 machine that is leading the way, although they do just have a green number plate, but we won't talk about their paint scheme with that one, because they are continuing on very nice indeed. The pace is looking good as well, very strong, although actually the pace is pretty consistent throughout the GTD field, and I guess that's why the gaps are where they are. No one's really chasing or catching down anyone.
Yeah, settled in at this stage. No one really having to push to gain much more. Redline, at least they got their livery submitted correctly. The only problem was, numbers are probably being put up in a slightly different place to where they should be. But the two identical red line cars as well, the 70 and the 71. There's no difference between them. You know how that drives commentators crazy. Ooh, this is going to be a bit interesting for the race leader. Again, cars not all on the same lap, still fighting in and amongst themselves. And behind, Grid and Go as well, just wildly lunging one way then the other. Speaking of LMP2, by the way, let's focus on the fight up front. Guess who's just come into pit lane with 63 minutes left to go? Williams Esports Academy in trouble.
Yes, so that is early. So extra pit stop time?
Yeah, 20 minutes as well worth of it.
Have we just missed something?
Well, no, they have been off strategy for a little bit, but I think we kind of just got a little bit fooled
but that's
for
only
a little while.
27 laps on this stint as well. Very interesting. But I think that takes away their chance of any sort of top position then, if they're going to have to make one more stop from here as well.
Does it give Grid and Go, who have, by the way, been able to fight back to within 2.5 seconds of the Apex Racing team after they got involved in some contact out through turn 3 and 4 just an hour or so ago. Does that give them a chance of not only holding third, but being able to focus on the fight for second? There is the Academy car just continuing to build up the temperature in its tires as it slings it through the S's. Yeah, Jesse Tekla, again, only 2.7 seconds away from Danny Chivisciabo, although does owe us a pit stop sooner rather than later as well, because he's on to lap 27 of his stint. Yeah,
true. So if they can't get to about 40 minutes remaining, so still another 20 minutes, then they are going to be having to do an extra pit stop. So the fuel numbers and the calculations will be running for all the teams to try and work out what they need to do. But of course, the team who is actually least worried about that is the BS Plus Nexus, because they are the strongest on fuel mileage as it stands. They've got the most fuel in the tank, so they should be able to go even longer. So not only have they got the track position, but they've got the strategy advantage as well.
A 6-hour race strategy may not seem important, but clearly there are some teams that figured out something from the start, much like with BS competition in the GTP class. Right now, only from what we can see, of those up front, BS Plus Nexus, Apex Racing, and then further back down through the field, I think the Fiercely Forward team have been on a very similar strategy as well, just slightly further back in the running order. Only 3 in the LMP2 class, cluing themselves into the strategy right from the drop of the race. So that was definitely something to be of note. And as Vince Cusi jumps into the YouTube chat for the very first time today, he's down in split 4. I hope things are going well for you, Vince. If you are watching, let us know if you're racing, what split you're in, and how things have been going. Always interested to hear about people's races outside of the broadcast split, especially given that with, well, 5 hours of racing behind us, still 60 minutes left to go. Things are relatively settled here in the Indy 6 hours, as we'll cross back to the line in the case of Will Murdoch. With just over 1 hour left to run, 1 hour left to hold on, with a 21-second lead to the car behind. For GTP, it's 50 seconds to hold on. GTD, only 10.
And that 10 seconds, I think, is still, it's still the one that obviously could be turned around in some way, although the 70 is looking very nice, and by now we expect them to have that car repaired as well with those optional repairs that they had earlier in the race, so they should be looking rather nice. But just is still keeping them in check, though, is not letting it get away very nicely. This car that you're seeing on board, the 14 machine, of course, has a double that lead up towards 20 seconds and can just run it through the motions. Although that battling behind with Sivi Chabo and Teleka is getting very close with 3 seconds, as we've been talking about, although that 003 machine I don't think is running at full pace to the end.
Trying to extend a bit on fuel, but still probably in a situation where it will owe a splash and dash. Can tell you that the Racing Lab Ford that got tangled up with Williams Esports Chill Blast, it's back out on track, trying to get potentially still something from this race if anyone else is to fall due to attrition. But out of the 47 starters, remember we had 12 GTPs, 13 LMP2s, and 22 GTDs. We've lost 2 of the GTPs, the fastest prototypes. We've lost 2 of the LMP2s, and I think we are now officially at the stage where, count them, 6 of the GTDs have been retired, but at least when there's 22 of them, it leaves 16 or so left running, as opposed to when there's only 12 of them entered and you're left with 6 running. So that is one thing that I quite like about how this field has been mixed on up. I like that we have a more akin to the real IMSA championships, smaller prototype fields, much larger GT fields.
Yeah, it's always got to be that balance, because it's the GT traffic that really makes the race, both from the GT3 side of things, that they just have more cars to battle with. But then from the prototypes, if it was just GTPs and LMP2s, it would be a much less interesting race for them. So the GTs really are quite important there. So hopefully we see those numbers continue on, but I guess it also depends on how the splits are, as we've seen a couple of pit stops come in. We've seen the Marla Racing, Mascara Arena in there at the moment, and then Becca Jasir as well for Williams in the number 5 machine. They are continuing on as we see the number 70 car stay out for now.
And starting to put laps on the field. That's Williams Esports, Pitfit and Parker White behind. And again, 1 lap clear. Don't think we've talked about it very much today, but that Marla Racing car has got a special livery for today. Great to see that, you know, we always love a a livery that leans into the locale of where the races are. The Biela Racing team used to put all sorts of fun things on their car. Kangaroos for the Bathurst 12 Hours, Peaches for Petit Le Mans. They had Stars and Stripes for a Sebring race as well. But yeah, quite like that the traditional Marla Racing team livery has been changed up for this race, and as Oscar Irene leaves the pit lane, he's going to be a couple of seconds back from Beckham Jasir in that Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car. They should, though, still stay on the lead lap, clear of your leader Florian Lebigra. It is now red line 1 and 2. Enzo Benito sits in second.
Yes, certainly does for now, but of course the pit stops are still needed, so it's the top 3, including the number 8, Coanda Car Iglesias at the wheel of that one, that owe us some pit stops, and a couple in behind as well. So of course they will file back just a little bit, but that's a little bit, I guess, what we would have expected is a P1 and P2 from the 70 and 71, but not quite. 71's got a lot of work to get back to that stage, but we are now well within this final hour of racing. Especially for these GTDs, they can easily make it to the end from this point. And then give it a few more minutes, and then the GTPs will, and then another sort of 10, and then the LMP2s will be able to get to the end.
Exactly. It's all been about working to this point, working backwards to this point in many ways on strategy for engineers behind the scenes. Not sure how many of the teams have been going wild, because Diogo Pinto did say that he was helping with engineering, so you know, slightly smaller red line effort, just the 1 GTP, the 2 GTDs as well, as there goes Parker White off to pit lane for what will be the final time today. Still wait at least 3 more laps for Florian Lebigra to do the same. And you can see the margin that he's built up right now. Second place, net on track, is the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car, which is just in front. With the amount of time that it takes to come down pit lane, hit your box, do a full service, and come back out, and almost puts you down a full lap, even in this GTD class. When it comes to redline, though, I mean, let's be honest, at the end of the day, Cam, there's a reason why many will say, and many are right to probably claim, at this point, redline, if not the best team in sim racing.
Absolutely, they just have so much talent. Their talent is so broad. It's rather remarkable, actually. I guess obviously by virtue of being known as the best team, you're going to end up signing with the best drivers, but they really have this group right now across multiple platforms as well that just really, really works. And I guess it's the teamwork off the track and the preparation that also gets them to that level. So hopefully, you know, for those guys and for their fans, that continues on. But definitely, I mean, they are the biggest name in sim racing, aren't they? If you ask people who are sort of half in the loop of sim racing, name a team, that's going to be the first one that they say.
Yes, and Max Verstappen is not here because relatively short race. If it was a 24-hour race, we might end up seeing him, but has some other priorities this weekend with a certain Grand Prix to try and get some points from, and his bid for his World Championship and for Red Bull's World Championship as well. So at this point, you are stretching it, but GTP cars could probably come in and see the end of the race. There are a couple of cars getting up towards the fuel limit, and that includes your race leader, the number 89, the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car. It's now onto the 42nd lap of its stint.
Yeah, we did see 44 laps. I think about that was about 55 minutes. So they've probably got about 42 laps again left. So they're pretty much on target, I would say, fuel number wise. So they've controlled that one very well. So they're probably going to be in the pit in the next, so this time by or the one after. And then we will see them go to the end, and of course holding on to that 50-second lead, because the number 20 of Diogo Pinto hasn't really been able to close down too much of the gap in the 37 laps that he's been in there. He'll stay out an extra maybe 5 laps, depending on if you know, they want to underfuel in any sort of way. So he will be ever so slightly faster, but yeah, nothing you can do about 50 seconds. And also around here, that's getting dangerously close to a lap.
Enzo Benito has come into pit lane, by the way, in the 71 machine. So final trip to pit lane for them. Still waiting for Coanda to box as well, but I think we're about to get a pretty good sense for what's going to happen in the battle for maybe the final step of the podium. Is there any chance that Enzo Benito can close in this final stage? He's going to end up probably around 10 seconds back from Ascari Rene at the very least, which I'd argue probably a bridge too far to be crossed. Red line at best, looking at a top 4 finish here today.
Yes, and for the leaders though, the 89 into the pit lane right on cue. 43 laps this stint, and looking nicely to go to the end once more with the time that we have remaining. So it'll probably be a full tank again just to make sure they got enough for the in-lap, and, or let's do the in-lap, but you know what I mean. Just some time to make sure that there's no stretching that they need to do, and they'll be absolutely fine to go to the end. And of course, Lorenzo will stay in that car, having got in just one stint to go. Then we've got McLaren in behind of the Switch Obsidian car.
Yeah, no livery for them, but they've been able to keep it clean for the most part. Yes, involved in some incidents here and there, but car looking very, very good as they try and hold on to a top 10 finish at the end of the day. Team Redline stay out, but we know that Pinto will be in at some point. There is going to have to be a degree of fuel saving here, but 50 seconds of margin. There's plenty of room to work with if you are the driver behind the wheel trying to balance need for speed versus need to save a little bit of fuel here and there. Should need, though, a full service, and that means topping the car off with as much fuel as they can pack in. 50 seconds later, off and away they go, and they're going to be just behind their sister car. So the Clementine Cruiser, the Plumpkin Plow, has just slid out in front. And this might actually be interesting, given that we've been thinking about where does Owen Carroll end up at the end of this race.
Yeah, he still needs to come in. So Carroll's on 29 laps, so he still has a good few laps to go, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see not much of a defense, getting well out of the way. So the 89 gets that position and will get past the inside the Imala car as well. So very nicely indeed, that pit stop sequence between those cars. I did see just in the background one of the shots, we are getting very close between the 66 Maradness M Squad and the Grid and Go 003 machine, which is currently for 6th place in LMP2. That is quite a fierce battle as well. So still with 50 minutes to go, we're seeing some battles, of course. So the next pit stops are Williams Gaming Club, Jaden Munoz from currently 2nd place, and what will eventually probably be 3rd.
And again, charge back from the Gaming Club machine after starting down in pit lane. It's been quite remarkable. Jaden Munoz going to finish the race up, it would seem. But Josh Ladd doing his fair share as well in the middle part of the race. Jaden going to go up on the jacks one final time today. Michelin tires on. Fresh tank of fuel going into the car. Fortunately, we don't have to try and calculate virtual energy budgets like they do in the real world, as cool as that might be to conceptually think about. It's going to be a rather lengthy wait there as the final takers down pit lane will come in one by one through the rest of this race. Going over, by the way, to the chances of the number 7 BS competition car. They lost 10 seconds to Dominic Hoffman, so I think at this point, even if they have a slightly shorter pit stop, at the most they're going to be thinking of a charge to try and grab 4th. Anything beyond that might end up being a slight bridge too far. Have to wait and see exactly how that all ends up shaping on out. So Kawanda have made their final pit stop as well. They've emerged directly behind Team PGZ. So there are a couple of things that we can keep an eye on in these closing stages.
Yeah, certainly pit stop time. Loads of people in the pit lanes. We've got Redline with Pinto, got Drago with Hoffman as well, as Mavano are in, Race Clash Black are in. So GTP final pit stops. About 50 minutes remaining as we come straight into this battle between Maradness M Squad and the Grid and Go 003. So that's a bit of an awkward one there. But yeah, for Owen Carroll, I just think he hasn't quite had the speed. I don't know if there's going to be damage on that car as well to lose that much time, but he just clearly has not had the speed that he would have wanted, and especially being on the less fuel in this stint, or the last 2 stints he's going to be. I thought he was going to gain some time, but clearly not.
Yeah, maybe it was also the case of once he struggled to pass Dominic Hoffman, and at that point probably started to think about the chances slipping away. Didn't think it was worth the risk of pushing too hard. See if they are going to still be able to get a slight undercut here, at least on one machine. Probably not thinking about much beyond that, though. 7 minutes away from seeing the window open for final pit stops for LMP2, and right on cue we'll probably see the top two, BS Plus Nexus and the Apex Racing team, both slide their way on in. Will Murdoch's done a great job since I said that I thought the gap might be shrinking. He's re-established a 22-second advantage at the front of the LMP2 field, and as Florian Labigra leaves the pit lane as well, just a 33-second pit stop for him. 13 seconds is advantage. Once again, all our leaders fairly comfortable out on track.
Yeah, the final sort of round of pit stops as such has not been so bad, as we've got all three classes coming through the chicane of turns 5 and 6. Out onto the back straight, the Grid and Go car is trying to find a way down the inside, potentially in towards turn 7. No, sort of backs out of that one very early, but kept it on that inside line. So Moradnes hold on for now, but it's certainly, I think there's a bit more speed in the 003 car because they're right on the back, but just not able to find the way through just yet. Have they still got a bit of damage on potentially on the front of that car as well? Not helping them at this moment in time, but it's going to be actually quite a big battle because they don't really have anything else to gain ahead, 23 seconds. So this is the one to focus on.
You say one to focus on, but when Moradnes come down to pit lane, it's not going to be a battle anymore. Antiola should have... He's going to have to do it splash and dash at the end, right? So this is what we were talking about in terms of how much time can you save in pit lane. So maybe that is also why he will sit behind for a little bit and save some fuel. He's been out on track for 6 laps so far, so that's... do the calculations, what, 9 minutes or so? So he's probably going to come in 10 minutes left in this race and no tires, just putting in as little fuel as possible. Back out and away onto track you go.
Yeah, I hadn't actually quite considered that. Yeah, maybe he is actually sitting behind then. Maybe you're right, trying to save a little bit of fuel because he's very close. He's definitely faster, but just not really going through. As we see the Apex Academy car in your number 99 GTD come back out onto the track. So still some GTDs around and yeah, doing some pit stops, and that is in 9th place as it stands.
I think just Coffin Dancers left to pit in the GTD class. Love, by the way, that for the Apex Racing Academy, they make their default livery basically look like an Apex Racing Academy livery anyway, because the logos are in the paint shop, so if there's no paint submitted, you can still very much tell Apex Racing Academy car. Makes their life very, very simple. Lights are flashing, though, as they run down to turn 1. 66 not going to try and force anything here as they try and switch back on the Soul Corvette and the surviving Corvette. Orbit Drop Bear staying out of trouble for the most part to the best of their ability today, and should be rewarded with a finish inside of the top 15 at the very least. Could still be a top 10 finish. LMP2 pit stops, by the way. Here comes World Sim Racing and the 223 Alessandro Romanelli. That's just on the cusp. Needs some fuel saving. Could make it to the Checkered.
Yeah, Parnell in as well. So yeah, definitely on the cusp. So they're going to have to do a full tank to the end. Interesting. Is that driver swap as well coming into there? Because we wouldn't always see this for just one stint to the end. But apparently so.
Isaac Phelps going to get back in that car. And Isaac Phelps was part of a lot of the fun stuff that we were enjoying. Maybe some of the competitors in the Alpha Esports car were saying, can we stop fighting so much?
Yeah, the LMP2s went a bit crazy in hour 5 of this race, but into hour 6, let's see how they go with their final stops. I would say Isaac Phelps taking it back out, of course, is going to be actually, by the time it comes out onto the track, probably going to be about 15 plus seconds to the Grid and Go car, so he's a little bit far behind. Yeah, maybe even 20 seconds by the time he gets up to speed. So he has got a lot of work to do in that regard, and maybe he's the fastest driver or the driver most motivated to go and just push and see what happens.
So back out onto track, clean air as well for the time being. What can they do to the very end of this race now? Just put in as many good laps as you can, and that's basically all that you can do. Back over, by the way, in GTD, battle between the Porsches. VRS Kawanda fighting with Team PGZ. Got Sam Ward up against Tristan Iglesias. feels like they did this once before. They get to do it all the way to the very end now, with both cars having made their final pit stops, both fighting to be the best of the Porsches in GTD.
Absolutely, and it's always good when you see a battle like this get close towards the end of the race. No mistakes can be made if you want to be holding on to this. And a top 5 is always a respectable result as well. The number 8 was looking to be on the podium today, but it hasn't worked out. So a top 5 is what they need to focus on. They got 15-16 seconds to the car ahead. So now is just this battle. We have seen these cars in the reversed positions, I believe, earlier on in the race, but let's see how Ward can do. He's got a decent run, but he does need to be just a few meters closer coming out of that final corner to really get the proper slipstream, as they're now going to get caught up behind the Corvettes.
You can see the back bumper of the Porsche showing the battle scars where it was dinged a couple of times so far today, and that Corvette, it's not trying to hold them up. What's going to happen on the run out of here? Oh, there goes Phelps. Sticks his nose into the battle. The Orbit drop bear cars just trying to get off the track and get out of the way. They were 4 wide for a moment. Sammore's not going to make the move, but 40 minutes to go. Still stuff to keep our eye on, that's for sure. And when you go 4 wide, no matter when it is in the race, everyone starts to get nervous.
Yeah, when I saw Ward take that interesting line into turn 5, I was like, that's a bit weird. He's just obviously trying to do a switch back, and then through comes Phelps, just sending it, trying to make his way past the traffic. And then he obviously had that mindset and continued it on, because he went to the left of the Corvette that was already off the track to the left. So he was really taking some risks there and trying to make up some time. As that's going to get a bit close, actually into the pit lane. That's why. There for that red machine. Was that possibly the Drago Porsche going in there? So definitely, Race Clutch, I say, Race Clutch Porsche going into the pit lane, as they are all trying to do what they can in the final 40 minutes of the Indy 6 hour.
And I just saw as well that BS Competition, the 7 machine, in and away off from pit lane with a driver change. So Owen Carroll not going to take them to the end. Nicholas Boy jumps in instead, so that's quite interesting. And again, 3 seconds back from Dominic Hoffman. They're going to have to fight their way on past if they want to grab 5th position, and then 16 seconds up to what will become 4th position. Then 16 seconds up the road to the final step on the podium, where we should end up seeing Williams Gaming Club, which again, what a story that is. From going and starting in pit lane to a podium, they could have been a real contender.
Absolutely, because the pit lane is not just the back of the grid, the back of the class, I should say, back of the grid. So definitely tough one out there for them, as they potentially, well, I mean, they're men off the lead, but they would have definitely been 2nd place. That's for sure, with how it's worked out, and potentially a race win as well. So very fast in that number 3 machine, currently sitting in that 3rd place. And when we were speaking about the number 7 BS car, I did make a bit of a gasp, because to me, that tells me that Carroll just straight up wasn't fast enough in that previous stint, and that's potentially where they lost the time, which is a shame, because even with their strategy, they haven't been able to overcut that Drago car. They're still 3 seconds back, so they could have been in that 4th place, chasing down Williams in his final stint by about 10 seconds, but instead they're still trying to chase down the car that they probably should have been passed about an hour ago.
Yep, driver change not happening, by the way, if you were curious, for the Apex Racing team. Not expecting it for BS Plus Nexus, who come in behind them as well. Final pit stops for the 2 that have saved at the front of the LMP2 class. Apex Racing are, of course, behind the BS Nexus car that is making its way into its marks right now. Both teams have had a pretty impressive performance, though, over the course of the day. And for Nexus Esports, for those maybe unfamiliar with the name, more known for their exploits and racing pedigree in oval competitions and the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series ranks, but slowly but surely building up their road program as well. They had 3 different entries today, 2 in the LMP2 class, 1 in the GTP. They qualified 1 and 2, a bit of a statement in and of itself, and the 14 has just been dominant been up front for the entirety of the 6 hours. One more trip into pit lane with no mistakes from Will Murdoch. Off and away they'll go. 37 minutes to hold on to what has been a dominant drive so far.
Yeah, they dominated the first 5 hours, 23 minutes, and they just need to seal the deal. Should be a nice, comfortable run to the end, although momentarily, at least, the 4 is going to take the lead in class as they come out just ahead of one of the BMW GTPs, and they should be just going along nicely in this final stint without any ridiculous risks, but just trying to keep the speed and the momentum going up towards the end of the race. So what a good job from them so far. They've controlled the race so well, and no one has been even able to catch them or challenge them, you know, for like 4 hours now.
Yeah, there was a time when we thought there was a challenge brewing, but no, it was strategy that was playing its part. They've done their fuel saving, they did their numbers at the start, and they've executed on the plan of attack since the drop of the green flag. Apex Racing up against Grid and Go. Now, I'm pretty sure Grid and Go will owe us a pit stop anyway, so there's not much really to be fought over here. What's the word that Danny Chivisciabo is being told? How aggressive the team wants him to be? Given that Ahola might be slightly lighter on fuel, might actually be in a position to go slightly faster, but racing drivers never really want to let another driver go unless they absolutely have to, especially heading into the closing stages of this race. And next week we've got a slightly different special event when we head NASCAR racing over to the Bristol 500. Should be very interesting to see both fixed and open competitions, time slots and splits opening up early in the week as well, running all the way through Sunday. I don't think I've ever finished a full-length NASCAR iRacing Series race. I don't see why I'd have much better luck at Bristol, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's yeah, I did just do a Bristol race, commentated Bristol race back on Thursday as well, and yeah, not quite the 500, even less laps, and it was very much full of caution. So tough track, and something completely different to this, but I'm glad that we have it on the calendar because that track is just so unique in many ways, and it's awesome that we have a track like that in the world. So yeah, that's going to be some good fun next week, and I'm sure that'll be pretty stacked up with the numbers as well, because it's just turning left at the end of the day, isn't it?
To get yourself in trouble with the part of the audience that's watching. After that, the week after that, the Knoxville Nationals, which is a lot more turning left, but very different style. I love breaking out those wing sprint cars and seeing the drivers put on a show for us. And so we'll have coverage on the iRacing Esports Network of both to be had. So stay tuned. There's plenty to come actually as well. You know, the World Championship stuff is just one part of it. You know, we're building, of course, the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series finale. We know who the final 4 are now. Porsche Esports Super Cup Contender Series starts next week, so the build to 2025 already underway there. FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship kicks off in just over 30-40 minutes time, not far away from Mugello and Okayama hosting the first 2 rounds of a championship, paying out $25,000 with a mix of real drivers and plenty of sim racing's finest as well. IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series starts on Thursday. World of Outlaw stuff kicking around as well. Oh, so much happening behind the scenes, and so much being worked on as well. So we have a slightly unusual season coming up this to end this year off. A leap season where it's not the traditional 12 weeks plus 1 free week at the end, week 13. Instead, now it's 13 weeks plus 1. That'll be interesting to see what fun tracks some of the different official series add to their schedules as a result of that. I already know the IndyCar guys, they're going to the Nordschleifer again.
Oh my lord. That's one of the most crazy combinations that you can get, but yeah, that's good, and hopefully it should be a fun sort of autumn winter as well, just in the world of sim racing. As you say, loads of stuff starting up, so plenty of action to be had, and so many different categories as well. It's not just one type of car, one type of racing, it's all sorts of different disciplines, just showing you the versatility of this platform. So really great to see, and hopefully some of the different drivers actually will go over to the different platforms and not just stay in their own bubbles.
That is what I've been saying for so long, and it's been really cool to have, you know, the IndyCar Pro Series get like Redline, they've got 4 or 5 drivers qualified for that. So it's been cool to see Redline do more of the IndyCar, dive into the setup a little bit more. But yeah, it would be great to have a Redline entry in the Knoxville Nationals, for example. You know, Altus Esports used to have Tim Ryan as part of their crew, so you know there were some big teams that had big endurance teams, I should say, who had presence on some of the other disciplines. But yeah, for the most part, you know, Dirt Oval, the Swindell Speed Labs, you know, Alex Bergeron, of course, and some of the other teams that you have there. Short course racing, you have the Nitro Circus Sim Racing team, Team Rogue, Team Gold, but yeah, it would be very cool to have a bit more of that crossover. And here's an idea. You know how they do the Race of Champions at the end of every year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, we need the iRacing Race of Champions, where we don't take, maybe we take like the top 5 from every World Championship as final pit stop for Maradness. Take the top 5 and we do 1 dirt oval race, 1 dirt road, 1 road, 1 oval race. Whoever has the most points, iRacing race. Well, we have to come up with a different name for it, I'm sure. But you know what I'm saying here.
Just the champion of iRacing in general, I guess it would be at that point. That would be, yeah, that would be quite interesting, because I'm sure there'd be some guys who were, let's say, like top 5 in every category because they're just pretty consistent. But then there'll be some guy who's like first and then 15th because he just wouldn't be good on the dirt, maybe.
Yeah, so how many, so I guess how many top-level pro World Championship series does iRacing have? eNASCAR, Porsche Esports Super Cup, IndyCar, man, my memory is struggling right now. You can tell we've been on broadcast for 5 and a bit odd hours. Well, the Formula 4 Championship as well now. You know, if you add World of Outlaws, that's 5 or 6 technically if you do late models and sprint cars. So let's take those. So already you've got enough drivers. If you take the top 5, you have 35 competitors in our Champion of iRacing competition.
And I would definitely be up for getting involved in that. So maybe that is a plan for 2025. Someone get that on the drawing board.
2025.
That'll take a little bit of organising, but yeah,
we got time to do it at the end of this year. We've got a whole extra week in the iRacing calendar. They made one up for us.
Yeah, that's true. Because is that because we were having we already had like week 1 of 24 in December this year?
Yes. So every 4 years you need to slightly offset 1 week so that the calendar goes back into its normal rotation, which, to be fair, I think is kind of also sensible because it lines stuff up with you know, holidays and stuff quite nicely as well when you think about it. So yeah, 13-week season plus week 14 at the end of this week, season rather, and then a new iRacing build with who knows what fun toys for us to go and explore.
Well, I'm sure some people know. I don't.
No, to be clear, I've got no secrets known here. The things that we do, well, the iRacing development update came out recently, so that's what I was more alluding to. Let me see if I can go pull up the information. They talked about all sorts of stuff, you know, that they would...
1 second, though, because Grid and Go have finally got past the 199. They've sat there for a long, long time, and they've worked their way up into 2nd place. 28 seconds off Will Murdoch. And, of course, they owe us the stoppers we've been mentioning, but now is the time that they've pulled the trigger.
I guess they've saved enough fuel, and now they just need to go a bit faster than what Danny Chivisciabo is doing. Here's 28 seconds now off the back of Murdoch, so that gap's extended by 10 seconds since both drivers got into the car. So Murdoch flying at the front of the field. Let's see what Antiola is going to be able to do. Good shout, Cam. Move made.
Absolutely. He sat behind so many times. I wasn't necessarily expecting him to go for that move down the front straightaway, but this time around he decided that was the opportunity for him. 28 minutes remain in the race. We are really getting to the crunch time now, but as we said, this car does owe us the stop, so the strategy hasn't worked out. You will not be seeing this car finishing in 2nd place if all is equal to the end, which is a shame because they have had some good pace today. They're definitely not they're not slow by any means, but just hasn't quite worked out. They're on a 20-lap stint, Apex on 8 going to the end.
So 27 minutes to go. We're expecting 10 minutes within the last 10 minutes, they will owe us the splash and dash. Does not mean they are bound to come in during that window. They could decide for track positioning reasons there's a better place to slide themselves in. So will be definitely something just to keep in mind. But yeah, Apex looking solidly in second, and I can't quite believe that this is how it's all going to play on out. But so is Williams Esports Academy still in with a chance of grabbing a podium spot through all of this? Because the car that will inherit third when Grid and Go pits, they are 12 laps into their stint. The leader is 8 laps into their stint. So is Apex Racing, of course, as well. So that's 4 extra laps. That's asking for a lot of fuel saving from Isaac Phelps in the 223.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. And he was pushing quite a lot when we saw earlier. Let's have a look at his last lap as well. Yeah, he was definitely one of the faster guys, if not the fastest out on track last lap. So he's not exactly saving as such. So maybe just a little splash, unless they think they've got it covered.
Yeah, they may actually be good and think, let's push a little bit more and see what we can do to put some pressure onto a mistake from behind, because Robin Glaron will be only doing one thing from now, because I'm pretty sure they took 4 tires in the pit stop alongside adding fuel to get to the end, and it is now just going to be pedal to the metal. Go, go, go. Speak of go, go, go. Nicholas Boyes closed up to the back of Dominic Hoffman. We saw Owen Carroll get frustrated, get stuck behind this Porsche. There's no chance at this point of grabbing third. 20 seconds the margin between third and fourth position. The only thing these two are going to do is squabble over fourth.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good one though, coming into the last 25 minutes of this race, and they're not going to be challenging for the win, but the positions. As a racing driver, you do not care. You see the car in front of you and you want to overtake. So let's see if there's going to be a good opportunity for Boo coming down this front straight away in towards turn number 1. Not quite close enough, but of course Hoffman is going to slide up the inside, and actually Nicholas is going to try and go through as well, round the outside of turn 2. He had to do that to keep up with Hoffman, and he's made it work.
You can tell as well that he is looking to try and get it done sooner rather than later, does not want to let this extend too far. I guess the more battery you burn trying to make the move initially, it takes longer then to regenerate it, to try and make another move, by which point your tires may have gone a little bit past their best by date. See what he's going to be able to do with that Mercedes in front. It's the Williams Esports pit fit entry. Parker White still behind the wheel. He's done a lot of laps here today, and there you go. Will lunge to the inside, gets a little bit closer on the run up to the final sequence of corners. Not close enough, surely, to try and look to the inside, but trying to set something up into turn number 1.
Yeah, twice on that lap, he just followed Hoffman through. Of course, Hoffman made the gap. Can he do it for a third time? Not quite close enough to the McLaren as they work their way through the final corner. Unfortunately, he did lose a tiny bit of time with that, but is he close enough, though? He might just be in that slipstream as we come down to 1.
He's closing, but not close enough, because already Dominic Hoffman covering the inside line, not going to be deep under the brakes. Nicholas Boyd's going to try and set this one up, potentially on the run down now into turn 7, with traffic in front of them to play its part as well. Which way do you go? Inside or outside? Inside for both of them. The Corvette stays out of the way, does not want to get involved with either of these cars. They've still got one of the Apex Racing Academy cars, Alex Gall, back out in the Audi R8 LMS Evo. Either side they go of the traffic, reminiscent of that moment back in Spa 24 years ago, but no move made. It is still Hoffman that holds on, the hybrid really working in his favor.
Yeah, he needed to be in the slipstream, really, but because he went the other side of the Audi, he wasn't able to get that. I think he is the faster driver at this point, though. He's looking strong in that number 7 machine. He's chasing down that 4th position up the inside of the red line. GTD, they go in towards the final sector, and he's getting closer and closer. Can he have a better run through the final corner this time around? No McLaren getting in his way, but if anything, he actually might be slightly further away.
We'll continue just to keep our eyes on this, but going back to the topic that we were discussing slightly earlier, iRacing has already teased multiple new GT3 cars in development alongside the new supercars. There's plenty in the pipeline. New graphics engine, the new in-sim UI. It's going to be an exciting period moving forward into 2025 for all of these drivers. And I'm sure when we roll around next year for another edition of these special events, there'll be some cool new additions. The likes of the Martinsville MX500 this year proving to be a lot of fun. will continue to delight sim racers from around the world. Still too far behind, though, is Nicholas Boy, as he pops out at the end of Holman Boulevard once again, shows himself in the mirror. But Dominic Hoffman, tough nut to crack, it's proving.
Yeah, what a battle this is, by the way. They might not be side by side every corner, but they are pushing each other to the limit of what they can do. Hoffman can make no mistake. He is doing as close to quali laps as he can, trying to keep this car behind of the number 7 BS Competition as they work their way through the final couple of corners. This is the important one. The exit is such a long corner, such a late apex, and then trying to keep flat out through the final corner, getting the run. They do have a couple of Porsches up ahead. This is the battle between Ward and the Coanda car up ahead in the GTDs, wiggling in and out, and that just breaks up the slipstream a little bit, so I don't think the 7 will quite have that opportunity.
Grid and Go, by the way, LMP2, they've made their final pit stop. They've come out behind Moranis M Squad, so 2 little battles to keep our eyes on in the closing stages. Quite fun, albeit not for the lead of the race. Back out of turn 3, they will swing themselves. They got some more traffic up the road. That's the Coffin Dancers. Yessi Hilayo at the wheel right now of a car that's been through the wars just a little bit. Couple of laps down from the class leader, but not going to prove to be too much of an issue for either one of these cars to make the move on down to turn 7. So if you are the BMW behind, charge your battery up a little bit maybe. Try and deploy a little bit extra the next time you try and make the move. It does seem as though that Porsche very, very quick, able to make its defense count when it really matters. Bottom of the screen, by the way, there goes the attack. Antiola goes on the offense.
Yeah, he certainly does, chasing down the 66 Moradnis car. Of course, he's just made his pit stop, has the 003. So this is now going to the end with 20 minutes to go. So he still basically has half a tank of fuel that he had to fill up as a 23-second stop. Moradnis just ahead. They are on 7, and the Williams car even further up is on 6. So he is on fresher tyres, but of course the fuel will be the same.
That was a lot of curb up top, as just watching Nicholas Boy on the back of Dominic Hoffman. There is no lack of aggression being shown from both drivers. Now they're going to be stuck behind. I believe that's the Altitude Esports McLaren off of the chicane. Has compromised Hoffman. This is the closest BS Competition has been. Will look to the outside, but not close enough into the braking zone. Tries the switchback, tries to get the drive off the corner, but Hoffman still resolute in the defense.
Oh, that was a good effort doing the switchback at turns 7 and 8, but not quite enough. Can he get the run off 10 though? Through 11 in towards the heavy braking zone. It's quite a tight corner to the outside. He's going to go. We've seen this in LMP2. Can he make it stick in GTP? Not this time though.
Oh, he thought about it for a second. He thought about a lunge up the inside of the penultimate corner. Pit stop here. Now, I'm not quite sure. I thought Dominic Hoffman was going to be surely good on. Is this an incident limit penalty? Is this a drive-through that we're going to see for the Drago number 6?
Yeah, must be 21 laps of the stint. He should have plenty of fuel to the end. Basically half a tank with half of a stint left to go in terms of time as well. And this is a costly drive-through if it is, because it's such a long pit lane. It's so slow around here. You're doing the speed limiter and everyone's flying past you at 300 Ks.
We said, what, 40 plus seconds, just the transit time in pit lane. Confirmed, it is a drive-through penalty for hitting the incident limit. Close to the end, it's only 35 incident points as well. Oh, Dominic Hoffman pushed just that little bit too hard and now drops not just behind BS Plus Competition, drops behind Race Clutch's number 11 as well. Outside of the top 5, it will be 6th position for the Drago number 6.
Oh, that is a shame. Hoffman has put in a stint in this final third of the race. He's really pulled that car along with a number 6 in P6 as it stands. And realistically, they've got 15 ahead, 19 behind. So that's probably going to be their final finishing position. Such a shame, but maybe that means some other teams as well are getting close. We've got to be careful. We have seen a few too many door contacts today. And of course, the odd track limit, add that in as well. You can easily get to the 35.
I think Drago's other car had a second drive-through penalty, by the way, so it goes to show that maybe pushing a bit too far. 35 incidents for the initial drive-through penalty, 20 incidents after that for every subsequent drive-through. So it gets a little bit more stern after, and harsh, I should say, after the first one. Right, anyway, that aside, like you say, how many teams are still close to the limit? And, you know, I was looking at Dominic Hoffman. He's done 180 laps. His teammate has only done 80. So I hope most of those incident points have been accumulated by Dominic Hoffman and not by his teammate, because we always bring up the story when Max Verstappen was paired up with Gianni Vecchio for a 2-hour BMW Sim GT Cup race, and that had a 25 limit, incident disqualification limit. As soon as you hit 25, bang, you're out of the race. 1 hour done, Max hands over to Gianni, 24 incident points. Poor Gianni didn't really have much of a chance, if we're being honest.
Oh my lord. That's quite funny, actually. I was expecting you to say it the other way around.
Can you imagine Johnny handing over to Max the radio transmissions?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought you were going to say. That is quite remarkable. But yeah, it's always... it's never good when you have to serve the penalty of your teammates as well. I know we don't necessarily have it in the iRacing special events, but when we have it in other, organised leagues where there are stewards who have live penalties and such, getting a drive-through as well, once you've already done the driver swap, that is quite an important thing. As we're getting close, once again, between Ward and Iglesias, they've got the red line number 20, second place overall, coming through the middle of them around the final corner. But now this is an important battle to get up inside top 5.
And while these drivers are still very close, car length or so between them, Grid and Go and Maradness, if you're a fan of either squad, their battle is somewhat stabilized and holding steady at around 0.7 of a second between the two. We've got just around 15 minutes to go. 5 hours and a bit have flown on past. These next 15 minutes for some teams might feel like agony. If you're BS competition, you're on track for a car on the podium in every single one of the classes. Technically, yes, BS plus Nexus. We're going to call it a bit more of a Nexus esports entry today, but Will Murdoch has been fundamental alongside Francis McGinn to the success of the outfit. Marla Racing Team look like they're going to grab third in GTD as well. Pretty good day overall for the Zebras.
Oh, they're going to be loving it. I mentioned before, they just haven't got the results that they deserved in the last couple of years, and they really are one of the more top teams in sim racing, but they just haven't been able to just to show that in many regards. But I think this is now the time that they are coming, and hopefully as we move to the future, maybe even 2025 could be the year of the Zebras. We'll have to find out, of course, with the race results, but this will be a big one. An iRacing special event coming to Indy, 6 hour. New to the platform and coming out strong in 2 categories.
Yeah, and there's only, two teams that have, 3 teams, I should say, that I think have really ever done a sweep of these sort of 3-class prototype and sports car combo events. Redline have done it on quite a few occasions. In some of these IMSA events, like Sebring and Watkins Glen, and maybe even Petit Le Mans spring to mind. Williams have had some success as well. I don't know if they've ever swept all 3 classes, but they've definitely grabbed 2 wins in a race and had a car on the podium, I'm pretty sure. Kawanda, they've done pretty well as well in some of these races. BS maybe starting to do something like that in this sort of a race. It builds up nicely, because the next race with these cars, these combo of cars, is a big one. The iRacing Petit Le Mans, the week after the real Petit Le Mans, and the final chance for teams to automatically qualify themselves into the IMSA Esports Global Championship. That was MSS Movano Azuro, Tanguy Bion almost losing his car.
Yeah, that was a weird one, because it was just slightly off the screen, because it didn't really spin, did he? So that was certainly a weird one, just potentially avoiding some action, but it has just ever so slightly broken up that battle between Kawanda and PGZ, as the sun is coming out a little bit whilst setting at the same time here at the Brickyard. 13 minutes remain in the Indy 6 hour, and we still have some tense battles on track, this being one of them. Top 5 it is currently for Kawanda, but PGZ, who have been ahead in this battle previously, they want to get back past.
I would like to, but I'm not sure if they've got the... unless they get assistance from traffic, don't know if they're going to get a chance. Tristan Iglesias has been pretty consistent through the course of his stint. The only times when things have gone wrong was when he lost the lead, got pushed wide slightly by a LMP2 car, if I remember right. And then also a bit of contact later on with the second red line car, the number 71. And again, don't think you could really pin any of the blame on him. Not much really he could have done to mitigate the situation either. So put the car on pole position. Yes, slid back in the running order during the race itself, but still a good sign, and a really good signing for Coanda, I think, Tristan Iglesias. When he was with Simufy over the last year, 18 months, he was always the driver who would put the Porsche towards the front in qualifying. We know Coanda and their partnership with Porsche. You might as well have someone who's pretty handy in a Porsche join your outfit.
Oh, definitely. And hoping, as we mentioned earlier in the race, that maybe kind of could get more drivers, more cars entering back into these special events, and yes, that's a very good signing to add to their roster as well. And he's doing a great job to hold on from Ward behind, who's been putting him under so much pressure over the last hour or two, but just hasn't been able to make his way past. So amazing stuff there from the number 8, and a top 5 finish is still very much a respectable position as they continue on. 11 minutes remaining. Going past them on the previous lap was the number 89 BS Competition GTP. The gap has come down by about 3 seconds this stint, but Pinto not doing enough to do any sort of challenge, of course. Just in the couple of hours he had to overcome that gap.
So as we head into the twilight of this race, another reminder that in about 30 minutes time, it's time to drop the green flag for the FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship. As 2 races from Mugello and Okayama kick off the $25,000 championship. It's all here live on the iRacing Esports Network. If you're watching on Twitch, you won't have to do a thing. We'll go off air here, and instantly the team at iRacing will go live and get ready to rumble with the racing action. If you're on YouTube, you might have to hit a button or two, but don't worry, all still live on the iRacing YouTube channel. Plenty more excitement to come. Later today as we get ready to watch the start of a rather interesting format as well. I like that each race event has got 2 races, and we've got 4 meetings, and you don't know what the tracks are until the day before, which you know, Cam, we've done that plenty in VCO events. Always makes things a lot more exciting.
Yeah, the worst part about sim racing is also the best part about sim racing, is that you can drive any track at any time. So that means if you know you've got a race coming up in 2 weeks that's on a car and a track combination, you could just go and drive that however much you want. But over preparation is also not necessarily a good thing. So if we have these situations where you maybe only have a day or even 12 hours sometimes to practice in these formats, then that is very, very good, because I'm sure the drivers would have been practicing as much as they can this afternoon, but it's still not the same as having 2 weeks to test out, all different driving styles with the car, different ways to warm up the tires, different settings, etc. Everything you can do.
So 9 minutes left to go. The battle's starting to die down. Grid and Go has lost some track position. They're now 1.3 behind Miranda's M Squad in the fight for 5th. You can see the 66 there. I also feel as though Sam Moore is not really going to be able to do too much to make his move on Iglesias in that Coanda Porsche. So 47 started, 37 will finish. So the attrition rate relatively small, I would say, compared to maybe to races that we've had in the past. The one element that we didn't have that could have caused even more attrition, though, Cam, the rain. Now, that's one other thing that iRacing is continuing to work on. The initial release, we've had a lot of fun with the heavy rain. iRacing's been working on what they're calling spotty rain, that more changeable conditions, the type of rain that, let's be honest, commentators and viewers, we would all love to have more of to challenge our drivers.
Oh, definitely. Those drizzly conditions where do you stay out on the slicks for a little bit longer, especially in endurance racing where you're kind of committed to your tires for a full fuel tank if you want to avoid doing extra pit stops. That could be very interesting indeed. Again, the spotty, the patches, that is always the tough part for the drivers, where they have to decide, is it worth staying out? And then at some point there'll be obviously a crossover. Yeah, really looking forward to see how that can develop over the years. And as we know with this this with the iRacing platform. They always test these things thoroughly before they do it at release, so I'm sure it'll be very, very good and very clean with all the transitions, so it's not just straight a straight sort of cliff in terms of grip, but that'll be a very, very good when we get to that.
I'm just reading through this development update as well. There's so much that they are working on. It's very cool to see everything in development, in progression, and I'm sure plenty that we'll be looking forward to in special events next year as well, including it didn't have rain in the Nürburgring 24-hour event. I think a couple of the cars did not have rain tires. Might have some of those changes being made so that when we roll back around to that race next year, it's even more exciting when you can have rain on one part of that great track and then bone dry on the total other side. That's going to be a very different sort of a race as well. How do you make your decisions? Continuing also to make updates like allowing you to make small setup changes in pit stops during races so that when it rains you can slightly tweak the car to be a bit more suitable. So all those little things coming together. Let's talk though about race winners very quickly as we start to wind things down. We've talked about both of the prototype leaders quite a lot. Team Redline, though, that number 70, haven't really talked too much about them, and probably in a good way. Outside of the opening hour when Josh Thompson had to charge his way to the lead of the race, they've just quietly been ticking away, pulling the gap out to those behind, and getting ready to grab yet another special event win.
Yeah. Pretty calm second part of the race when they got themselves in position earlier on, and then they've just been able to hold on to that gap, just putting in a solid performance at the front. The gap has stayed rather stable as such, like it hasn't increased crazy like we've seen with the top two classes, but they've just been putting in a solid performance and just covering off what they needed with that damage as well, and really just controlling and managing the race. And even though it's a 6-hour race, as we've been mentioning, is kind of short for these special events. Normally it's 8, 12, 24 hours, etc. But this is still good that they've been able to do what they've needed to be done. And at the end of the day, that is why they've won all these special events and why they are, as we've been saying, the best team in sim racing at the moment. So it's a great job from them. And even the second team in 4th place, with all of the issues that they've had, they should still be pretty proud of that one.
Yeah, Enzo Benito maybe not getting the most out of the car in qualifying, but they've charged their way forward a couple of different times as well. Had to fight their way back through some adversity, and so Benito and Steinbraten not going to be on the podium, but 4th place should still be a decent result for them. So where is the leader? How many laps do we actually have left in this race? Danny Lorenzo is coming towards the final sector now. So he's going to probably cross the line with 4 minutes, 20-odd seconds left to go, something like that, maybe a little bit less. So, given that the lap time's hovering around the 1:15s over the last handful of laps, never trust a commentator's math, but 4 laps left to go?
Yeah, that's my maths as well. 3 laps would be about 3 minutes 45, so about 30 seconds short of that. So yeah, 4 laps to go for the leader. And of course, depending on exactly how many cars he laps in that time, depends, of course, where some of these battles may finish. They may get cut short. They may just have an extra lap, which could be important with how close some of these battles are. Namely, this one we've been watching for quite a while now with Ward, trying to get past Iglesias, but he hasn't been able to find a way through, and he continues to be that 2-3 car lengths back, not able to do too much.
You know what? I think these two might get lapped by the leader. There is a chance. Leader's just coming towards the S's right now. It's going to be tight, but you may very well be right that this battle could get cut a lap short if the BMW in the lead of the race in the GTP class continues just to push as hard as it can. Let's be real though, it is the only fight that's happening right now between the Coanda and Team PGZ car, and everyone else very much looking to just finish this race without issues. LMP2, I was wondering if World Sim Racing had enough fuel to hold on to the podium spot, and quite remarkably, I think that 223 is not going to just make the end, but Williams Esports Academy about 7 seconds behind, not getting close enough to put the pressure on.
Yeah, it's been a great second part of this race. They really worked their way through. Remember, there was that huge battle with the 23, their sister car, and the 207 Alfa Sports as well. Of course, eventually those two got caught up in a battle, but either way, that car, the 223, got ahead of both of those, and then just slowly but surely worked their way past the cars. Then huge dive down the inside from Ward. Can he get it stopped? No, he can't, and Coenda go back through.
And so that's what I think we'll expect. If there is going to be a dive, it's going to have to be executed a bit better than that, because Tristan Iglesias will see it coming. Heads up driving on both accounts there to avoid any sort of contact. And now with traffic splitting them up just a little bit more, you've got the race leader coming up behind them as well. So I do think indeed this is going to get cut a lap shorter than maybe Sam Ward would have liked. And maybe that's why the desperation was there as well. Out through the penultimate corner, leader right there, right in the camera shot now, as they work back toward the yard of bricks. So 2 laps left to go in this fight between Coenda and Team PGZ. Sam Ward feels the pressure.
Yeah, definitely will be lapped about 10 seconds lap quicker, and he's only about 3 seconds behind them. So this is going to be a cut short battle. I'm sure Ward would have wanted another lap. He probably would have wanted another stint, to be honest, with how long it's taken him to get this opportunity. But as the leader comes past, he's only going to have another opportunity.
So, race leader out wide. Now this will compromise Iglesias just a little bit, maybe. No, he's going to get a slipstream as well. Behind, you got one of the race clutch cars, I think that was. The Cadillac race clutch entry that's going to stay off the racing surface just to stay out of the way as well. Ward not close enough this time by. He'll get one more chance, one more lap after this to try and get the move done. But as we cycle onto this final lap, your leaders all very comfortable. Cam starting to wind to the end of this race. Of course, our viewers on Twitch going to be cut over to the FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship as well. Some closing thoughts. The last 4 hours, they've really flown on past.
Oh, they have. It's been an exciting race. The strategies in all 3 classes as well have been quite interesting. We've seen some unfortunate incidents, but in general, the racing has been very solid here today. Not the easiest track. And as 30 seconds remain, we start the final lap, and it's going to be comfortable wins in all 3 classes.
A race, though, that none of these winners necessarily obvious, even though in many cases in all 3 cases, I should say, they started on the front row. A race where it could have gone in so many different ways, but strategy played its part. Staying out of trouble played its part as well. And so 1 more lap to go. And that fight between PGZ and Coenda might just have died down through all of the traffic. Will Sam Ward get his chance to make a surprise on this final lap? It's the only bit of action that we can really think about, Cam.
Yeah, I've been following on the live time. He's about half a second back, though. I don't think he's going to be quite close enough, unfortunately, as has been the way for about an hour or 2 hours that he's sat behind that number 8 machine. And unfortunately, I think it's going to be P6 for them. But for this number 89 and BS competition, what a race that they've done. They are going to dominate the victory here in GTPs.
The sun sets in the racing capital of the world, and a dominant display from BMW M Team BS Plus competition. From pole to victory, but the drive between anything but easy. They'll win here at the racing capital of the world. It's the iRacing 6 Hours, the 2024 Indy 6 Hours, going the way of the Zebras. And what a drive from Danny Lorenzo and from Phil Denez to make sure the BMW M Hybrid V8 out front by a 40-plus second margin. Next across the line in what was a very, very strong display, staying out of trouble from all the relevant traffic woes, Florian Lebigra brings Team Redline's number 70 across the line, with Josh Thompson and Sam Coiter doing a stellar job as well to keep their car in one piece. Directly behind as well, it's a breakout win. It's BS Plus, it's Nexus Esports, victorious in the LMP2 class as Francis McGinn and Will Murdoch lead by 40 seconds at the end of the day. The Apex Racing team struggling a little bit on fuel, I think, at the very end of the stint.
Absolutely, and what a race it was for those guys. And just coming to the end of the Indy 6 Hours, but it was a great inaugural race here. I can't wait to see it come back in the future.
For those watching on Twitch, thanks so much for your company. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on the iRacing Esports Network with the start of the FIA Formula 4 Esports Global Championship. And for those sticking with us on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing YouTube channel, we'll have some post-race action and coverage for you. Hopefully get a chance to chat to some of the drivers coming out on top and wrap this thing up before we send you over to catch up with our Twitch audience as well. BS competition not grabbing a double podium in the GTP class, but both the blue and the orange machine, very, very strong efforts. And Cam, now all roads lead to Petit Le Mans and the next of our VCO Grand Slams, where we'll see these GTP cars on display, and the competition, you best believe, is going to be fierce.
Yeah, Petit Le Mans, it really is one of the best ones of the year. I know we say that for all of them, but such a difficult track and fun track as well. All the elevation changes, and of course going into the night, a long race, very long race compared to this one. So great to see what that is going to do. But of course for today, we're seeing all the donuts from the class leaders as they congratulate themselves. And look at the yard of bricks there. You're mentioning it on the stream. You don't really see it from TV cameras, but the donuts over the yard of bricks.
Need a camera dedicated for the bricks maybe in the future. Celebrations will be ongoing. Let's go take a look at your race results now. These are provisional at the end of the day. Race control might have something to say about a few things. I don't think there's much to be said, though, about the drive from those up front. Lorenzo and Dinez in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition cars coming out on top. Diogo Pinto, Gustavo Ariel grabbed second for Team Redline in the Porsche, with then the Williams Gaming Club. What a story for them. Started down in pit lane. They were already 40 seconds adrift before the race even saw the green flag, fought their way back into a podium spot. Jaden Munoz alongside of Josh Ladd. They'll take a lot from this. Nicholas Boy, Marcus Deck, Dominic Hoffman, Tanguy Billon for BS Plus, for Race Clutch, Drago and MSS Movano. Scored 1 lap down, 2 laps down for the likes of Race Clutch, Apex One and Drago Racing. Ate Kalpinen for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team then. Unfortunate issue for him through traffic, was contending for a podium spot. Hamilton Akabawizi didn't even get to jump into the Nexus Esports number 32. Joseph Burden Harris with an issue in the early stages. Great drive from Will Murdoch alongside Francis McGinn for BS Plus Nexus Esports. Gapping Danny Chivichabo in the closing stages. I think fuel a little bit marginal there for the Apex Racing Team machine. Scored on the lead lap at least. Everyone else at least 1 lap down, with World Sim Racing third after they won, of course, in class at Daytona. Williams Esports Academy, they're in fourth. Fuel strategy cost them a little bit, all things considered, with Miranda's M Squad. And then gridandgo.com, final car scored on the lead lap. Parnell Racing 2 laps down. Fiercely Forward 2 laps down as well, with GermanSimRacing.de. And then the Alpha Esports team rounding out the top 10. Plenty of these drivers showing some good endurance racing spirit and sticking out there till the end, including World Sim Racing's other car, the 23 and 11th team. Shazmat, one of our late retirements in the race, and then Luis Nunez in that Nexus car that qualified second, didn't get very far, unfortunately, into the race. GTD, last but not least, Florian Lebiger and Team Redline, a 14-second advantage over Beckham Jasir and Alessandro Bico in the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy number 5. Marla Racing Team make it all 3 classes with a BS car on the podium, with Enzo Benito down in 4th, and then Viras Kawanda and Team PGZ. No change between them in the battle of the Porsches, 5th and 6th. Williams Esports Pitfit and Parker White 7th, with Apex Racing Academy chasing them down. David Bosger for gridandgo.com is 9th, with Switcher Obsidian making it into the top 10 in their McLaren. 11th for Coffin Dancers, 12th for the Orbit Drop Bear Chevy, and they'll be delighted to have not only seen the end, but a pretty good finish, all things considered, with Fiercely Forwards number 16 behind them. Racing Labs, Apex Racing Academy, Altitude Esports, and then those that did not see the end. Drago Racing's pair of BMW M4s, Falcon Sim Racing down in 19th, and then World Sim Racing and a handful of others technically not seeing the end by virtue of not meeting the fair share. Door Esports Academy and Grid and Go. So that was a look top to bottom at the results. Let's see if we can catch up with your race winners in the number 89. Standing by now, Phil Dinez and Danny Lorenzo. Guys, congratulations on a dominant drive. Danny, let's start with you. Started the car and ended the race as well. Talk us through how you felt. Put it on pole. Very, very strong up front.
Thank you very much, first of all. Yeah, to be fair, kind of unexpected to have such a dominant run today. That I even put it on pole, was quite surprised by it. And then when we started, luckily I had Owen behind me, right behind me, so he could hold up everyone behind, and I just could go for my laps, just do my pace, do my run. Gave it over to Phil. I mean, he did a superb job considering he never drove a multi-class session even on this track. So yeah, at the end was only the first 2-3 hours that was really exciting for us, and then from then on it was just hoping for the best and hoping that it will end soon.
And Phil, from your perspective, I know you've done a few races in this prototype, but definitely seen you more in the GT3 car, where you've been spending some time racing in the real world as well. How was it for you getting up to speed with this car? You got a pretty good teammate to learn from at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky getting up to speed for sure. I was eating up the tires a lot in practice. I managed to get it under control in the race here, so that was great. It's not very often now I get to race as much on the sim, so this race slotted in perfectly, and thought I'd have some fun in GTP with Danny here. Now we can really fight for some good results overall, so I'm really happy to come away with this. And yeah, the car was just superb. The guys did an amazing job behind the scenes prepping the car, so I couldn't be happier. It was just perfectly executed race.
And a pretty good way, right, to get you psyched up, even more psyched up, I guess, to head off to Monza next week and go racing in the GT World Challenge Championship in the BS Checkered BMW M4 GT3. How much fun have you been having this year, Phil? You say you haven't been doing too much in the sim. How much fun have you been having out there in the real world?
It's been a great season so far. We've had a few wins, at least in the Sprint Championship. Came away second last week in Imola, and yeah, just super awesome to be able to represent BS competition in the real world, and have that livery on that car is just surreal every time I see it. So I can't wait to represent them in GT World Challenge next week as well. So winning in the real world, let's see what we, or winning in the sim actually, and now let's see what we can do in the real world. So thank you guys.
Before we let you go, Danny, how are you feeling? Of course, we've got a busy winter coming up. One more VCO Grand Slam, the IMSA Esports Global Championship. How confident are you in your speed in this BMW M Hybrid V8?
Pretty confident, I have to say. I mean, behind the scenes, as Phil already mentioned, we are doing quite a lot of work, especially shout-outs to Lars, who's been doing great stuff behind the scenes, helping us to get up to speed, and yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, Petit Le Mans coming up next. Hopefully we can get the win there too, so we are immediately qualified for the IMSA Esports Series. Otherwise we have to take the pre-qualifiers and then move from there.
Best of luck for the rest of the year, guys. Congratulations on a great day and a great victory. From top of the GTP podium to the top of the GTD podium, Cam Rogers standing by with the one, the only Josh Thompson.
So welcome, Josh, to the commentary booth, and congratulations on your win for the number 70 machine. Of course, you had some struggles. We spoke to you halfway through the race, but it seemed like you had it all control in terms of the damage repairs. I guess you were just able to eat up that time at the pit stops.
Yeah, it was a bit scary at the end, I'll be honest. Like you said, we had damage early on. We repaired that, no issue at all. Carried on, the gap stayed the same. Sam got quite unlucky with traffic towards the end of his stint, so then the gap levelled out again to whatever he gained. But then Florian, through his stint, was fine, but then got damage on the front, like a massive, like from a small contact, like tap on the front to the rear. Yeah, like absolutely destroyed the left side of the car, and yeah, we were kind of worried at one point because Florian started saying the car was really hard to drive, and the pace dropped a little bit. So yeah, we just had to hang in there. Lucky enough we got repaired, and we knew we had the strategy in the bag anyway with the fuel once we saw Williams pit so early. So yeah, just once we had that, we just bring it home.
Yeah, absolutely. You had not necessarily some challenge, but you did have some pressure towards the end because the gap stayed around that sort of 13-14 seconds for a long time. Were you really looking in your mirrors though? Did you ever actually have a worry for the race win?
To be honest, once that gap was so large at the start, we just knew we had to keep it around like same area. We knew that the pace would swing back and forth depending on the fuel loads and how much people underfilled at the stops and stuff like that. So for us to just focus, we never really worried at all, to be honest.
And in general, how was your sort of preparation for this race? Of course, a new special event this year, a track that I guess as we were mentioning earlier, we do know from other types of things. But in this GTD, how did you really get up to speed with that?
To be honest, I struggled quite a bit. The first week of practice, I struggled a little bit with just tyre management. It's quite a sensitive track due to like turn 3, then obviously coming back onto the banking, it always puts a lot of load through the tyre. So I had to fine tune that a lot through the week. Did some good races in the IMSA series this week just to warm up, because at the end of the day, no matter how good your tyre management was and stuff like that through the stint, it was more down to how good you and how confident you was with traffic. And I think I found myself in a really good place in the first 2 stints with that. Like, I just felt super comfortable, never really lost time in traffic, and could always extend. So I think that was the main key.
Yeah, perfect. And obviously looking towards Petit Le Mans in the short, not too distant future, are you still going to be sticking to the GTD for that, or are you going to be stepping up a class at all?
I'll see. It depends. I've had a few thoughts about doing it in GTP, but last time that happened, it didn't go particularly well. And at the moment, like, my form in the GT3 has like come back. I had a bit of a slump at the start of the year, so the last 2 or 3 races have been really good for me. So I think I'll probably stay in the comfort zone for now and just try and keep improving and get back to where I should be.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, you're certainly on a good roll at the moment, so congratulations on your win, and I'm sure we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you, guys.
And last but not least, let's see if we can catch up with one of the winners in the LMP2 class.
Can I wind you off?
Oh, we've got Will Murdoch here. Will, welcome to the broadcast booth, and congratulations on a great drive, a dominant drive from you and Francis McGinn. I know you were saying on social media that you were hoping to get into top split and show exactly how strong you were. How confident were you coming into the race?
Well, I don't really know what to expect, to be honest. This was kind of a last-minute thing. I came back from holiday midway through this week, and I had no plans to kind of do this. And then I kind of hopped on yesterday, and the pace was absolutely mega. So I kind of knew that we had the pace to be at least at the front as long as we got into top split. I didn't really have much of an idea of what the splits were going to be like, whether it was going to be super high iRating or not. But yeah, honestly, I can't believe that we managed to pull the win out of the bag.
I mean, it was pole position, it was pace in the race as well, pulling away from everyone else and executing on strategy. Does this give you confidence? We talked about it a little bit. Your main experience comes from other platforms, but you're by no means a slouch on iRacing with 8,000 iRating. Does it help build the confidence that you can get the result in a race like this with a grid like this as well?
Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like, you know, we've got Petit Le Mans in the next few weeks. We'll probably start preparing for that over the next couple of weeks, and then I mean, I don't really see why there's no reason why we can't win, whether I do it in LMP2 or in GTP with the main guys at BS. But I'm just very privileged to be able to represent such a big team, and, you know, feel like I'm involved in such a big family as well.
Love to hear it. Will, hoping we see you at Petit Le Mans. We get to chat with you a bit more as well. Congratulations on a great drive, and hoping it's the first of many more.
Thank you very much.
Great to chat to BS Plus Nexus and to Will Murdoch there in the number 14. But Cam, what a way for us to sign off on the day, chatting with all 3 of our class winners. Great to hear their emotion, and in some cases hearing from Josh Thompson the stress at the end of the race as well. A reminder that these races are stressful for some of these drivers.
Oh, they're never easy. The teams are on the limit of everything. The fuel management, the tyres, the traffic management as well, which definitely became an issue for 1 or 2 today. So it's not easy to get through these iRacing special events, and even to those in the lower down splits that we weren't able to cover, of course. I'm sure they had a load of fun, and we can't wait to get going next week already for the next special event.
Exactly. It's time to turn our attention to the last great Coliseum, to the Bristol 500. And then the week after that, all eyes turn to Knoxville and to the wing sprint cars rolling out for the Knoxville Nationals. Just a couple of events in October, plenty in November, and then the Chili Bowl to close in December. The iRacing special event almost in the books. But for our team behind the scenes here at RaceSpotTV, Hugo Luis controlling all the action. Lorenzo Bonda, Cam Roger, joining myself, Arjuna Kankipati, for all of the action. Thanks so much for your company. Plenty more iRacing to come over the rest of the year. We hope you'll join us here on the iRacing Esports Network. For now, though, so long and goodbye from the racing capital of the world.